Makeup makes my nose ring.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, and as you see here, I have with me the lovely Candid Ann to join me
Hey.
today for this conversation. Just really quickly, I do
Mhm.
see that we got Kauai Bree peeking in,
Hey.
and we got Anae Nia in the building. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Just to ask you, because we were talking when it was time to go, but I wanted to ask you about the Premiere Pro. So there's
Mhm.
another one beneath it. You said Premiere. What was the name of it? I want to write that down.
Okay, so you have Adobe Elements. It's called Adobe Premiere Elements, right?
Okay,
And that's just for video editing.
Premiere Elements.
You can do a lot with that. It is a one shot, like there's different options, but the one that I purchased was for this computer.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like 89. I don't think it's $100.
Got
And
you.
you have it for this computer now. If you go ahead and get another computer, it might not, I don't know if it's going to transfer over. It's
It's a
for
single
one
license.
device. The one
Got
that,
you.
but you can buy one in which you can pay monthly and use it on any device.
Okay,
I just don't care. I don't know if I don't
got
care.
you.
I didn't subscribe to that. And you can also do Adobe what I think you purchased, which was a higher thing. You can make movies, like full
Yeah,
on
it's
movies. It's
complicated.
heavy. Yeah,
Yeah,
that thing is
I'm doing
heavy.
tutorials, and I'm like, oh,
The one that I have, which is very similar, is just that it takes out certain things that you would never use just in having a
mm-hmm.
simple right cut. You can J cut. You can one video I can send it to format it for shorts. I can format it automatically. Just hit a button. It's just all really super easy for me, and you can
Okay,
do like so much with it, like so much. I've never in all the years that I've been here, I've never found the need to go to the level of cinematography,
okay,
unless I was there are some people that do daily vlogs, and their vlogs, they get drones out, they're doing shots from all over,
yeah,
and it gets complicated. But just for like a standstill conversation like this, in which that's what we mostly do. But like I said, if you want in behind the scenes, or maybe one day we'll have like these different conversations about like creative
yeah.
stuff, a creative corner. There's some people that really heavily edit their vlogs, and it literally looks like a small movie, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
use what you purchase.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I have 14 days to
Oh, okay,
undo it
good.
to get a full refund. So I'll look into that because I didn't know
Refund.
there was a Premier element. So I'll definitely
Yeah,
check
go
into
to
that.
Elements, get your refund, go to MS, play with it a little bit, and then I can like maybe through the Discord, I can share my
Hmm.
screen and show you, all the options and stuff like that. Because like
Okay.
for what we're doing here, you're gonna be able to do so. I mean, when I tell you so much, is music, narration. There's multiple levels of splicing. Oh, so many things. I don't
Yeah.
feel the need for all of the extra like,
Extra. Yeah.
yeah,
When I
yeah.
saw it, I was like, okay, this is overwhelming. And like
It's
going through the tutorial, I'm like, this is a lot. Like this is a lot. So I
It
was
is
like,
a lot.
and we got Von Eric in the building. Hello, hello. Good to
Hey,
see you. Don Frank is checking in. Hey y'all. How
Dawn.
you
How
doing,
you
Don
doing,
Frank?
Dawn?
We got Apex in the building. We got what's up, Tristan? How you feeling, my guy? Appreciate y'all. So today we're gonna start off something with a little more light and fun, more back and
Mhm.
forth, and then we're gonna move into the solutions because this is carrying over the Thursdays. I want to carry over through some solutions
Okay.
and some SWOT analysis.
Mm.
But to get us started, because Candid and I
I'm
like to pick
nervous. You
Candid
got a
Ann's
little smirk on your
brain. No,
face.
it's because it's more silly stuff. This is more
Okay.
silly, playful. It's like up and down. It's I've got a smattering
Cool.
of random things I'm going
Okay.
to show you and ask. I'm gonna pick your brain about.
Okay.
So these are some
There you go.
images. I'm gonna bring in some images here. Boom. So this image here says unpleasant truths, and nobody's at that window, and comforting
Mm.
lies, and it's got a line wrapped around. When
Mm.
you see this, what do you think?
You want to trigger me, don't you? You want. You want. You want. Look. This is a really interesting little, what do you call it, comic right here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And unfortunately, it's the truth. This comic represents usually what people go for, because why deal with unpleasant truth? Like, just why? Like, if it's unpleasant, like, do you really want to deal with it?
Mm-hmm.
If you can, they say ignorance is bliss, right? And so I
Yeah.
understand it. What's really unfortunate about this is that in some cases, things like this might not matter much. In other
Mhm.
cases, it can really be detrimental,
Yeah.
right? So, I'm all about the health thing, right? And this is something that drives me nuts when I want to tell someone something important for their own needs. Like the other day, I don't even want to get into this, but someone's complaining about like constipation, right? And I'm like, you need to drink more
Mm.
water. Well, I'm not thirsty right now. What?
You're gonna
Like,
need
I'm
it
not telling
later.
you to drink water because you're thirsty. I'm telling you because you're constipated, you need to drink
You're
water.
blocked up.
You're blocked up. You need to go for a
Blocked
walk.
up.
Yeah. So you got to think sometimes you got to think as the truth as medicine so that you can really it doesn't have to be, it might be unpleasant now, but it doesn't have to be once you deal with it. The truth doesn't have to be unpleasant.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We got Harris Tribe Media Group in the building.
What
Hello,
up?
hello. Dury
I thought you guys
passing
were going to be
through.
live yesterday and I tuned in and I'm like, where they at? Where they at?
Yesterday, I've been trying to stay away from
Yeah.
Wednesdays. Wednesdays, 'cause I
Oh,
tried doing Wednesdays, and they always had lower attendance. But then I saw in my analytics, they show this little purple chart, and the brighter the
mhm.
purple, that means more people are available actually online. Wednesday was
Oh,
like almost completely dark. Like for some reason, Wednesdays like people are just not
oh,
here. Like the entire
wow.
even in the evening, it didn't light up that much. So I'm like, wow, people are just not. I don't
Interesting.
I don't
I
know what
didn't
it is
know
about
that though.
Wednesday.
I
Yeah,
gotta
it
look
didn't
into
say
that because I
why.
never look at
Yeah,
that.
it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I was driving
Harris
back
Tribe
to New
Media.
York and I'm like, where Harris Tribe Media at? Where they at?
Yeah,
I
they
was
on the
driving
night.
back. I'm like, that's gonna be my entertainment driving back from New York.
They are on
Mhm.
tonight. I think it said not the mama, and that reminded me of not the mama, not the mama. Oh, it was what was it? Dinosaur. It was like some kind of dinosaur sitcom back in the 80s or 90s. Not the mama, but yeah, I'm looking forward
When
to that
you
one.
speak, it kind of sounds like
Uh-oh.
staticky
Uh-oh. I might be too loud.
a
Let
little
me
bit.
see.
Okay. I'm not sure if
Let me
anyone else has been
see.
experiencing that, but a little bit. Hey,
Boom.
Drury said
Let
he
me
here for
see.
me. Hey, I want to get some
We
tickle
all here for
bitties. I
Ann.
never
Don't
had any
tell
tickle bitties.
Rashawn. Listen, I've had them for a really long time. They're overrated, Candace, and they're overrated. So Kawhi Bree. Yeah, they're overrated. Yeah, let me see. We're gonna go to this next
Wow.
one. Boop.
Oh, let's
Let's
see.
see.
Can men drink fruity cocktails? Yeah, why not? Nah, fam.
Okay,
What are you
okay.
doing? What are you doing? Ooh, man. Now, as a man, how does that make you feel looking at that one?
Thankfully, I don't even know what it is. I don't even have voice meter on. This is just direct through my This is just direct through my thing. And hey, Godless sewing in the building. Me and my nephew. Me and my nephew.
Mhm.
So wait, stop, Bree. So it sounds like that to y'all too? I sound crackly to everybody? Come on, Bree, don't do this to me.
It goes in and out.
You,
Sometimes it's
you,
okay, and then sometimes it sounds a little crackly.
no. Okay. Give me 1 second.
It
I'm not
sounds
about
good
to
now.
do
Maybe.
anything crazy. I'm not. I turned it down. Let me turn it down just a little bit more. Turn it
Okay.
down to the base level. Because
Okay.
last time people made me turn it up. So Godless sewing. Hello, hello.
Hmm.
Got you. I responded to Apex. No, they can't. And see, this is what I had to do when I was out
Wait, but
drinking. Go ahead.
but they could wear nail polish for her
You said what?
though. But for her, they could wear nail
You said
polish. Men didn't Bree say she don't mind a man wearing nail polish, but they can't have a fruity drink.
I don't think she was giving her personal opinion. I think she was just saying for people in
Oh,
general. If she better not be
okay.
saying no, they can't from her perspective. She better
Oh,
not.
gotcha. She's saying from like
Yeah, in
society.
public.
Okay,
Yeah, because my
That
nephew,
makes
he
sense.
actually
You
deals
agree.
with that.
She
Yeah,
was
because my
trolling. Yeah,
nephew,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
out. He goes out drinking now. He says people try to approach him with that, but he's like, he don't care. And I had to quit caring because like there were so many things that people would judge you over and judge your masculinity over. So I'm like, man, you know what? I started ordering fruity drinks on purpose.
Was that a
Like just
man thing? Do men judge you over that, or do women judge you on that?
it was everybody,
Word.
including the bartenders, including the
What?
bartenders. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be out. You're going to be looking, expecting me to tip you, but you're kind of like, you're ordering this. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So I started ordering fruity drinks on purpose to desensitize anybody around me because I just something about me at some point in my life I stopped wanting to care what everybody thought. So for certain things, so I would start leaning in to the absurdity. Like, okay, so that's all I'm gonna order. So I would go to this one bar, and all I would order would be colorful drinks and a tall glass, and be sitting there sipping.
There
And
you
I might have a
go.
shot. I would have some shots. I would have beers, but I would have me a fruity drink. And one was the blue
Live your
motherfucker. The
life.
one there was a pink one. There was one with like colors in 3 different layers. I was like, man, this is fun. I was like, I just felt freer.
That makes more sense. Yeah, she don't care. I don't think she would, because yeah, no one breathes. She would.
Yeah, I don't think she would either. But I'm trying to
I
tell you,
personally don't care either.
bartenders
I don't care what the
said
hell people drink. Like,
yeah, bartenders were on me. My homeboys used to make fun of me at first until I got them to taste it. A few of the drinks, I was like, here, try get one of them for him. And they would try like, oh shoot. So what we started doing when I was out with the guys, we started getting the drinks in shot form. So we would have a fruity drink in shot glass form. So it was like a compromise.
There you go. Make it fun.
Yep. We foodies over here. So if you want my tie with all the garnish, go ahead. Right. I told my boys I suck D. Now they looking at me like I'm well, if you say that, they're kind of.
Oh my gosh.
That was too much, Dory. That was too much. But I mean, if you really want to push the envelope, I guess that's a way to really test where the loyalties lie.
Oh man,
woo, that's a tough one. I ain't never told them that. Ooh, now this was I saw this in my city. I want you to try to read this because me and my nephew could not read what this business is. Is it Jamia a cupcake, build a dogs and stuff? Or is it Jamia build a cupcake, dogs and stuff?
What the hell?
Either way, we were like, I don't want either one of them. I don't want anything they're selling.
We gotta work on our grammar and our English. Like, this is wrong in so many kind of ways. Like the design, the whole aesthetic. Oh, terrible. The color is putrid. It looks like Pepto Bismol. Like,
so okay, so
I don't even know what this means though. Columbus is terrible.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do, Candid, and I'm not sure, she's saying it's a static situation. I have never had this issue with these headphones at all and this mic. So I'm going to pop out and pop back in. Give me like 60 seconds.
Okay, sure. Sure. What up, people? I'm going to entertain you guys while Arshawn is gone. This will be Critically Candid. And what is everybody drinking? I'm drinking some tea. My absolute favorite tea is Stash Awake tea. Absolutely love it. And the Stash Awake tea. You guys, I'm a little bit upset about this tea because I feel like everything, like, you know, when you're young and your old people say like, oh, everything's going down the tubes. Let me tell you, they're making this tea, and every time I make this tea, I feel like the bag is rupturing on me. The quality of the tea bag is effing up, you know, and I feel like everything's going down the tubes. I feel old, y'all. You're drinking peach tea. Ooh, yes. Earl Grey for me. Ooh, Earl Grey is good. That'll wake you up. Earl Grey will wake you up. We were just talking about tea because, you know, hey, this is critically drinking, but no one's going to have to be drinking alcohol. We're drinking tea.
Absolutely. And you can always spike the tea.
That looks ghetto. Let me turn it over here, child. Because I keep my tea bag in there. The lipstick on the other side.
Let me see here. Why might this be crackling?
You sound great now. It's just sometimes, I don't know what it is. Sometimes it was like crackling a little bit.
Well, hopefully,
do you have a separate microphone?
No, I've been for the last, I want to say 6 months. I've just been using the microphone that's built into the camera. Oh, so I have not switched equipment there yet. I was thinking about it, but I have not.
But it sounds good now.
Okay, yeah. So hopefully that solves it for now. I'm always switching browsers and whatnot, so we'll see. Let's go to the next one because we can't figure this one out. I thought it was horrible, and I couldn't imagine if somebody pulled up catering something and this was it. I was like, oh my God, you got to go home. You cannot give us anything out of that. That's the Roach Coach. So let's see. The next one. Boop, 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 boop. Now I know you. Now cans it in.
Now let's see. A visual of me now lowering my standards ever again.
Mm-hmm. So he's like, can you meet me down here? She said, why don't you meet me up here? He says, I can't. She said, oh.
You really these are really triggering because
Really, it's triggering. Oh
because I
shoot.
have an opinion as a woman, and I
Mhm,
noticed that most of these are about Black folks. All the characters so that we've seen of people are Black people, and
mhm,
so you know it's not just Black women that have standards, and it seems to me that like unfortunately um, a lot of men in our community are pissed off about those standards. Now, I'm not saying we should never have standards, and I'm not saying you can't meet a person halfway. We can definitely talk
mhm.
about that another time or whatever. The other thing is, it seems like she doesn't see the obstacles in his way, which is also a problem. There's like those. I don't even know what that is. It doesn't look like a ladder. It looks like there's just some kind of an obstacle in his way that like he really
Mhm.
can't. So she remains alone. He remains alone, and nothing really gets solved. So it's unfortunate. Did you hear my husband?
Yeah,
He's so
I
loud.
didn't.
Like
I
this is
heard a
why people.
noise. I heard
This
a
is why
noise,
she's
but
alone. This is why this woman is alone because these men.
oh shoot. No,
Yeah,
that's
you
actually a good
gotta.
interpretation. I like the way you interpreted that because I actually thought that those were like ladder rungs. I thought those were ladder rungs, and he wasn't trying to climb those. So for you to say that those are obstacles, I like that better. It feels better for me. It allows me more, ego room, gender ego room. Like, okay, those are obstacles, right? That's why you can't get there. I thought he just wasn't taking those rungs and climbing them. Yeah, so I like the way you interpreted that. So let's go to the next one. Yeah, this is a lot of these are from a guy called Real Tunes on IG, and it says, if y'all know if you guys can read that treasure, why are you cutting apples? I thought you were helping with the dressing. Kamala Harris puts apples in her dressing. A robot. So a robot? What? I'm using the same browser. I didn't switch anything. I didn't switch anything. Okay, so
Yeah,
something's
it's
going
crackling
on.
up
I'm gonna have to
again.
hear
It
this.
goes in and out.
I gotta hear this. My mic is wild. And so what? Nothing's different. That's the
Is
funny
cord
thing.
properly in there? Like the cord is pushing, is fully.
Yeah, let me pull out because I'm gonna start to mess with the chords real
It's
quick.
beautiful
So
now.
let me. So
Mm.
maybe it was the chord. We'll see. You said it sounds good now. Turn the noise suppression off on StreamYard, maybe. You mean the echo cancellation? The echo cancellation. So I turned off echo cancellation. We're gonna go and we're gonna see if that works. It's perfect now. Okay, we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. But the little girl's trying to put apples in her stuffing or dressing like Kamala Harris. And the mom's calling 911 on her. What do you think about people that have strange food habits? Like put the fruit in, and stuff like this, fruit in salads or fruit in stuffing, fruit in potato salad, fruit in tuna, fruit in, people that
You
fruit
know
everything.
what? I feel like if
Raisins.
you like it, I like people have such as long I'm not that picky about certain things like that. Like I know some people feel like, oh, that's nasty, but like you got to remember now, I'm talking to a lady from the islands. I eat chicken foot soup. People will look at it like, ew, the chicken feet. Yes, I be tearing that thing up. I be tearing it
Mm.
up. Chicken foot soup is good for me. Another person might be like, what the hell? I don't find it to be that big of a deal, right? Like, so the food things, if you like it, as long as it doesn't stink, I don't have to eat it. Like, don't try to make me eat it. I might try it. I might try it, but like, if you like it, go ahead, enjoy. I mean, there's so few things in life that you can really get pleasure from. It's not like once in a while. Like, is apples in the dressing that serious of an offense? It isn't. So let's let it go. It's not that big a deal. But I find it to be a little funny. I find it to be a little funny. No,
Yuri says fruit on
pineapples
pizza
on
is a
pizza is
crime.
delicious. See what I'm saying?
I've tried it and it's pretty good. I'm not gonna
It
lie to you.
is
Pineapple on pizza is pretty good.
delish. Yeah.
So I can't hate. I can't
You say
hate.
fruit on pizza is criminal. Someone had like around here they had like mashed potatoes on pizza. I found that to be I never tried it, but people were like, I know it sounds weird, but you gotta try it. I was like, you go ahead with that. You go ahead.
Yeah,
But
don't do that.
mm-mm.
Don't do that. Boom. Not this. this was cute. These little draws. Stop letting your pets help you cook food for potlucks or draw 25 cards. And she holding a handful of cards.
That's so messed up. That's so messed up. That is
Now listen,
so messed up. I don't even want to say it. That sounds
there,
racist. Why does one girl got to be
it,
the white girl?
I worked with this one lady. Her name was Susan, and she had some kind of surgery on her mouth. So she was constantly dabbing at it with a paper towel because it would kind of like she would drool a little bit. She made food for a potluck, and she has cats, and she smoked, and nobody wanted to eat the food she brought in except for the other white people. Like they were just eating this. It's good, and everybody, all the black people were like,
Suspect,
"It did, good, do it.
Yeah,
Could not force ourselves to do
couldn't
it."
do it. I don't eat from potlucks either because the very first corporate job
Oh,
that I had, it always pains
I
my
hear it
heart to
now.
tell this little quick story because the guy was so nice. Like it hurts when people have like bad hygiene, but they're really nice people. If the person was a butthead, you'd be like, ah, but when they're really nice, it's like it just even now it's been many years, it hurts. But anyway, long story short, he has some kind of like psoriasis. I was not a nurse
Mm.
then. I was 21 years old when I worked at 21 to like 23 when I worked at Lehman Brothers. And the psoriasis was all in his face. He wore glasses, so the psoriasis, the flakes were in the glasses, right? And I used to wonder, like, how is he seeing me? I used to look up in the glasses. I didn't wear glasses at
Oh
that time. I only
no.
recently started wearing glasses, but like, I would wonder, how can he see me? Because it was so much, and it was on. He was a bigger guy, so his tummy
Mm.
had like a fold, like a catch, and he would like do this. Oh, I want to vomit. He would like the
Oh,
flake.
just face flakes. Oh yeah.
He would.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh
Oh,
God.
that's tough.
So whenever they did like any kind of shared food, I couldn't do it. Like I was just
Yeah, that's
imagining
tough.
the flakes of every time.
Oh God.
Even talking about it now, I'm getting triggered. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
I can't forget the potluck. I don't care who cooked it. I don't want none of it. I don't want nobody's. I don't care what. I don't want none of it. It's rough. But yeah, that's
yeah.
rough.
Mills in the building. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I bought some jewelry from an Etsy shop and it had cat hair.
What?
Mm. Luckily, I have a cat, but that's my pet peeve. Cat people.
Mm.
Wow. I have a cat, but my pet peeve is cat people. Candid Ann with glasses? I'd fake an injury for an exam. Hey,
Oh,
Dury with the flirt.
you
Oh,
can
I'm a
pay,
flirt.
honey. You could pay. You could pay, girl. Is that guy, girl? I don't know.
That's Dury. Yeah, he's a guy.
There's a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Let's see. So now listen. Now I'm trying to trigger you. Admit when you're wrong or draw 25
Oh, I'm gonna
cards.
draw 25. Oh, admit when you're wrong. I'm gonna draw 25. Fuck that.
Oh, come on.
It's funny
Come
because
on.
I didn't even read the card. I just said my brain won't even allow me to admit what I was wrong. I just skipped to the. No, let me
Oh
see.
my
I'm
gosh.
just joking. I'm just joking. I don't have an issue admitting when I'm wrong. It's not a problem for me. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. Like I don't have an issue with that whatsoever. Admitting when I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And I don't even have
I
a
haven't
problem like
noticed you being
apologizing
like
if
that.
I
Yeah.
know that I'm wrong. I don't have to I don't have to have you catch me. I don't mind coming. You
Yeah.
know what, Arshawn, the other day, such happened. You're like, what? And I'm like, I apologize for that. What are you even talking about? It might not bother you, but it kind of bothered me, so I want to apologize. It's no problem. Yeah.
Hmm.
But on these
Okay.
internet streets,
You
I'm
ain't
gonna I'm
saying nothing.
25 because you can't admit nothing that you wrong on the internet. Mm-mm, you can't.
That is too funny.
And it's messed up that he put a black woman on that part too, because I noticed how for the cat he got the white woman, but them cards, he got this. Who's this person? Real Tunes? This got to be a black man. Who drew this?
It is.
It's a black
It is.
man. I figured because y'all stay doing this wrong. Y'all stay doing this wrong. It had to be.
Oh shoot. All right. Well, listen. We're gonna catch. We about to catch. We about to catch us right now. It's our turn. Let me see. Hold up. Boom. Let's see. Leave her
Oh,
alone when she says I'm not interested,
damn.
or draw 25 cards.
Mm.
He probably holding 50 over there.
What you think
Because
about that one?
listen, I know I've learned, I've accepted that we have a problem. Just accepting no. I've learned that. I understand all the
Hmm.
reasons for it. It's problematic to me to keep pushing past certain boundaries and barriers.
Hmm.
But I know I got a lot of guys doing that.
Now, what
You got to
about
run
you?
that red
Don't
light.
tell me about the guys, Arshawn. Tell me about you, because you was asking me what I draw at 25. Are you going to draw 25 on there? Because you making it
No, I'm
all
not.
generic.
I'm not taking those 25 cards. If you say you're not interested, I'm not interested now
You
either.
out?
If you're not interested, I'm not interested
There you
automatically.
go.
Oh, you're not in? Cool. I'm out.
Hmm.
I'm not spending any energy where it's not wanted. So
Mm.
yeah, I can't. I can't. So not my problem. I'm not. Yeah, no, I ain't taking up 25. Get out of here. I'm trying to Uno out. I'm trying to win. Forget that.
The funny thing
Wasting
is,
that
like,
energy.
there needs to be a little bit of a balance because we want to be a little bit persistent, but not not what you call it,
Right. You
a
don't want to be
stalker.
a. Yeah, you don't want to be that. You don't want
You
to
don't want
get
to be a
called the creep.
stalker,
You want to avoid the creep.
but showing
Oh,
that
he's
gentle
creepy.
interest, it's kind of, can
But
soften your heart because we quick to say no sometimes as ladies. We get
yeah,
men coming at you all the time that you just don't want to be bothered.
yeah. Bravo with Sheila Network. First time I've seen you. Hello,
Hey,
hello. Welcome to
hey,
Critically
Miss
Drinking.
Sheila.
Having a conversation with Candid Ann here before we get into the solutions part of our stream today.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely wanted to get some Candid Ann perspective on some of these like thoughtful, jokey little
Mm-hmm.
memes and things. I sometimes
Yeah.
hear women say they like it when a man doesn't run away at the first rejection, and that's part of the social
Yeah.
fabric. It's like trying to find that balance, but there's certain
Mm-hmm.
language I will definitely always like off top. Like I'm not interested. I'm gonna take that
Mm-hmm.
as factual, like or a no. I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna take no, not interested. Those type of words, I'm gonna take
Right.
those at face value.
Right.
But like, well, I'm not seeing, I'm not trying to see anybody right now. That's kind of not saying no. That's
Mm.
leaving room open. I'm not seeing anybody right now, and then you can say, well, maybe you could be seeing me. You're not seeing anybody now, but
Oh,
maybe you could
you
be
got
seeing, you could.
game.
Not really. I'm just saying, but there's room for communication.
Right.
So you have to find room for that.
Mm-hmm.
But saying no or not interested, like nah, okay, nope, check out, bail, bail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's if she's interested. So yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
my thing on that one. So let's see what this next one is.
I
Oh well,
like these. These are fun.
yeah, I thought so. Now this one might get you.
Oh Lord.
Everyone you meet will come with baggage. Find someone who loves you enough to help you unpack.
Let's see what the lady's baggage is. Heart on her
Heart on
sleeve,
sleeve.
anxiety, childhood trauma, and the men.
Mm-hmm.
Lord haveth mercy.
Fear, depression, insecurities, like porn addiction, toxic ex, stress, mental trauma, trust issues, and I'm not sure what the blue bag is. SC something something
Secrets.
something S. I'm not sure. Secrets.
Secrets.
Oh man,
Yeah.
we all have secrets.
Mm.
A couple of them bags need to be hers. She got a secrets bag. I know he got piled up, didn't he? Bree said he need to get the hell on.
That's funny because it ain't funny that these men will tell you that, oh, and if she got baggage, you gotta leave her. But like everyone does have
Mm-hmm.
baggage.
Everyone has baggage.
Every- So I don't know. When I look at this, for me, oh, do I want to deal with all of this
He is
mess?
loaded. It is a
He's
lot.
loaded. He
I like
is.
Breeze. I like Breeze. I have an airplane baggage rule, so for me, I'm gonna go with the old school baggage rule, like two and a carry on, like two bags and a carry on, like that.
Yeah, gotta be 50 pounds or less, not too much. Don't
Mm-hmm.
overstuff it. And
Let's see.
yeah,
And Breeze going
but
with the
like,
new
ugh,
airline rules: one carry on and a personal item. Mm, mm,
mm.
mm.
Yeah, everyone's got
Rashawn.
something though, but like we gotta let go. We gotta work through those things.
And they got some game. Look at this one.
She
I told a
do.
guy one time, if you're not spoken for, I'd like to speak to you.
Girl,
Okay.
yes. I said to a guy
Okay.
one time, I had a little line.
Okay. What was your line?
I ain't gonna tell you.
Wow.
It was about a book. He
Wow.
was wearing a T-shirt that had something to do with a book. So I walked up to him and I was like, "Did you read the book?" And I was like, "What?" And I'm like, "The T-shirt. Did you read the book to that?" And he was like, "Oh, okay." And it just started a conversation. You
Got you.
know, yeah. He
Nah,
got no
that's
hands
true, Bree.
free.
That's true, Bree. He ain't got enough hands. He ain't got enough hands to hold her.
Mm-mm.
Hey, ooh, Bree. Okay, you're right. This picture ghetto. See, that's messed up. More ladies should shoot they shot. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
No, I don't.
But
I
they
don't
also,
particularly. That
I
makes it
agree.
easy. I know you was gonna agree with that because it makes it easy
Of
for you. You're like,
course.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Let me know up front. Like, okay, you're interested. Cool. And I can just take it from there. Boom. That's easy. I like that. I
Mm-mm.
like it. I like it. So, Dury, I think you're right. But
I don't
let's
mind
see what we
shooting my
got.
shot.
I don't think it's that bad.
Nah,
Now, this one,
I ain't
because
gonna chase you.
Candid Ann is in the gardening, I found this one nice. Some
Some
people do
people
dirt
do
on
drama.
my name, while others have given flowers. The thing is, it was all the garden to me. I grew from it.
Ooh, I love that. I absolutely love that. I love that.
I thought you might like it. It reminded me of you
Yes.
because you use the garden analogies quite a bit.
I'm
And I was
telling you,
like,
if you ever got into gardening, I'm telling you, it's a spiritual experience. It really, really is. It's amazing. And you do realize that, like, even in this saying so much, it's really true. Because you're gonna learn from you're gonna depending on who you are, because you can choose not to learn from your mistakes, but from this gardening perspective, at the end of the day, you're going to reap something. It might be weeds, it might be flowers, but it's gonna make something grow, and you're gonna make a decision. Yeah, it's awesome. Oh, it cuts up when you switch pictures, maybe for that little bit of a moment.
yeah, so it's got something to do with this other thing. So I just wanted to pull it down and maybe just bring it back in
Hmm.
the second time.
Okay.
Maybe that would help. We'll find
Hmm.
out. Let's see.
What do you think about
All right,
this?
let's go to. No, I loved it. I love
Mm.
it because I've learned through life that a lot of times the negativity is necessary for growth. Because all of us, we want to be in comfort, we want to be happy all the time, but growth doesn't happen in those times. They feel good, but you
Mm.
grow from challenge. You grow from challenge. So a lot of that stuff is necessary for us to exhibit character, to practice some of the things that we want, like temperance or patience or
Mm.
wisdom or strength. Like a lot of that, we need some dirt to, we need that soil. It feels
Mhm.
dark. It feels like we're getting swallowed in it, but that's where you need those nutrients. There's nutrients in there.
Mhm.
So I think that's important. I'm pessimistic though, so I see issues with you. Bree, you see issues with everything though. You see issues with everything.
She thinks deeply.
She
She's a
does.
deep
She's
thinker.
super smart. She's super smart.
Hmm.
Now this is another one. This was from Red Lipstick Vibes. I did like this when I saw it too. It had friends as an acronym. Friends. If you look at the first letter in each one, friends fight for you, respect you, include you, encourage you, need you, deserve you, stand by you. So I like that. I know the word need is a strong word for some of you. This word
I
need
don't
did it
like this
trigger
one
some
too
of you?
much.
You don't like that one? Okay, okay,
Mm-mm.
okay.
Because although it sounds nice, fight for you, respect you, include you, not everyone has the capacity to do all those things for you. Like, I might be the friend
Okay.
that can encourage you, but I might not be the friend that's able to fight for you. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I think we all should respect one another, at least some baseline level of respect, right? Some people we give more
Mm-hmm.
reverence to our family, our husbands, our spouses, or whatever. But like, somebody needing me, that sounds like, for me as a lady,
I knew the
it
word need.
sounds that it irritates me. It irritates
I knew the
me.
word need was gonna feed it there.
It irritates me because it sounds like a burden for me. And I know for you, you don't view the word need in that manner, right? But
Mm-hmm.
um, it seems like a burden. Like, children need me. Like, my dog to some extent. I don't have him anymore, but like to some extent, he needs me, right? But my friends
Mm-hmm.
to need me, it just sounds like an extra piece of responsibility that it sounds burdensome to me. Right. And
I
like
hear
I said,
you.
that's my interpretation. That's my connotation. I don't know what the denotative, difference between need and,
Yeah.
how I'm interpreting it, my cultural stuff that when I look at the word need and how I was raised in my trauma, all the stuff that we, when we read words, we view them as something differently. And so the word need does, deserve
Yeah.
me. Who deserves me? Who deserves me? Like, I don't know. It sounds a little bit too much for me. You know what I mean? Like,
I hear you.
do you have
I hear
rights
you.
to me? I don't know. That's a little bit too much for me. Some of it I'm okay with. Don't get me wrong. Some of it I'm
Yeah.
okay with. And overall, I like the supportive nature of it. Right. It just seems like people look at these things, and if they don't have the notion to understand the overarching idea of it, they have
Mm-hmm.
an expectation that this sometimes like enables people. You're supposed to be here for me. I was going through this, and where were you? And like, I got my own shit sometimes. I'm not, you know, sometimes your friends are going through their things, and the best thing they can do for you is not burden you with their shit as you're going through shit. So give
Mm-hmm.
me a minute. I know you're going through something. I'm going through something. We'll catch back up in a couple of weeks and we can share it afterwards. But it's some, not every people are
Yeah.
different. So it kind of irritates
Yeah.
me.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I can agree with most of what you're saying. Like you said, we don't see the word need the same way. I don't believe in the word deserve. I don't use the word deserve in too many situations ever. But the word need, we definitely have a different feeling on them because I automatically assume they don't mean need because you don't need too many things to survive other than water, air, food, shelter. Like so.
Hmm.
I always take that as a I don't know, hyperbole almost. I almost say I always take it like that. But I get what
Hmm.
you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Deserve, you're right there
Now
with
this
me
one,
though.
you
Let's
deserve.
see.
Nobody deserves too much of anything. Now, this is gonna be harder to read, so I'll read
That
it.
sounds kind of, grapish. I deserve. I don't even get, doesn't it though? Ugh.
Entitlement, entitlement.
All
Yeah,
right.
entitlement's a problem. But this one, they really think they have rights as boyfriends. Hilarious. Even as a husband, she can do what she wants, but she may respect his opinion just a little bit more. And at the original point of this was, I cut all my hair off and he left me. LOL. Ladies, please start dating men that actually like you and not just your looks, because no man that actually loves you cares about cutting your hair off. And the guy, as Bob said, your
Mm.
girlfriend can really wake up and choose to go bald without warning, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So what do you think about that? I wish I got the real tunes because he had a woman that cut her hair off and a guy that could shave his beard off. Like, what about without changing your looks, appearance, without telling your person, your partner, your spouse,
Wow. I've
your boyfriend,
changed my
girlfriend? What do you
look
think about
so
that?
many times. Look, here's the thing. I think you should find someone like there's some things that's acceptable to me that's not going to be acceptable to you, right? And we got to stop acting as if there's one way to have a relationship. For a couple, you guys have to both have the understanding that like, you kind of like me to look this way, and so I'm going to kind of do this way for the sake of our relationship, and so he's going to do some things also to keep himself together. And if that's the dynamic that you guys have, then it should be respected. Cutting your hair when he pisses you off as a form of like defiance, or doing anything in defiance, I don't really feel like it's helpful. I'm not even sure that she cut it off in defiance or in an argument, or I don't know. But on the flip side to that, I've changed my hair so many times. I've cut my hair down super short. I wear wigs. I've had braids. I've had dreads. I've had red hair, blonde hair, like just everything. And I'm with someone that enjoys me expressing my full self because he sees me as his wife, as a woman that's gonna be there. I'm appropriate no matter where I go, right? So if I'm going to work, I'm not gonna be like, I try to be appropriate. So it is a big change, but like at the end of the day, and the thing about this too is how long into the relationship, because
True.
um in the beginning it might be a big deal because you don't really know each other, you haven't gone through shit together, but like after you guys have gone through so much, like, and this person has held you down, you've gone through like ups and downs, and is this really that big a deal anymore? Like the whole Will and Jada thing is, she used to have luscious, curly, big hair. And until it started thinning as
Mm-hmm.
she got older, that's when she cut it. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I can take it. It really depends on the dynamics.
It definitely depends on the dynamics. I do think major changes should possibly be discussed, like tattoos, like big hairstyles, stuff like that. Like stuff like that to me, like
Really?
that's a kind of a big deal. Appearance wise, yeah.
I'm not
Like some of
discussing
the
a
tattoos,
motherfucking
like
thing. I've pierced my
whoa,
nipple, and my
whoo.
husband was like, "The fuck?
Oh
I don't
my
like that."
gosh.
I was like, "Well, God gave me these nipples. I do as I please. When He gave you those, you do what you want with
Hey.
them." He only didn't like them
Mm.
because he couldn't touch it for like a couple of months. He didn't care about it
Oh,
until I was like, "You
well, if that's
can't
the
touch.
only reason.
You can't put your mouth on that." And so for what? That was the problem. He didn't really care about the thing at all. But I
Oh,
wasn't
boo.
consulting anybody. This is my body. I'm not asking
Whew.
anybody about anything.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
asking
don't know.
anybody about, but
I
that's
think the
me.
bodies are a part of the relationship. The bodies are a part of the relationship. So that can cause a problem in the relationship.
Yeah,
So
I
it,
just had
it
to.
depends. It
I had to be
depends.
with someone that's going to love me. But I'm a reasonable person. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't like pierce anything. I'm just not someone that's gonna have like four nose
Right.
rings, which I don't find a problem with, but it's just not part of me. So he knows I'm
Yeah.
gonna express myself, but like my personality still keeps it
Yeah,
somewhat
within the
tame.
zone.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with
yeah, but I'm gonna explore that whole zone.
that. Right. I wouldn't make huge changes without discussion. I think the huge changes, I think they merit a discussion. It may not change what you're going to do. Like I don't think it should necessarily change what you're going to do, but I do think I would like heads up like, "Hey, listen, I'm considering putting a tattoo all this whole thing. Tattoo." I'm
Mm.
like, "Dang, really?" I mean, okay, but if that's what you want to do. I mean, cuz I'm probably going to have to put the stuff on it, the ointment. I'm probably going, to like
So
this
is the
it's
discussion asking for approval or is it just a notification?
No, consideration. I mean, it may be a discussion like, "Hey, listen, that would really bother me," or that may be a sensibility thing. But it depends on what it is. Like the
Mm.
nipple tattoos. I mean, the nipple piercing wouldn't be a problem. I know the one issue I had. Somebody got a tattoo with my name without telling me. That was a problem. Like, see what I'm saying? See your face? That's what I'm
With your
saying. That's the
name, there's
problem.
a woman walking
Exactly.
around with
That's the problem. See?
what?
But you see your face. See how your face was? It's a problem to do that
For
without
who?
knowing.
Is that for her next man? It's gonna be a problem. Is a problem for you?
I don't know. It just if we're
Tell
together
me,
and you
Arson,
do
tell me
something
you
like
didn't
that,
feel like the man when she tattooed her name on her body. You
two
didn't feel like the
two
man.
two sides. There's two sides. There's two sides. One, I said I didn't want it done, and you did it anyway. So I couldn't feel like
Mm.
the man if I expressed ahead of time I wouldn't want you to do that, and you do that anyway. You're letting me know I'm not the man because you've done what you wanted against it. As soon as I said don't do it is when you did it because
Mm.
I didn't overreact.
Mm.
That was the conversation. Well, you didn't act really strongly, so I went ahead and did it. Like, wow, really? I can't feel like the man then. So that's kind
But
of
she
tough.
tattooed your name. You have
Like I
a
said,
you.
it's two sided. It's two sided. It's two sided.
I am not
It's two sided.
tattooing nobody's name on my body at all. I don't care how many years of marriage, honey. I don't care how much money you got. You ain't nah, boy.
Bodies
Wow.
included. How much weight gain is deal breaker? How much weight gain? Weight gain is a deal breaker for a lot of people too. That can be a big thing.
I like a big boy though. Big like a truck, satisfying like a caddy.
Did I agree to be with the tennis ball? Listen, man, listen. It is crack crack. It is crack
That's
crack. But that
it.
was, that was a while ago. That was a while ago. Different
Wow.
lifetime, different lifetime. But I mean, but that kind of stuff is important because it reveals sensibilities.
Hmm.
Now, this
Hmm.
one is totally different lane. It's out of relationships. This was about got good old Daddy Bezos, Amazon making all that money. The average full time Amazon employee made $37,930 in 2020. In order to accumulate as much money as Bezos, an employee would have to have started working in the Pliocene epoch, 4.5 million years ago, when hominids had just started standing on 2 feet.
Hmm.
What do
I
you
don't have a
think about that?
Yeah, I don't care. I know
Oops.
people are pissed off like you listen, this is America, and if you're going to be a capitalist,
Mhm.
then be a capitalist. But don't be a capitalist when it's in your favor. And then when
Mhm.
you realize that the person who created the company takes all the risks, has like most of the responsibility, and now you're like, oh, it's not fair. I'd have to work all he made so much money from my labor, right? But they'll either be a capitalist, or not.
Oh
But that
gosh.
doesn't bother me. Like it just doesn't bother
Okay.
me. Like, so what? So what? This is America. Everyone's talking about it's a capitalist society. So what? What are you, my socialist? Right? And so until it's something that affects them, right? So it
Yeah.
doesn't bother me
Yeah.
at all. Like, he made his money fair and square. I don't know if he did anything behind the scenes that was illegal. I'm going along with the assumption that he made the company, it was fair and square, he ran his business,
Hmm.
he reaps the benefits. He took all the risks, he reaps the benefits. That's what we doing around here. That's what it is. So I can't be mad at that.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to reframe it while you were talking. I'm like, it sounds so terrible when I hear it this way. But when I thought about it, it's essentially as if he made a corporation that could employ 4.5 million people for 1 year. And when I say it that way, that's not so bad. Like, so 4.5 million years ago is the same as 4.5 million people for 1 year, which then it's like, okay, well, that's just a really large corporation. So I mean, I don't know. That's not so bad when I think about it a different way. I mean, that'd be a huge company though. That's like a state. Some states, small states
Right?
or
So
really
a lot
big
of people
city.
are working there.
It's a lot of people, but it's not
Yeah, a
that
lot of
many when you think
people.
about America. What, 340 million people? That's really
That one man is not responsible for making sure that America is employed. Right? People
yeah,
put a lot of responsibility on people that make money. People want to tell people that make money what to do with their money, how to spend their money, what charities to give to them. And it's their fucking money. If they want
yeah.
to smoke their money, wipe their behind with their money, go into a bottomless pit with their money, it's up to them. It's up to them. Right? Tell me
Okay.
about it.
Yeah,
Right?
Godless Sewing. I think I greeted you, but in case I didn't, hello. Welcome to the stream, Godless Sewing. Good to see you
Welcome.
again. And now this last one, and I
Oh,
know
I like
I
these
probably
so
brought
much.
this
I'm
up
sorry it's
before.
the last one, man. These are fun.
Yeah, okay. We'll have to do this again. We'll have to do this again. I find lots of random stuff. I just don't share it all in the Discord. But this last one, tell me what you think about. It's graduation season just ended, wrapped up. About within the last
Mhm.
month.
Mhm.
This young lady was at her, son's kindergarten graduation
Child.
dressed like this. What do you think about the way people show up at graduation?
Listen, this is horrible. This
I
is
wish
an
I could show you. I wish I
embarrassment.
found. I need to find the lady snatching the mic from the person. That's the one
I
I
saw
wish
that
I had
this
had.
morning.
Yeah,
I
me
saw that.
too. Smash.
Okay, look.
I can't stand you dirty.
This is terrible. I don't Is that really even a top, or is it like a bralette? The pants that she's wearing, they're way too short. It's inappropriate. The zip to the
Unbuttoned.
pants not even buttoned. Like, the top of the zip is not even buttoned. Like, I don't care if she's
Yeah.
married or not. This just is not decent. So this is
Yeah.
inappropriate, and I would be embarrassed. Like, her son might not understand the difference, but when he gets older, like,
Yeah.
I can't even like.
If
I don't
that
know if it's her son. I'm
surfaces,
making an assumption. It could be her brother. It could be a friend. I don't know who the hell it is. I'm making an assumption. It's mom. It did say proud mom or something, or proud graduate. What did it say?
he was a graduate. I think. Oh, if I remember correctly from the text,
Hmm.
it was his
Hmm.
mother.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's terrible. So that's when I say that that's way inappropriate. She could put some proper clothes on. You wouldn't go to
Yeah.
work like that. Like, and I'm so much a very free spirit. There's a lot of things that, like, I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, but you have to think, is this an occasion for you or for your kid? Everything is not about
Right.
you. And that was her kid's moment. So show up, put yourself in the background, make sure that he's in the foreground, because what she's wearing puts herself up front. And it's a situation where
Yep.
she's not thinking about her kid. She's thinking about herself, in my opinion. Very inappropriate. And I
I
don't care if it
definitely
was
do agree.
110 degrees with no AC in there. Like, find a muumuu and wear that. You know what I'm saying? Find a muumuu, let it air, and wear that, but cover yourself up and be appropriate. Find a beautiful one.
Dury
The,
said
the, come on.
jean panties. Jean panties. I like that. I'm obviously an atheist, but what happened to people wearing church clothes and just dressing for the occasion?
Right?
It's become a whole new thing. People wear what they want
Mhm.
wherever they want. They go everywhere dressed like they just woke up out of bed sometimes. Or it's
I've
crazy.
seen men wear like pajama pants. Do you see people wearing pajama
Yes,
pants at the bus stop? And I'm like, did you wake up in that, or did you, after you took a shower, you put pajama pants on, or did you just
right.
never took them off from last night?
Now
Like,
listen, I'm gonna tell you when the pajamas outside thing caught on, I was down for it. I was
what?
so down for it. I was so ready, and my family was like, "No, you are not allowed to do that." They were like, "We won't ever talk to you again." And I was
Ooh.
like, "Because I know my nephew, and because I know my mother." And it was like anywhere if we're ever near you and you're dressed like that, we're
Mm.
walking away. We're Uber. We don't even care. They were like, I'm not talking to you anymore. And I was like, you know what? Because I
There
know
you
they're
go.
serious. Because I know
Hmm.
they're serious. I was like, let me actually rethink this. But it was amazing. It was like, you know what? I can just go anywhere in these flannel PJs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Them Louis Vuitton pajamas. Oh man.
They're
Some
nice. I
pajamas.
saw them at what was it, Nordstrom? They're nice. They're not all $2,000 though. Some people are like, oh, these $2,000. I think Anton was talking about how they're not all $2,000, folks. They're a few $100.
Mm.
Some of them, depending on which one, can be more expensive, but they are nice. They're thick,
Okay. So
well made.
listen. Well, thank you for indulging me, Kendra. And we'll have to do some more deep dives on some
Yeah,
random things, but
I
I
like
do
that.
want to get to the topic. Yeah, I had fun. I had fun. We are talking, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. We are going to be talking about the solutions that we started last week. Well, we
Mhm,
did that brainstorm and we were
mhm,
talking about safety of women, black women more in particular. How could we achieve that? And there was a whole list.
mhm.
And let me pull that up. There was an entire list
There's a lot of
of
stuff.
things. And it was they were random. We were
Hmm.
kind of random with it, but that was the point.
Hmm.
The point was to
Yeah,
just have
brainstorm.
stuff to brainstorm. So,
Mhm.
just to bring that in, we had a whole list. So what we're
Mm.
going to do is just grab a couple out of this list.
All right, cool.
Grab a couple out of this list and then start working on SWOT analysis. Now, I know one of the things Greg Bryant was talking about, he talked about Second Amendment. Second Amendment.
Yeah, that,
So we
yep,
had
agreed.
quite a few. So I want to start with Second Amendment because everybody carrying a gun is one thing that people can do. We do have enough guns in this country. So we want to actually look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of a solution. Is castration still in there? We can do that next too. We got Bree here, castration.
Bro, you can come up with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a
Let me
thing.
see.
Let
Nah,
me get my
me
little
and my
lip
green
gloss
teenage
here.
mutant ninja.
Hold up.
Yeah, get what you need. Me and my green teenage mutant ninja turtle pajama pants got me hell of numbers. Listen,
Mm.
man, I really wanted to. And see, Dory's like ban handguns, but if all women was walking around like who was that person? Oh, I can't think of that lady. She was famous for it. Oh, she was famous for in the Wild West. I can't think of her name anymore. I haven't used it in so long. Jeez, I can't remember her
So,
name.
while we were talking about this and last week, I looked up all of the states that have like an open the top five states with the least amount of crime. I think,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't, and I'm almost certain that four out of those five states, they're all open. They're all like, you don't need a license,
Open
you don't need a
carry.
permit to carry. Yeah.
Annie Oakley. Thank you so much, Godless Sewing. I haven't used that name in years, but
Annie
she
Oakley.
was famous for that gunplay. She was a famous sharpshooter.
Oh,
So for
good for
sure.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they
Handguns.
were. Oh, was it handguns? Mm.
Yeah, just exercising two-way was the overall. We just kept it kind of broad. Second Amendment, women carrying. I know a lot of women do not want to carry, but
Hmm.
that is one possible solution. We're just going to look at the four zones of
Hmm.
that. So women
Before we get
carrying
into this,
guns. Yeah,
right
please,
quick,
please.
how
Yeah.
did you hear about SWOT analysis? Because this is not something that most people know about. So, like, I would like to ask you real quick because I learned about SWOT analysis through. Oh, wait, what is this? What is this? No.
I when I was doing when I was that's one of the ways, the tools I work through stuff for myself. It's a glorified pros and cons. It's like pros and
Hmm.
cons with an extra dimension to it. So I
Hmm.
learned it in college. I actually learned it in college. So
Wow. I learned about it when
yeah.
I started working for financial firms.
Ah,
Yeah, financial firms is how I first heard about a SWOT analysis, as well as
yep.
EBITDA, and all that other EBITDA. We're not going to get into that, but they would do a SWOT analysis on. I used to work in mergers and acquisitions, and it
Mm-hmm.
was just called M&A.
Okay.
And so when they were acquiring a company, like part of the presentation of deciding whether it was worthwhile to, and when I say a company, I'm talking about millions of dollars. They would do a SWOT analysis. So I'm so happy to see us applying this to
Yeah.
actual other, social issues as well. So yeah, that big up
Yeah.
for you for that. Yeah, I love it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Trying to bring some tools to the space. We spend a lot of time just talking about the problem. And no, it's slavery, and it's they're just late. We do a lot of that. So like, let's actually work on the opposite side of it. Let's work on the problem solving
Yeah.
aspect of it. And even if it's just the mental piece, even if it's just
Hmm.
us thinking through it, it's better to practice thinking through issues than identifying problems all the time, because
Right.
everybody can point stuff out all day. We can do that all day. It doesn't take any effort to point out what we see as a problem, whether it's right or wrong. But it takes some mental effort to actually sit and try to work through a solution.
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
let
So
me
the
see.
strengths to wait.
Uh
Who's
oh.
Robert Smith?
He's the black billionaire. There's a
Oh,
guy, black billionaire. He's a black billionaire.
I'm never getting married again. So you didn't gotta never ever, 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 ever. I like to have fun on the internet, but I'm never getting married ever again. But we can talk about that.
So we're going to start with 2A, and then we're going to move into Breeze. We're going to move into Breeze castration.
Oh,
And we're going to also keep this in the context of what this was last week. We played a video, 10-minute video. In Chicago, black women account for 25% of all crime victims of every dimension:
demographic of
property
everything.
crime,
Damn.
sexual assault, abduction, murder. 25% of all crimes
Mm.
together, they're the victim of 25%, even though they only like somewhere between, I think it was like somewhere between 10 and 16% of the population. So well overrepresented. And I think I can't remember all of those stats, but anyway, it was a really disproportionate amount. So that's where this conversation started. Like, well, let's actually just pick that would be the topic, and let's just start brainstorming solutions. So some of
Can
the
I ask you a
solutions,
quick
like,
question? Is it only in
sure,
Chicago or is it across America? Is it
that
just in,
percentage, that
for?
percentage was for
Hmm.
Chicago specifically, but we
Hmm.
know that places where black people are, they're going to be disproportionately represented in crime stats. And as
Mm.
far as who the perpetrators of the crime are, men are going to be disproportionately representative as the perpetrators of those crimes. Like
Mm.
violent crimes, like men are just like the jail. I think it's like 9-1 as far as population for men to women. It's a really hot men. Most men are committing most crime, or the crimes that get people locked up. I'll say like that. The crimes that are getting people locked up, men are getting locked up for them.
Okay.
I'm so curious about breed. And like as a point, like castration would not solve the problem of somebody
Violence.
getting their car tagged. Somebody tagged the car. But so that's going to be one of the weaknesses of that point. But for sexual
Mhm.
assault, it might be it'll be a strength. So that's like, just as a real, like, that's how we're working through this.
All right. So we're looking at SWOT analysis specifically right now for all women carrying a gun, correct?
Yes. All
So the
women carrying.
strength, the strengths. Well, for
Mm-hmm.
one, I mean, obviously there will be a boost in the awareness of the dangers of guns and how to use it. And I would hope that, because before I have a gun license, and before getting a gun
Okay.
license, you have to go through a class. It's not like when you get a gun illegally, I'm assuming that you haven't gone through any classes or anything like that. Right. So when you do get a gun legally, you go through classes, you have hopefully the pricing on guns, because guns are not cheap. Like they're
Mm-hmm.
a few hundred. dollars. Like my Smith investment was like $750 plus you got to get a safe and all this other stuff, right? And there's a registration code, like a VIN number on your card. There's also a serial number on them. And so hopefully when crimes and things like that occur, we will be able to trace back, where these, who got shot, what happened. There'll just be more people in the system, whether you find that to be a weakness or not, more people, so we can trace back where these, who got shot, and things like that. So hopefully people will be more
So
aware
gun
about like gun
registration.
safety. But the weakness to that also is that like if you have kids, guns are
Ooh,
expensive.
yeah.
Guns are expensive, so you can't just buy a gun and think that you can just leave it on the counter fully loaded. You can't. You have to also buy a safe. And the safe is also hundreds of dollars. So it is
Right.
costly. It is costly.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's
What
a
about you?
few
What do you
strengths. We
think?
got. No, I think those are good ones. Gun registration is a strength. I do think it would also, what is that called? It would make for safety. It would make second guess. Second guess. What do you call that? Like assault, crimes of assault. So it would. I don't know how to phrase it though. Like it would.
Oh, you're saying that you would know exactly who shot who because you wouldn't have to second guess where it came from?
No, like as far as if I were a perpetrator, if I were out there on the street and I'm like, man, I want to grab up some woman, I would have to think twice because she's got a. I know she's carrying a gun. Like, man, do I
Mm,
feel like getting shot today? Do I even want to take that
mm,
chance? Like, you know what I'm
mm,
saying? Like, there would have
mm.
to be some layer of like second guessing crime. It couldn't be the opportunity, the crime of opportunity aspect of it. It will become more problematic because they're not such easy victims. So I don't know how to phrase that, but that's
Right.
definitely
People
a
would
thing.
think twice. Hopefully, people would think twice. Exactly, to be like an
Oops.
irresponsible owner, you know.
But that is another weakness, though. That a lot more like lost guns, so irresponsible lost or stolen
Before you, okay, so
guns.
when you click on, as you're typing this, click that little, right, just click it one time for me, and then go up to where you said, oop, okay, just
Like
go up
click
to,
where?
oh, okay, so click the box that says lost or stolen guns just one time, just so that it's selected. Just click that once, and now go on your bar, and where it says, you see the little bullets. Don't press it. Just, you see those little bullets with the lines going next to it in the middle of the bar. It's okay. You see effects, the word effects on
Up
your
here.
on your bar. You see that word effects. Okay, don't press it. Go over to the left. Over to the left one more. Go to the one more time. Click that, and perfect. Okay, so now when you bring it down, it won't do all that shifting. Okay. For
Okay.
for for that one called lost and stolen guns. So you copy the one that says lost and stolen guns because we didn't do it for the rest of them, and use that one now. Oh, you're doubling. Oh, I usually do something else, but that's okay. When you type in there, it won't like shift all over anymore.
Got you.
It'll be aligned to the left. Yeah. Anyways, so sorry. Make your life a little bit
Yes, sir.
easier.
Sorry. Increase ability to protect yourself. Yeah. So
And then the thing
because I
about,
could,
oh, sorry.
because I could have done. Let me say. Give me a second. While you go ahead and talk, I'm gonna do this a second way. I'm gonna go ahead and. I think the way you're talking about is this way. Let me see.
Yeah. So it stops you from like having to, yeah, like everything gets lined up to the side there. Anyway, so what I was gonna say is also, as a woman, and that I'm not a very big woman, one of the weaknesses of gun ownership is finding out where to carry your gun. Unless the state that you live in, you're going to wear your gun on the outside of your body. But if you're doing concealed carry, and you want to have your gun inside your pants, underneath your clothes, that's also another added expense, right? Because oftentimes a lot of us wear fitted leggings, fitted clothes, and that bulk of a gun is sometimes a little bit difficult to conceal. So it is not a good idea to carry your gun in your purse. It should be on your person at all times, because if someone snatches your purse, it's your responsibility to know where that gun is at. You have another gun out there floating around that could possibly harm someone. So another weakness for a woman in particular, it's not like my husband carries his and he doesn't care because, he's a bigger guy. He wears a t-shirt and he wears like a shirt over top. And so it's loose enough where you can't see it. But for me, I'm always trying to look up, and I'm not a woman with them tickle bitties, right? If you have a big chest, women do have special bras that you can wear and it's concealed under your cleavage. You can kind of like go in there. But if you're small like myself, you don't got that many places. So you got to start thinking. That's another thing you got to think about. Where are we going to carry this gun? And it should be on your body. It should not be in a purse.
Give me a second.
Right. Oh, I love this. Give all children free college tuition. If anyone breaks the law on college tuition, hold on. Tuition gets revoked. People don't change unless they stand to lose something they think. I love that idea. I
Yeah, I did
actually
add that to the
really,
social list.
really, really like that idea a lot.
Let's add that as the third one. Let me see.
Yeah.
College. That'll be our
Because
third
people are
one.
not
So that'll be the
invested in
three.
things when they feel like the money is just, oh, I love that idea so much. Like that speaks to a lot of different things. I feel like when I give a
Mm-hmm.
gift to some people, not all, but they don't appreciate, like if it's super expensive, like they don't appreciate how much where I worked, what I did to get that, because it's free for them. But when they buy the same exact thing and they work for it, there's a little bit of care. So if there's something to lose, I hope that would change people's mind about, getting a trade, going to college, whatever it is. Trade school should apply also, not just because not everyone wants to be in academia, right? We need people with trades in this country. So that college tuition for trade school should also apply.
Mm-hmm. Should be federally mandated to report a stolen, lost gun. If not reported, you should be tried as an accomplice for whatever crime was
Oh,
committed with that gun.
ooh,
I do
wow,
like that.
Apex. Let me think about that. That's interesting. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you should report if it's lost or stolen. Why not report it? I don't know about accomplice to a crime though. God diggity darn it, that's
I
rough.
mean,
But my,
if you're not reporting it, you know it was lost or stolen. Why wouldn't you want to report that?
but if it's lost or stolen, is that going to change someone from committing the crime? The fact that it's lost or
No, he's just
stolen.
saying the report. You're not responsible for
Right, right,
the
right.
crime if you report it. All you got to do is say, "Hey, my gun was lost or stolen," and that's it. And then your culpability is done.
I agree with you there, but I'm saying like even if you didn't report it, which I believe that you should, why would you charge someone as an accomplice to the crime? Like that's just a bit too much for me.
For
Like you
being
should.
irresponsible.
Ugh, I don't like it, but I see the point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because we
Yeah,
don't know what type of crime. Just because you failed to report, you might get charged with accomplice to
seems like a bit
murder or something
heavy,
like that. It feels
right?
heavy.
It seems a little heavy. It just feels like that crack cocaine. The difference between crack and
Ah,
cocaine to
crime
me.
bill. Yeah, that's one of our solutions. Crime bill two. Crime bill two is one of our solutions.
Mm.
So yeah. So let me see. You were talking about. I put carrying and clothing because Bree said yes. Where would you keep it? But were
Hmm.
you listing that as a weakness? Like knowing where to even
For a
keep it? Like
woman,
with.
yeah, it's definitely a weakness. There's a lady on Instagram that I follow. All she does is she shows women where to conceal. And there's a lot. If you look into it, there are women on YouTube that,
Mhm.
they discuss how to carry it, but it is a thing. It's heavy. Like these guns aren't light. So
Yeah.
do you want to have this bulk on you? It's something to consider. But if you consider your safety, you're going to figure it out and work with it. Buy something. You don't got to buy a huge, huge, huge gun, but it's something to, it is an issue. Let's not
Yeah.
pretend like, I'm just going to buy a gun and I'm going to be safe. No, you got to get a safety for it. You got to buy a safe. You got to, when you carry it, don't carry it in your purse. You got to buy something to carry it on your person with. There's this other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. So those are
especially
strengths
if you're
and
small.
weaknesses. In the chat, are there more strengths and weaknesses that you all can identify for the gun solution? Verify your completion of gun safety training and verification of mental evaluation annually. Let me see. Hold
Mm.
on. So what is that in relation to? Is that to
If you
the
should keep your gun or not, if you should keep your license or not, but that's kind of hard to do. I see the need for it though. I see the need for it, but right now, as the
verify
gun
gun
laws
safety
stand,
training?
that's going to be hard to do.
Still requires training. I already got requires training in there and
Like, why did my teeth leak on this cup so
mental
much?
evaluation. And that's also a strength. Mental evaluation. Okay, so are there any
You
more
think a
strengths?
mental evaluation is a strength?
It is because it would remove the ability for people who are unhinged to have access to guns. So that's why it's both a strength and a weakness because it eliminates some people from having guns, which were having guns for safety. So they wouldn't have access to safety defense measures, but it would keep people who are crazy from having guns. Like so, that's a double-edged sword. That's why I just put it in both categories. Because there are people out here doing a lot of damage with guns because they're unfit to carry.
Hmm.
But also people who are unfit to carry then don't have the same protection that other citizens have. So it's kind of
Hmm.
it's that's kind of tough. Strength is exercising your American rights. Okay, Bree, Captain
American.
America, Bree, Captain Bree America. In the chat, do you have any more strengths or weaknesses of carrying, open carrying, concealed carry, whatever? All women having to carry as a form of protection. Do you all have any more strengths or weaknesses that you guys can think of?
Do you think it will bring down the price of guns? Because guns are expensive, and if everyone is buying them, would it bring down the cost? Because
Ooh,
they're so expensive now. Like you can't even barely
it
afford it.
might. It might. Let me see. More competitive pricing. Gun pricing. Or it might have the opposite effect because there's more demand.
Mm-hmm.
More demand might raise
Can
the
up the
pricing.
price. Mm.
That's tough. That's tough. That's a tough one. I'm an honorary Canadian. I appreciate that. I want to cross that border. I got to cross that border.
Mm-hmm.
So let's think then on the opportunities and threats. What opportunities would that afford us? Now this is where it's going to get a little harder because these are going to be more
Yeah.
abstract. Opportunity. Oops. Stop.
Control Z.
That's what I'm trying to do. It wouldn't let me. Okay, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. All right, cool. There we go. Going to be an increase in accidental deaths. Now, I'm going to add that to threats. Accidental deaths. Because that would
Mm-hmm.
be a threat to that. As soon as people start dying accidentally or women start shooting people, there's going to be a backlash. There would definitely be a backlash.
Mm.
Accidental deaths. Let me see.
Opportunities.
What opportunities? I guess it would be an
Well, more people
opportunity
can get into the
for.
business of
Yep.
making better conceal, like the clothing that I talked about. More people will be able to
Yes.
get into business in order to make it more accessible for women to carry, whether they're using a leg strap or a bra, a special bra or whatever. Hopefully, more people will be able to get into that business, make it,
Yep. Classes, all of that stuff.
hmm
Um,
which, feeds
gun
back into the
ranges.
economy. The class, people teaching the
Yep.
classes, more awareness,
Yep.
yeah,
I like that. Plus, y'all were
business
talking about how hard it
opportunity.
would be for like where would we put the guns and stuff as women. People would have to start making that stuff. Oh, come on
Hmm.
now. Why would you do that? Why would we do that now? There we go.
Hmm.
So that's cool. That's a good opportunity. Let me see.
Hmm.
Build confidence in many women, their ability to protect themselves. Yes. Let me see. Increased confidence and safety.
But that can also be a
Increased
threat because people
safety.
get a little
Oh,
gun trigger happy, thinking that they can do whatever
yeah.
the hell they want. Because people already thinking the customer's always right. Which I have that
Yes.
thing drives me ape. batshit crazy, just batshit
Mm-hmm.
crazy. So when people don't get what they want, they might want to take the law into their own hands. And there's a lot of responsibility, like owning a gun. It's a lot of responsibility.
So Apex makes a good point. Licensing, the licensing on it,
All right, that's a
valid
good
intentions
thing
of purposing on it.
because
Man,
the more people that are buying it and have to pay the license for it, hopefully that increased revenue can go into back into the community. I don't know where,
right.
but somehow maybe go back into the community somewhere. But then
I'm
again,
gonna
that
put
licensing,
licensing
it's
in.
like, you know, that's also a weakness because to have to pay for that is like almost another subscription added to your life.
Mm-hmm.
Every year I gotta pay for this thing.
So that is a threat to this because I also see the licensing. That is an opportunity. The government,
Hmm.
local governments could make more money off of it, but it also threatens it because a lot of people will get disqualified, and then they will want to shut that bill down. Well, what if it's a law? If a whole bunch of like black people are getting disqualified because of the licensure, or they can't afford the licensing, or they couldn't qualify for some reason, that would be a threat to this because that comes
Do
up
you
in
have a
almost
gun
everything.
license?
Mm-mm, I do
Would
not.
you, if you can, you in your state?
I don't think they do licensing. You have to register it. You have to register your gun, but I don't think they had a license.
Also,
I
for
don't think
open
that.
carry, you don't need a license. You could just buy one if you need to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be open carry. I would never test the open carry here. I just wouldn't feel comfortable ever testing open carry in the places that are open carry.
I've seen in Connecticut,
But
it's open carry. You only need a license to conceal.
yes, now it was a concealed carry license, but they removed that. I want to say like a couple years back. They removed the concealed carry need because you used to have to take a class, pay some money for to go to class and all that, but they cut that out, and I'm not sure why.
Mm.
I'm not even sure why. Nothing really happened to prompt
Hmm.
it. More chance for bad outcomes from emotionally unregulated people. So that is a threat. Let me see.
Exactly. People who think they have a right to this and a right
Let me
to
see.
that. And I don't even want to talk about like people coming to the hospital with their damn guns, like the emergency room. I would never, ooh. Can you imagine people who are just like carrying and sick and pain and, ugh,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of problems there too.
Oh yeah,
There
that's
needs
a
to be
threat because
like
that
an
would.
area where like in your car, I don't know, cause like, I know they're like gun-free zones, but a gun-free zone, just like a drug-free zone, doesn't really mean a whole lot. It just means you're going to get fined more. But like
Yep.
certain buildings are gun-free, so where do you leave your gun? Like I'm going to the supermarket, I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm going to go pick up my
That's a good
kid.
point.
Where am I going to leave my gun? If everyone's carrying a
Mm-hmm.
gun, where am I going to leave it when I go pick up my kid or go
Yep.
to the hospital? Forget picking up your kid. Let's say going to the hospital. I got to go pick up auntie, blah, blah, blah. I want to go visit uncle, blah, blah, blah at the hospital. Where are we going to leave this gun at? Because as soon as I tell you, you can't get what
Wow.
you want, I don't need you threatening me.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, I didn't even think about that one. Thank you,
Oh,
NA.
yes. Yeah.
Ooh,
That's
boy.
a great one. Yep.
Oh man. Yeah, because that would be a good hustle. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even selling the guns. People like they sell everything. They sell food stamps. They sell pills. They would sell guns too. I mean, if you
Mm-hmm.
need some money,
Mm. It's the
do you
issue.
think do you think that access to guns would give more women because guys have that confidence of physical. I'm threatening. I'm a man. I'm threatening. I'm large. Do you think that if women had guns, that some of them would be more prone to crime because they had guns and other people may not?
That like a woman would be more prone to like commit a crime knowing that she has a gun. But if you, I don't think so. Like honestly, this is one of the few, like there obviously I'm making a generalization.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously some women might be prone to do nefarious things because they have a gun, they have a little bit of control before, but this is one area where I feel like in general, women really just want to protect themselves overall. Otherwise, we would have straight chaos. And I think overall, most women just want to be safe. At least that's what I want to believe. And that's not to say that I don't understand that women are going to do, you got crazy women that's going to do crazy shit. That I'm not unaware. right? But
Hmm.
overall, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, because there's the access to guns. There's access to guns now, and it's not the case. So you're probably
Hmm.
right.
Hmm.
I mean, 'cause it's not like guns are just prohibited. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna go with you. I will go with you on that one.
They should choose a good time for
Are there any other opportunities or weakness in the chat? What's up, man? Drill in the building. I see you,
Hey,
my
hey,
guy.
hey, what up, Mandra? How you doing, brother? Hey, everyone. I can hear his voice when he
Yeah,
right. I can
yeah.
literally hear, "Hey, everyone,"
Yep. After you hear it so many times, his voice does just stick in your head, man.
and the
I think
snorting.
it's some sort of magic. Like you, some people, their voice it stays with you. It's like
Hmm.
infectious. Like
Yeah.
first, it's like I can't stand his voice, and it's like man, I miss man hearing Mandrell's voice. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just something about it.
Let me
But yeah,
think.
trying to
I
think
think we
any more
got quite a
strengths,
few
weaknesses,
stuff here. I'm surprised
opportunities.
at how much stuff we came up with. Wow.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we'll come back to that. We're just going to get the stuff again. This is more of the brainstorming part. So we have that
Yeah.
for 2A. Let's move on to Breeze.
Bree
Breeze
should be up here
solution.
for that. Like, I don't know about this castration thing. Ooh. Ow.
Well,
Yikes.
Bree knows if she's available, she know how to
Yeah,
get
she'll
in. So
type.
she
Yeah.
so now I know she said castration. I'm also going to put the second thing. She said or branding because she
Or
said
what?
put a brand on their
Branding?
forehead.
Ooh, like
Mm-hmm.
a cow?
Brand them on their forehead. Like so, people are committing crimes. So that way, it goes beyond sex crimes. So somebody's stealing, put a big scarlet S or something, big, something. So yeah,
Now, there's a lot of issues with that, but let's entertain the idea.
yeah. We're just entertaining the idea, and it can be a silly, silly and serious, because
Hmm.
it's what we're doing. We're just thinking through solutions, no matter
Yeah.
how
Okay.
far fetched they
So,
are.
oh, child. So, strengths to castrating people.
Now
Well,
listen,
I mean, it's going to solve people like repeat offenders that grape people. It would
it definitely
discourage people,
discourages
repeat
crime.
offenders. Yeah. Hit the little thingamajig.
Yeah, try to put it over.
Yeah. And get it to, there you go.
Let's see.
Yeah,
So it
it
definitely
would
discourages
discourage
crimes.
repeat offenders. People, yeah.
Man.
Mm. But who's going to do the castration?
Oh, I mean, we have jailers and stuff. They currently they inject people, they pull the lever on electric. Somebody will do it. There's somebody willing to do it. When I found out
So
that there are still places with jars of people's penises, pickled penis jars, and I mean, there's somebody will do it. People are crazy. Brio volunteer.
that's one nursing segment I'll stay away from because he wants $50.
This is crazy. It does discourage crime, especially repeat. Oh my gosh,
Hmm.
let me see. Let me see. The strength of it sends a message. It sends a very public message.
I mean, one thing you men do put on a pedestal is your dick. So I
I
would
mean,
imagine it would send a very strong message if that was in danger of people don't, so I guess it would send a strong message.
yeah. I'm assuming she's getting her mic and stuff ready.
I wonder how far it would go. Like, are we doing just the top? Or are we going all the way down to the base? Like, how much are we getting rid of with this
Oh
castration?
my.
Oh,
You know?
okay. I just
I
I
still got
just
to
jumped up
urinate.
here. Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
Brie.
hey, girl.
Now,
I
Dury. Dury. You'll take pickled penis over ranch, sir?
what? I don't even know. I just jumped up here to since this was so Rashawn prompted and said really extreme ones. So this was like one of my really extreme ones. So mind
Hey.
you, I was just throwing random stuff. But I think it's more for me as a punishment. I don't think it will
Mm-hmm.
stop people per se because there are
Hmm.
multiple ways to assault people, obviously.
Hmm.
So for me, it's a pure pain and suffering and punishment standpoint. I mean, I think you should take the testicles though too, if you were asking.
Oh my goodness.
We don't need them procreating. Sorry.
Ooh. Wow.
I mean, they can have the skin, but we'll snip them. We'll snip them. We'll let them keep that at least, but we'll snip them. I'm coming purely from punishment. Like if you assault children, that's what I was saying. Like if you assault children, especially, this should happen to you.
One of the
Assault children
is the assumption that only men great people. What about women that great people? What's the punishment for them? Like they don't have a penis to get rid of. There are women that assault other women. So how are we going to deal with making it? I mean,
there is female.
There is that, but we're coming from the place from that video we watched. Where
from the
men were the overwhelming.
Yeah, I think that's what the conversation was. And then, like for me, I think I was saying specifically once, this is for me, people who do it to children. Like I think that's what I was saying. Like people who do this to children, I think should get the worst punishment. Period. Period. So not everybody, but if you do anything to a child,
I'm gonna put that as an opportunity. It removes castration part. Removes them from jail.
That's also why I don't think they should be allowed to have kids. Because if you do something to kids, you should not be allowed to have kids. That's just my take on it. So if a female was found to be doing that, I think it's completely fair that she would have, whatever. I don't know. I think people who hurt kids should be sterilized.
I think they should be put to death, but I don't.
Yeah, exactly. If we could go there,
the need to castrate them, I think they just be unalived.
Right. If we could do that, that would be great.
Okay with the corporal punishment, but that's a whole different thing.
Okay.
Under the circumstance that we absolutely know. Not this frivolous, a trial by I'm talking about DNA was found, inconclusive. Like it has to be a situation which is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Right. It would have to be conclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it have to be conclusive.
Because I mean, there's false accusations and stuff happening every day. So that's what I mean. For something like this, it would have to be like known or repeat or whatever,
I'm with you. So what are some more strengths of castration? It's in branding. So it discourages crimes. It sends a very public message. It sends a very
maybe on the side of their neck. Maybe not their forehead. That's strong. Maybe just on the side of their neck. Yeah. Maybe like behind their ear. You know what I mean?
No. It has to be on the forehead because why brand them if it's going to be someplace that could be hidden?
I mean, the neck is pretty
visible.
But you could wear a turtleneck.
But if you seen a nigga wearing a turtleneck in July,
you gonna start asking questions.
Let me see that neck.
Let me see that neck. Which crime you got?
Or suppose all of them move down south or up north where it gets cold. Or suppose because of that branding, they all migrate to someplace that's cold where it's warranted that they have this. You know what I'm saying?
I guess they have. You better enjoy winter.
I'm fine with the forehead. For me,
she said on the forehead.
If we're gonna brand people, if we're gonna do this outrageous thing, put it someplace where we all can see. That's the point of it. Like
see them coming because we always say, man, it's not on their forehead. We don't know who's who because it's not on their forehead. Well, let's put it on their forehead.
They might get a little bang though.
A little bang. Not the bang.
Start seeing. I bet men will start wearing bangs. ASAP.
Yeah, that'd be funny. That would be hilarious. Watching that switch as men start growing they everybody or pull these down. Everybody had these down real low.
But if that happened, people would know. Like men wearing bangs. Like, let me see your forehead, bro. Before you come in a club, let me show me. It would.
I bet it would become like a dating thing too. Like it would be like a red flag. If a man has bangs, ladies, leave him alone. Like it's gonna become
no do rags. All right, let me see your head. Take them off. Yeah.
Just saying, why do I feel like I don't know. I do think we give people too many, like, I don't know. I just think currently people who are doing terrible things are getting just too many passes or second chances. Like I don't think everybody deserves a second chance. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. There's just some things.
Yeah.
So we need to be out about. I mean, especially because some women end up dating some of these people and don't know, you know, and they may have
Absolutely.
kids because of course predators try to find a way to get close to kids. So it's like we need some kind
True.
of branding that doesn't depend on you going and calling the police or doing a background check. I think background checks should be free as well, but you know, to some extent, depending on what, you know.
Yeah, we should have some kind of like Carfax on people that you can pull their history up. I'm not saying we don't need their social or nothing like that, but we need
Right.
like just some information, like a Carfax report before getting. I should be able to,
Exactly.
you know, do a little
You
Carfax
can
on these people.
you can do background checks, but you know, everybody can't pay for that. I mean, some of these communities where
That's
it's
true
happening are
too.
very poor communities where like people
Ooh.
are so desperate to partner up because it just makes more
Mm,
sense because they're so poor. And
mm,
so
Hmm.
if they're in that kind of situation, they're probably not going to pay for a background check or
mhm,
maybe not even know how to do one.
mhm.
Mm. Hmm.
Whew.
So I think we need physical markers that you've done something terrible. And if he don't have a penis, that's
I
very
mean, you know,
obvious. And he has a brand on his head or neck.
jeez,
Can't miss
Louise.
that one.
I agree with Bree. I have zero tolerance for people that hurt children. Period. LG Patrice in the building. I can period. How do y'all say the
For
period with the
real.
T on the end? Period. Like you add a
Periods.
you,
Period.
period.
It's really like it's not really a T. It's just like a period. It's like a pause,
Okay.
like a it's
Gotcha.
a sound.
I love us black folks. We be adding spice to everything. I love it.
Everything.
Yeah, it's because my daughter name has that T after a vowel, like, and
Hmm.
it's more like a pause. Like it
Hmm.
kind of denotes like a pause in between instead of more so.
Okay. I mean, you can hire a lawyer or police, and they can pull anyone's data from social media for you if you really need to get information. Okay.
Right.
I just think it should be
That's
a little
like
easier. We should be able to get an app right quick and,
right.
because when you're at the club and you're
Mm.
thinking about hanging out with somebody who's going to the police
Exactly.
and he looking good, smelling good and all that, I should be able to like get on my phone like, when we see what you're, oh, wow, no, I'm
That's,
doing that. No, thank
I mean,
you.
there's
oh man.
right to some extent you
You
can
know?
do like it's easy.
Oh
Like if you
no.
know someone's name, you can search mug shots, inmate reports. I mean, I know how to do it, but
Like,
everybody don't know
scan
how
your
to do
finger
that.
right here,
Okay.
please. I need you to scan your finger. Let me pull this report right quick and see
Yeah,
what
some kind
it
of
says,
some.
you know?
I don't know.
Mm, mm, mm. So, what are some more strengths people in the chat as well, and what are some
It's hard to come up
weaknesses?
with
I
strengths for
put
that one. The weaknesses are easy, but the strengths, ooh,
I
I
don't
think
know.
we
We
did
got
really
some good
good.
strengths.
I think we
those are
did
some
real
good
good with the
strengths.
strengths.
Those are some like the strength. Those
I
are some
mean,
strong strengths. Those are some
Yeah,
strengthy strengths. Like
like
those
for
is like
something
I think the
so.
weakness is like human mutilation. That is still it's still human mutilation. I mean, at the end
Hmm.
of the
okay.
day, still
Hmm.
mutilation. Human. It's a human rights violation. But
Hmm.
in my mind, it's like you already violated somebody else's human rights. So I don't give a fuck about yours. But it's still a human rights violation.
Hmm.
Yes.
And so
Yes,
this
I'm
is
gonna
more
go
like
with
a
that.
social. Doing this, we're really becoming more like of a social, because doing this is for the good of society, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so America, we talk about individual. We want to be individuals. I have my rights. I have this, and
Mm-hmm.
so it would be a little bit of a weakness because we're leaning more into and I don't think socialism in some regards is bad. Like I think there needs to be a balance between some social programs and some capitalism or whatever. But like I
Mm-hmm.
think in general, when you start implementing stuff like this, I always think, what's next? Like for someone that
Oh
like,
yeah,
you know
they
what I mean?
would like
You start
what's
that
next? So
snowball.
now you do this. You
You
know the
do.
conspiracy theorists
Ooh.
have
Right.
a
Like when you
field day with
start
it.
violating, suppose a person,
It's
steals
still
money from a
today.
company and like, and they stole money from a company and now everyone's out of a job. Shouldn't he also be branded also so we can know not to
Mm-hmm.
hire him? I don't know. It just starts to get this snowball effect into like what's next in terms of branding
We
people
going
for
full
something.
Hammurabi's law. We going full Hammurabi. You still I'm cutting your arm off. Let's go.
I'm gonna put the opportunity for corruption as a weakness because even
Yeah.
I know y'all both said it would have to be like clear-cut cases.
Yeah.
We've seen it, a lot of stuff is supposed to be clear-cut cases now. People still get falsely accused and convicted and spend 10, 20, 30 years in jail. So the opportunity that a lot of people will be getting castrated or branded and hadn't done anything. I'm going to put that in there.
Yeah, it's possible some innocent people.
Fails. It's not gonna. Nothing is 100% proof. So
I mean, they already overloaded anyway. The court systems. I mean, they're already so overloaded.
Okay. All right.
That's rough.
Well, what about opportunities and threats? Opportunities and threats. Now, one opportunity, it removes the castration part of it, removes people from the gene pool.
Now, listen, is that fair? Because a person like I don't believe in like the child is going to be like. There's a good correlate. This is a hard argument for me to make, but we're working it through. Just because I'm a piece of shit doesn't mean that my child's going to be a piece of shit.
Yeah,
right?
but you shouldn't have a child though. You shouldn't have none. If you hurt kids, you shouldn't have a child potentially under your care, period.
I agree with you. So I say that with already in the back of my mind, the but.
Right.
Like, but do you really want these people raising kids? But because there's a strong correlation that you're going to teach your kid how to also be a predator. Probably you're going to teach them how to swindle. So I say that and I'm like, oh.
Or you're going to traumatize them and they will repeat the cycle because you're probably going to traumatize them if you already are a known offender.
Right. It kind of seems kind of unfair to me too because. Well, you know what? We're already overpopulated. So if a child,
not like we got room. We can take a few. We can skip a few people.
Yeah,
we can skip a few.
Like, we gotta have more people. We good.
We really don't. We really don't need any more low quality people.
There you go. Now, the low quality people. We don't. What do you mean by low quality people?
People who are just like they didn't stand a chance. I mean, that's not like that's not shade to like, oh, because I don't think it. No, like there's just people who just were born into some mess and they never had a chance. It's just what else could they possibly grow up to become with some of the stuff some of these people. I mean, if we were talking about a child born to one of these people, like really, I mean. Maybe there's a chance they wouldn't do anything to their child. Maybe there's a chance they wouldn't do anything to their child. But
okay, I hear you, Bree, but some of that for me, when I listen to it, it makes some sense. But then I also think, isn't that the speaking point to why so many people think that lower class people shouldn't have kids? The same speaking point to like why black people look at them, they got their pants sagging.
It's almost like eugenics.
I mean, but that's what I mean. Like that's. Like, this is a direct correlation to me. If you assault or harm kids, it just really comes down to I don't think a kid should ever be left to your charge.
Understood.
So that for me, it's a direct correlation to that more so than their possible them as a parent. I just don't think that's.
Wow. That's some crazy stuff.
Wow.
Yes. Because of having a Leo parent. That is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
People get away with some stuff, unfortunately. I agree with Bree to a point because can we really say that person committing these heinous acts really be considered human and utilitarianistically? I don't think this is a word that benefits society.
Right. It's just for me, it's more so the correlation to that, to the type of crime. You know, like if you did this, then you probably shouldn't be entrusted with the care of the same group you're known to victimize.
But this is not about children, right? This is about women in general, right? But that's still fair. I mean,
no, I was saying
children,
I think I was just saying people who harm children. I don't even think it's specific to women. I don't think women who harm children should be able to have kids.
I think the same rule will apply for I would say sexual assault, rape. You know what I'm saying? So that still falls the same. That's still a problem. That still needs to be dealt with. So the castration will still apply. I think that would still be fitting. So
other opportunities for castrating and branding people.
I know that's so extreme.
It sounds funny.
It's so extreme.
Like sentences you never thought you would say in your life. What are the
I mean, there is
opportunities?
there is a threat that the capitalists will commodify this idea, though.
I was
Like
thinking about that.
because in America we have the rights for private companies to do things that they want to do, and as long as people consent to them, for the most part, like they can do it. So I feel like people will see this and be like, I want to brand some people for whatever random reason they want to brand people.
That is funny.
America is all about clothing, branding. So I just feel like it could go left, not in this punishment way, but I definitely see some capitalists being like, I like this idea of branding humans, Yeah. I mean, that's the threat.
Yes.
We'll be
That's crazy. What up, man? Drill.
What up? What up?
Hey, everyone.
See, doesn't it sound like it?
It is. I mean, people already put tattoos of companies on their body, so.
Yeah.
People do
I'll never
weird.
forget the Waffle House girl. That was crazy.
Yeah.
The Waffle House?
I went to Waffle House one time and this girl had a Waffle House tattoo. And I was like, I really hope she works here for the rest of her life because that is just so strange.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope she moves up in the company, but I hope she always works for the corporation.
She probably won't.
Or maybe she just really likes it.
She
I
might
mean, don't
like
get me wrong.
Waffle House.
Waffle House pulls a premium, late at night and your stomach's growling, but
She loved
I
it.
wouldn't tattoo it on my body. I would not do that.
She loved it.
So, Canadian, am I correct in understanding that you're okay with liquidating the undesirables?
Liquidating the undesirables? What are you talking about?
Like, what?
Capital punishment.
Oh yeah, I don't have an
like-
issue with capital punishment at all. Never did.
Yeah.
Wow.
Me either.
Not the way that capital punishment is currently enacted, right? I know every state is different, right? But I'm saying it would have to be in situation in which we absolutely know that the person is guilty 100%. Not these circumstantial situations in which, well, I think I saw the person, he kind of looked like that, I don't really know. It has to be only used. I would agree to it if it was like, this 5-year-old child, vajayjay was torn up and his semen and pubic hair was on her, right? That we can't discuss.
I mean, it would basically have to be like, how like what it takes to have capital punishment. It has to be like very.
It has to
like
be
it would have to
very
be to that level. Yeah,
That's
kind of
that
same.
level, not on some OBS, on like, well, I kind of think I'm not sure, whatever, nothing like that, But yeah, I don't feel like some people don't need to be on the earth. And I don't have an issue with that.
No, that's true. There are people where the world would just be a far better place if they weren't here.
Right, and so that's,
Yeah, that's true. And I agree with that. However, it's just capital punishment is not something to be taken lightly. You know what I mean? And our justice system is just...
Agreed. Our justice system is not currently in a situation in which...
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen often, though.
Yeah.
Right. No, a lot more than you might think.
Not now. I mean, more than most people would think, but it's not like, I feel like there's not often so many cases, I guess, that
Right.
It's definitely like a minority of people are getting capital punishment, I guess is what I would say.
But I don't want to veer too far away from the SWOT analysis. Do you have any suggestions?
I think these are... There we go.
When it comes to the castration part,
for this one,
with
need more weaknesses.
Are there weaknesses? Like, I mean, there's got to be some weaknesses.
There's a lot of weaknesses. I would not like after you brand someone, you have to make sure that thing heals. And I would not want to be the caretaker for seeing so many people. That would be traumatic for me to see so many men coming in here, and I have to make sure that
psychological care.
That psychological care from me as a nurse or whomever is responsible for making sure that this thing heals, because you can't just brand someone and go out there, right? You got to heal a little bit. You got to.
That's another one. Vigilantes.
I wouldn't want to do it. Oh, vigilantes is a huge. Who might decide to do it on their own.
Because they be like, oh, he got that mark. Let me go ahead and. That means I know he did it. If they got a mark, there's going to be people.
Know it was done by a vigilante, or if it was done legally. If someone just tries to take advantage of you, make their own branding and does that to you. Once it's there, it's there.
It would have to be like a seal. Like it would have to be like a very, you know how like legal seal. But you
that's a
know,
good point.
it's bootleg everything. But I do think people would probably see it and think, you know what, we're better off without them.
2.2 seconds to replicate that seal.
Yeah. Right. I was about to say they out here making fake bags.
There's a lot of the rest of that one. That's crazy.
This is rough. Oh, I mean, this this castration. Oh my
for capital punishment, but because the criminal justice system is so flawed, many innocent people don't deserve to be unalive because of it.
That's always
agreed. 100% agreed. I'm not saying that like just go. It would have to be in these absolutely egregious situations because right now the way that it's done is not good at all. But I'm just saying that like for people that like offend the extreme that we're talking about right here, we're in the extreme,
the extreme we're talking about
reasonable stuff. Yeah,
repeat offenders. You came out, you did this. Like we're talking about those people.
Okay.
Because if you do anything to a child, like you don't need to be walking on this. If I don't even like, for me, I don't even care about the castration and the branding at that point. Like you need to be removed.
And there's a lot of people who feel that way, so I think it would have the side effect of people just murdering them in the street. Like you see somebody walking with that brand on. I don't either.
There's a lady who her husband. I forgot what exactly he did. He's some kind of essayed. She had a daycare. I mean, you probably heard about it. She has a daycare, and her husband was found guilty of, I think, assaulting some of the kids at the daycare. And when she found out about it, because she took law into her own hands and shot him.
Yeah.
And I think he's still alive, but she's in jail now because of it.
Dang. Better aim.
Jesus Christ.
She should have she should just stabbed him in the kidneys.
She shouldn't be in jail, though.
She shouldn't.
Stabbed him in the kidneys.
She shouldn't be in jail for that.
Just saying, make sure it works. If I already decided we taking it there.
Well, the thing is about the castration is that we do have chemical castration. That's an option. So actually take chemical? Huh? Oh, you give people medicine to prevent them from being able to perform an erection. It reduces the amount of testosterone that's being produced in the body, and like you don't have the urge for sex like at all.
Yeah.
You know, we have that's an option
That's a great
explore.
option. Yeah, thanks for contributing. I never knew that was even an option. Didn't even know about that.
Yeah, that's been around for years and years and years, a long time. It's just it's not commonly practiced. For whatever reason.
Like what would you? Yeah.
Is there a reversal agent? Like, does it wear off after a while? Because the physical castration, like, there's no coming back. But the chemical, does it wear off after a month, a year? Do you have to?
No, whatever let's say whatever your sentence may be. I mean, I think therapy should be a part of it. While that person's is receiving their punishment, there should be therapy. Of course, jail time. Yeah. Chemical castration.
We got regular people who need therapy.
Yeah, well, then but the thing is, they choose not to get it, and that's no one's fault but their own.
I mean, we giving free therapy though.
I have a child.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I don't care how much therapy.
Ain't enough therapy in the world.
No therapy.
There may not be, but it's something that's not studied, and I think that's a part of the problem. It's not actually studied. We do need to know what causes a person to be that way. I think it's very important to know.
No, I don't need to know find out. It's irrelevant, Mandro. Why do we need to understand why someone is like that? Like, if they are this way, the society needs to know that you will be gotten rid of. But as to why you become that way, I don't need to. I don't care. I don't need to know why. Like, what we need to know as a society is that if I enact on this, I will be erased. And like, what is the benefit of understanding why someone is like that? What is the benefit? Like, because you are a curious, scientific, and strategic-minded person, I understand your curiosity. But what we're talking about is saving women. So, for the results of this conversation, like, what would be the result, the benefit to society to understanding this population of people?
Because perhaps if we understand it, there may be a way to prevent it before it happens. Like you might notice this person has It may be
Some
something
tendencies early
chemical.
on.
Yeah, it may be something chemical. It may be something genetic. It may be something as a result of trauma from their childhood. It may be a result of
because somebody else
anything we
should have
don't
been
know.
castrated and
Right,
had
right,
fucked around and had
exactly.
them.
And we could have seen the markers in them early on, perhaps in
Well,
children
that's
or
this to
adolescents.
fix it.
Well,
This
here's
to
the
fix
thing:
it
perhaps,
though.
perhaps in childhood or adolescence, and we could have gotten them the treatment they needed then to prevent this kind of
There
thing
is
from
no
happening.
treatment for certain types of personality flaws and personality disorders and deviancies. I mean, there is no rehabilitation, right?
Perhaps not. And I agree. There's some people who you just can't. I agree. There's some people who you can't who can't be
Yeah.
rehabilitated. There are people out there like that, but my thing is that not as many people as maybe some would think. You know, like a lot of people who are in jail 10, 20 years shouldn't be in jail 10, 20 years. And when you get, and the thing is, jail is supposed to be for rehabilitation, but we know now for a fact you can't, that it's not,
Says
it
who?
doesn't
Why?
rehabilitate anyone.
It's free
Why?
labor.
Who says jail is supposed to be for rehabilitation? Says who? Where did we come up with it?
Yeah.
Isn't it
That
supposed
is
to be
that is the
punishment?
actual assigned nomenclature to prison.
That's an mission
Rehabilitation.
I don't
statement.
want to go too far from this conversation.
Mhm.
This is a great
Right, but
conversation,
yeah.
but this is veering off. But like,
Well, no.
like, why? I don't know.
Well,
I
here's
don't
the
know.
thing. Here's why I think it should be for rehabilitation, because when you let them out, they no longer have their rights as a citizen. Okay, you can't vote, you can't own a firearm, you can't have certain jobs. So what
Right.
the hell else are they supposed to do except go back to what they got them in jail in the first place?
Okay, so I agree with you. Okay, this is something that we'll probably have to shelf for a little bit because this is a larger conversation that I would love to have.
Right.
But when we talk about rehabilitation, right, I want to know what kind of rehabilitation are we speaking of? So, for instance,
For
right,
this
I
for
don't
these
agree
people.
once someone serves their time, I don't agree that they should not have rights to vote. I don't agree that they shouldn't have rights to like get a job. I don't. It's like because you've already did your time, so you should be now free and clear. That's so I'm talking about like when you're in jail, you need to. It's a punishment, right? It is a punishment. Now, you know, we can discuss how that punishment looks, like what you should have access to. I'm not saying it should be cruel and unusual punishment in jail, right? But this idea that like I'm separating when you get out of jail, you should not no longer be continuously penalized, right? So I don't want to really get into that, but I think that should be free and clear. You should, once you do your time, it should be over with, right? But when you're in jail, this is a freaking punishment. Now, there should be different, and I don't know how jail works or prison and different things like that, but like certain crimes need punishment. Other crimes, I feel like, you know, drug charges sometimes and the weed and the some of that stuff, I'm like, really, are we really putting people in jail behind some of these stupid ass things like stealing a book bag or you know, pickpocketing? I mean, I don't want people to pickpocket, but like I'm not saying they need to be in the same cell as someone that like literally is a murderer. Right, that person needs punishment.
And I don't believe that I don't believe that
Rehabilitation to me.
right. I don't believe people who have a sentence that if you're in there from 0 to 30 years, you should not be in prison with lifers.
Perfect. Okay, great.
That's one thing, you
Yeah.
know, because lifers have nothing to lose, so they'll get you in trouble while you're in prison and get your sentence extended and all that kind of stuff because now you're committing crimes while in prison. But you're right. This is a much deeper conversation, and it's my
I'm like,
fault
it's
that
a
we're veering
whole
off
different
topic.
conversation.
Yeah,
Like,
it's my fault that we're veering off topic. I apologize for that.
Every time.
Let's get back on message. No, but one thing led into another. I mean, the topic led me into that direction. So, again, I apologize for that, people. Let's get back to this. Okay.
Nah, I mean, but that actually could be part of this at some
Yeah,
point
good
because
question.
a lot of the
Yeah.
people who are doing the criminalization of women, going back to that video from Chicago, are repeat offenders. They've gone through the rehabilitation system. So, you know, the recidivism rate is what it is. It's typically the same people going in and out from as a young age. This stuff starts happening. So that can definitely end up being pulled into this conversation at some point.
Yeah, but they're not being rehabilitated. I think that's part of the problem.
But yeah, so that would be
Yeah.
like rehabilitation. That's a part of this conversation because okay, let's say somebody does offend, but it's not like they just tag somebody's car. They tagged some woman's car, stole her car, or you know the Kia boys. You know they took her car. She couldn't get to work. She got kids. That impacts women. That's part of the crime. but they're back out. They're doing the same thing next week. What could we do as part of the rehabilitation system to not throw away the whole person, but allow for women to have the safety and fluidity to move through in and out society without fear of these issues, but also not throw away the young men into the men who are doing like it's one thing and they made some choice. So I mean that's a conversation that can be
Yeah, because people
easily
do make
folded in.
mistakes. We are airheads as teenagers. Our brain
Yeah.
isn't fully developed. So I do recognize that, people are going to make mistakes.
Yeah, yeah. But when it comes to children, I'm with you guys too. I have a zero tolerance policy for that. You do deserve some kind of punishment. Now, what the punishment it looks like, I think it depends on the person's age. 'Cause if you're talking about teenagers going after teenagers, and it's not rape, but because you have situations where teenagers might, engage in coitus, and the
I'm not
parents
talking
find
about
out about it,
teenagers
and the
at
parents
all.
find out about it, and then they're like, "Oh no, you raped her," and then there's the accusation
Rape.
when it was consensual.
Yeah, but like I'm definitely not talking
But you
about
talk about
that
adults going
at
after
all.
kids.
No,
Oh,
We're
okay,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
I'm talking
And we're
about
talking about clear crimes, clear cases of
yeah.
crime.
I get you.
Nothing ambiguous. Nothing ambiguous.
Yeah,
Nothing
because it's our
ambiguous.
foundation.
Yeah.
We're just laying the foundation right now. We haven't built on all the nuances at this point. We're just really building the foundation right now of the straightforward, clear cut.
Yeah, because
Well,
technically
with
a
that,
teen is not an
I get you.
adult,
Well,
so.
for adults who have the children, I say children who are ages 14 and under. Um, well, then you know better. Come on, dude. And that child has to deal
I
with
think
that.
18 and under.
Well, no, because 18-year-olds
Because
lie.
I'm talking about heinous crimes against children. Heinous crimes, not like she ran away with this older guy who she fell in love with. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about heinous crimes, special victims units, like heinous crimes against children. Like not none of that. I still put that in that area Candy Ann's talking about. Like your 14-year-old ran away from home with her boyfriend she met online, and like, I mean, yeah, he should be punished still, but I feel like that's not what I'm very specific about heinous, violent crimes against children. Period. I think they should be.
Oh yeah, if it's heinous, violent crimes against children, then you get what you get. Whatever the punishment looks like, as long as it's not too soft. Because now you got this movement where they're trying to say, well, it's okay to be attracted to young people and children. There is an actual movement, yes. And there have been petitions to Congress that are on the desk of Congress. Nothing signed yet, but people are arguing for that.
But that's a waste of time because I don't really care what you think about. You know what I mean? For me, it's all about it. People can think whatever they want to think. Like honestly, that's not a fight to have. Because I don't care. I really don't care what no.
The pedophiles are trying to fight it. The pedophiles.
Well, they can think whatever they want.
Yeah,
you can think whatever.
That's not where
we're
at now. That's not where we're at now.
Okay.
So we're going with the facts on the ground right now, and then we're trying to think about what are possibilities. We came up with all these possibilities based on the situation outlined. Women are at threat of men in society based on that thing from Chicago from last week. So women are threatened by men in society. Bree stretched it out to kids because there are girls become women. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So then we came up with a whole list. We brainstormed a whole list of possible solutions. So now we're just doing a SWOT analysis. This is the only thing we're doing today, is a SWOT analysis on a few of those things.
But I think the castration's done though. I think
we got some good stuff on that one. So we're going to move on to the one from the college tuition one. The college tuition one from Brother He Said. The college tuition one from Brother He Said. I love this one. Yeah, that was interesting because he had mentioned, and I wish I had started, but I did not. But he had mentioned offering college tuition to all young people, and if they violate any crimes or anything, they lose access to that. But I'm gonna pull it up. I'm scrolling up to find. There it is. Bam. Bam. Give all children free college tuition, and anyone breaks the law, your college tuition gets revoked. People don't change unless they stand to lose something. They would think twice for little Billy. So I will
for Americans, because the free college tuition, who's gonna okay, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt. I have thoughts and I'm just
it would have to be Americans. That's who we're talking about.
I was just about to say, I see where you're going, and I agree. It has to be American citizen, natural born American citizens, not nationalization. You nationalize, go get them student loans.
Well, if you're a naturalized citizen, if you're a citizen of the United States,
no.
Well, hold on, wait, hold on. We're talking about citizens, like citizens of this country.
I say natural
like
born.
that's what this is applied. But there are naturalized citizens as well. They carry the word citizen behind their name. They become citizens, so they are full-fledged citizens of this country.
Those people have dual citizenship. You can't. You can't. My thing is,
Mandrill.
Yeah.
I need you to hear me. These people have citizenship of the United States. Anybody that has citizenship of this country gets the rights of a citizen in this country. Like that's something we're just going to accept. If you want to argue about dual citizenship or visas or something, today's not that either. It's like,
well, I had mentioned the college tuition for citizens because it's an expense for society, right? Mm-hmm. And someone's got to pay for it. Like the teachers got to get paid. They don't get paid enough as it is. So I was thinking of other people coming over here to take advantage of that, and then all that like weighs down on us as a society because so we got to have, I don't know exactly where the demarcation is going to be, whether it's going to be natural born, nationalized, or whatever, but like we can't have people hopping over here. That's part of the reason why medicine is a little bit too expensive right now. I'm exaggerating when I say a little bit, right? But people hop on over here, get medical care, and then hop back over to their place, and we're left with the cost. So that's the only reason why I mentioned it, because we have to. So I see why Mandrell said that, because what prevents people from just coming over here getting the free tuition? Because you still got to pay for the building, you still got to pay for the teachers, you still got to pay for the computers, the electricity, all that stuff.
You can make a rule that they would have had to graduate from like a high school in America. They would have had to like attend at least 2 years or more of high school over here, or attend high school.
But do they need that now to go to college? Like it's like to get to
go
to college. Like we already have.
Oh, I was gonna say I would feel like this would have to be something you would start. I don't think you could retroactively just give it to all adults in America, because even if we found the funds for it, that would quickly eat up all the funds. So it would have to be something that from the date of inception, it would be children currently in high school and beyond would get that privilege.
Well, I mean, when you say here's the thing with colleges though, is that when you look at the endowments, and the media has blasted this all over the place, even though media sucks, but when you look at their endowments, they get enough endowments to pay every bill that's associated with that university. Like, no university in this country as of today or as of ever has to charge tuition, period. None of them do. That's up to Ivy League, Harvard, Yale, Brown, all of them. No college in this country has to charge tuition, yet they charge these ridiculous prices. And so you wonder, what are you doing with the money? Because they get enough money in endowments to pay everybody's salary, every bill, maintenance, all of that. So this is actually something that you can start as of right now. Well, there's not capitalism. You kind of just taking people's money for no good reason.
No, I mean, no, like you just surplus. Like the goal is to make money. There's not
it's a surplus.
Stop trying to make more and accumulate money. So I just think that's just part of the capitalist model.
Fair enough, but they don't have. The thing is, they don't have to charge tuition. They don't, and this is something you can actually implement as of like starting right now. Boom, we could do this right now and hit the ground running. No one misses a beat. Free college tuition for everyone. That's why you have so many people pushing for free college tuition. But then you got other people saying, like I have a cousin. She and I debated about it, and she was saying, well, that would devalue the college degree. I'm like, the degree is already devalued.
Well, like, no one really values it now. Private institutions.
Well, that's their fault. You know what I'm saying? And they also get federal funding.
there are studies that show that when you educate society in general, that overall, over time, those people get decent jobs. They contribute to society.
Right.
I
Their
agree.
funds come back in. So like it's not going to devalue the degree, but
I
overall, those
agree.
people are thinkers. They're builders. They're entrepreneurs, and so eventually that money comes. Like an entrepreneur creates revenue and capital. So you're going to definitely get your money back, but not immediately. But what I would say is, instead of free tuition, maybe to solve some of these issues that we're coming up with, we can amend it to a cap on certain degrees. Like, for instance, a nurse makes, I don't know what the national average of nurses make. I know what I make, child. But let's say in general across America, nurses make, I'm going to make up some random ass number, $50,000. Then for a nursing degree, it should never cost more. There should be a cap. $50,000, and you can't charge no more than $50,000 for a nursing degree. If you go into a different type of degree that nets you more money or less money, there should be a cap on how much they can charge for that degree, because and it'll be fueled by the national average for how much. You can look up online how much is nurses make in America, and you can look up at that number. That should be the driving force if we're going to amend it somehow. And they should still lose their funding if they create a crime. They should still lose their fee.
That's a
That money.
sound. Yeah, that's a sound strategy. And it's something that I would sign off on if, like, I were to lose the debate that I have for free education for all. Um, However, the problem with that is once you give the government once you give people an inch, they'll take a mile. And so that's why, in my opinion, of course, it should be something much more concrete than that, which is why I go with the whole free college for everyone. Because, and the big pushback, and people never say this, is that a healthy, educated, and confident nation is harder to govern. And so you have an entity, you have people out there who don't want this to happen. They don't want people to be educated because they know that people would probably get
Control.
out of control.
Do
You know what I
you?
mean? You can't won't
I
be able to
don't agree
control
with
them.
you there, Mandrill. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I don't know if I agree with you that a well-educated. I think that's an idea that educated people have because they feel like, well, I know so much, they don't want to let me. But like you think uneducated radicals that don't know shit, you think they're easy to control also?
They're much
No,
easier. They're much more prone to follow
they're
orders,
sheep.
to just
Yeah, yeah.
to just be quiet, take orders, and hope for the best. They're much more prone to do it. Of course, you have your outliers out there. However, if you make rules and those rules don't infringe on their quality of life, they're fine with it. That's why you have perfect example is like back in the day, white people would discriminate against black people, even though even though they were kept poor and in the same class as the black people they were picking on and abusing. But they didn't care about that as long as they got what they wanted and it didn't infringe on their quality
Right.
of life. But they were in the same boat. You know what I mean? They were uneducated largely. They were unhealthy and they were demoralized, so they weren't confident. A healthy,
I have
educated, and confident nation is harder to govern. Look what the healthy,
I
educated,
have
and confident person did. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, all these different activists who were educated and thinkers. Just a few of them. Look at the big impact that they made. Now imagine if half the country was like that, or even a quarter of the country.
I
What
mean,
are
I
you going
think
to do against that?
some of it is also personality as well. Every educated person isn't going to necessarily feel like the government has to be stopped or is a problem. I
And
think
Well,
some
Malcolm
of
no,
X,
that
I
because
is
disagree.
is
I don't think Malcolm X even
yeah. I was
finished.
gonna
It's fun that you even mentioned Malcolm X, because that thing that we were talking about earlier about the T-shirt, when I was trying to, pump game to that boy, it was a Malcolm X T-shirt. Because I read the book. But Malcolm X, having read his story, that his book, his autobiography, he has no formal education whatsoever. So like what Bree is saying, some of it has to do with you know,
disposition
yeah. But
and
I
well,
agree
he the
with you
thing is,
overall that people educated.
well, the thing is, he wasn't formally educated, but he was well educated. I mean, he largely had to do it himself, and he did it through the Nation of Islam. But he was very well educated.
I have a
He would,
question though. Can I,
uh-huh,
before we get too
and
far into
knowledgeable.
Malcolm X, who I'm sorry I don't give a fuck about right now, but like
Well, he was an example.
Will private colleges still be able to charge? Because I feel like wouldn't this just be state colleges offering free tuition and community colleges?
Yes, we're Catholic society. Private colleges should. I think they should still be able to charge.
Exactly. I was about to say yes. They're private. They can charge if they want, and people can attend if they would like to. But Ivy League colleges, no. And any college and any college that's receiving federal fund, the Ivy League colleges receive way more endowments than any of the universities in this country.
But
they've been outed already. They've been outed already. They've been outed already.
People are getting like research money, research funding, all sorts of things.
Yes, they are.
Those come in. But there's also like levels to it, and like certain social clout that going to a research one school or Ivy League college brings you, and I honestly don't think that it should be removed.
Well, here's the thing. They're predatory. They're predatory as well because they're covered by the endowments as well. Every Ivy League college in this country, even Penn State is covered.
But see, like it seems like you're going after your issue is with the money, and I don't think that's the point. I think the point is just getting citizens educated.
Access. Right.
Access. Like the state, I feel like the state colleges or community colleges offering it free accomplishes the goal. I'm not out here trying to like get in the Ivy League colleges' pockets.
Well, Ivy League is a state college. There's no difference. They're not private.
Ivy League. So why is it Ivy League?
And it's
what makes an Ivy League college an Ivy League college?
Because someone told you it was. When you look at the operations, there's no difference.
We researched that. What makes the Ivy League college an Ivy League college?
Well, you know where the research money comes from? The government. Those are grants that they apply for.
Especially if you do research schools, you get grants. Yeah.
But here's the thing: what do you call it? A community college can apply for the same grant and get it. Does that now make it an Ivy League college?
I don't know.
So
I don't have
from what I'm reading,
exactly. You don't know it doesn't.
I don't.
From what I'm reading, there's only 8 Ivy League colleges.
Right.
So truthfully, you're right.
8.
Like it's all the colleges that we're talking about. There's 8 goddamn Ivy League colleges. It's not making even if it's not making that big of a. I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Then why charge all them bigger prices?
And they're private research universities.
Like there's a reason why, like the network, you go to Yale and Harvard and Princeton and all these other, Brown and all these other universities, because it's not just the education, it's also the network that you're buying into. Like when someone has a degree from Harvard, it holds weight. Like, it does.
I got you. But here's how you do it. How you counter that. Okay, just make the standards. Keep the standards where they are, because just because you can afford to go to Harvard, Princeton, or Yale doesn't mean that you're qualified to attend that university. You still have to apply for it. They still have to look over your credentials, the subjects that you take, your extracurricular activities. You have to qualify. And even though you can afford it hand over fist, you still have to qualify to go to those universities.
Agreed.
These aren't state colleges.
There you go. Yes, they are. If you're receiving federal funding, that is a public school.
I mean, but there's as far as let's say in Georgia, you have Georgia State College, and then you have Georgia, the University of Georgia, and then you have So I'm talking about in the sense of most states have a state college that has state college in its name. I think those. I'm not considering most college universities. I mean, if you want to make the argument, most of these people receive federal funding. I went to Emory. I did an internship with Emory. We get funding from the NIH. That I don't think that now means that everybody should just be able to go to Emory and get a free degree. That's moot to me. I don't know. So I think the actual state colleges should be free, and community colleges. I don't think a university should be.
My argument against it is because there's no difference between the schools except for the name. One says state.
I don't know. There's definitely university. A difference.
Here's the thing. Operationally, there is no difference.
Not operationally, but there's a difference.
You're gonna have to clarify to me what makes one so much better than the other, because they're all the same. There's no difference.
Right now, it says that Ivy League schools hold big endowments, they boast a strong alumni network, and they have extremely low acceptance rates. So
like everything I just said.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with you, Manjo.
I just think you can't bring it down to say like the experience of going to those colleges aren't different. The connections, the outcomes of going to those colleges aren't different. I mean, I attended when I started my college journey, I went to a community college. I went to a little, down the street, 2000, real cheap, went there and got my general classes, and then got into Emory's program and changed over to there. And that was not the same. I mean, the experience from the all to the through it wasn't the same.
Listen, that's so true. We're getting away from the topic, so but that's a whole that's another thing, because it's going like I have also attended Fordham University, which is not an Ivy League school, but it's a good school, and the students, the class of students, I don't even want to say that because I hate using class, but let's be real. The class of students there compared to public school, because I got my nursing degree from a community college, and then I had the fancy schmancy hospital that I work at pay for the rest of it to get that BSN. But I have 2 degrees. But the point is, when I got that other one, like there's a difference in the environment, like the conversation, the grammar, the way that we're like the ability to like, there's a huge difference, right? I'm not saying that I didn't get a quality education. I'm just talking about so you kind of, there's a difference there, but that's not the point really. The point really for the SWOT analysis, if we can get back, back to the school thing, if we get back to the school thing, is that like in the legacy admissions, there's a lot that we can go into. This is a great conversation, is with the SWOT analysis, for the protection of women, the point was, if we can educate communities and hold them accountable by cutting off the privilege of free education, to penalize them if they violate women, if they you shouldn't be able, I don't know, because people make mistakes. Like you talk about Malcolm X, he was a pimp back in the day, right? So he would be cut off from however we decide the college is going to be. If you read his book, that he was a pimp. He did all kinds of crazy stuff. I think he even sold drugs. I don't know. He had a crazy ass life in the beginning because he was lost, and he did an amazing transformation, just an admirable, amazing transformation as a Black man. And so someone like him who was lost, he would not have access to public schools. So even though I see the positivity in it, like I see a lot of great points, I also think like, damn, there's no redemption for people that are lost that would benefit from now, or maybe, maybe part of jail, like you were talking about the redemptive qualities of jail, Mandrell, maybe part of it would be before you get out, you have to finish your degree, otherwise you can't get out of jail. Like you have to get a degree.
Or trade.
Yeah, but something,
not leave. I don't care what your sentence is. You absolutely have to leave.
The thing is, school is not for everyone, and not everyone's going to comprehend the material for the same way. Like for instance, take me for instance. Hold on, take me for instance. I could go into mechanical engineering classes. I took in high school. I took mechanical engineering 1, 2, and 3. I took chemistry 1 and 2. Okay, you got me in an algebra class. Okay, I got a B in that, and then but you get me in like what's the other one? Not calculus, but geometry. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, but man,
lost. But I got A's. I got A's in like mechanical engineering.
You give people a chance. If they're gonna fail, they'll fail out.
They get a chance. Some people aren't gonna be able to comprehend. I mean, school isn't for everyone. And some people who just flat out. School ain't for them. They need to get a job.
But the point is access, because a lot of people don't.
That's true.
Get a chance. And I think the point for the safety of women also is your earning, your capacity to earn,
which benefits the family and benefits women,
and allows you to possibly choose a safer environment to live in and raise your kids in. So I still think it's a good, the chance, access to it. There is still some, I know people say college doesn't guarantee you make money, and that's true. But there still is a correlation to how much you earn based on a college education. There still is solid evidence that a college degree will, over the course of your life, you will probably earn more
money.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think access to college, still think it's a good idea.
I do too. I do think that we should have more access to college. I guess the nuance as to how it gets played out is like that's something that will have to be figured out. But just the idea of like access to college, because from what I used to work at, oh man, I used to work at Lehman. I used to work at this Lehman Brothers, and one of the things, I was a graphics artist, which is why I can look at the thing and say like, oh, move it to the left, move it to the right, blah blah blah, right? I used to be a graphics artist, and one of the things during my downtime that I used to do is all the CEOs for Lehman Brothers, I used to, go in there and edit their bios or create their bios and all of the executives, I would go in there, like when I'm editing their bio, and I would actually like read where they went to school. Not all of them went to Ivy League schools. And these were people that made, they were responsible for billions of dollars, like lots and lots and lots of money. And they went to state schools. And back in them days, I don't think that the school was exorbitant price. Like I don't think
it wasn't.
Yeah, and they were billionaires. Not all of them went to Yale and Harvard and all these different schools. And Yale, Harvard, and Princeton and all that's great. But I think people need more access, because it like that knowledge allows you to work and to get into Blackstone. I never worked at Blackstone, although I never worked there, but I have some friends that moved from when Lehman Brothers shut down, they went to other places. But Blackstone is a great company also. Another financial
my thing is that's people getting educated while in college was something I've been on board with for the better part of like 13 years now. I'm all for that, getting them educated while you're in college. And since they claim that's the claim that it's an institute of a rehabilitation, that's the purpose of it. That's what they claim. I said, okay, then why not let them get educated while in college? Get a trade while they're in college. Well, they make license plates. No one makes a living making license plates. You know what I mean? Let's be realistic. But I get pushback a lot of times when I talk to my colleagues about it. But they disagree with me. I'm like, okay.
We certainly need electricians. We need plumbers.
Yeah.
Everyone has a microphone. Each one of us, except for Arshawn. These microphones, like engineering, sound engineering, like everyone's got a podcast, like we need as society grows and as we continue to develop and we have social media, like I wish that I looked up Shure to see if they were on the stock market, because everyone's buying a Shure microphone. And I'm like, while these podcasts are popping up, we need to educate people on fixing them, creating them, this roadcaster, we need soundboards and all these different things. There's so many things, forget license plates, but there's so many things that people are doing that we can educate people on how to do that's needed. We're always going to need a plumber. We're always going to need an electrician.
I agree. But they're going to ask, well, who's going to fund it? Well, I mean, as much as you're paying these prisons.
That's why we're doing free education for those people.
Right. I agree. I don't think free education should be just for them. I think free education should be for everybody. That's me personally.
What? But you started off talking about only natural born citizens. What are you saying?
Yeah. If you're a citizen who was born here, yeah, your education should be free.
Okay, so help me to understand, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking this question to understand. When we talked initially, when we discussed having free education for everyone, you made it a point to say it should only be for natural born citizens, and Arshawn pushed back, and he was like, well, what about, we're not getting into people that are citizens, whether they're naturalized or whatever. You said no, it should only be for natural. But now you're saying everybody. Can you please define everybody?
Okay, here's the thing. If you were a citizen who was born here, your education should be free.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, if
you're not born here now,
you're not born here, well then, hey, you should pay a fee for that. You weren't born here.
Everybody.
They're not everybody. No, not everybody. Just citizens. So when I say everybody, I mean people who were citizens who were born on this land. And it could be from Alaska and Hawaii as well. A state is a state. It's a nationalistic idea. I do have a couple of them. You know what I mean? But what Mr. He said brought up about them. If you commit a crime, then you should have that taken away. I agree with that as well. But there has to be caveats. It depends. It depends on the type of crime.
If you commit a crime, then what's the point of educating people this rehabilitation that you're talking about in prisons? Because you're taking it, you get what I'm saying?
There you go. That's a good question. That's something I got to flesh out.
Yeah, because I'm thinking I pay attention, bro.
Well, women don't pay attention. Y'all not able to.
Y'all don't work my nerve, Mandrell. You know how to get under my skin and don't work my nerve. But that's something that we'd have to flesh out because
that's something. Yeah.
because
It's a good idea though.
people that are this whole rehabilitation thing can't happen in jail if you're
taking away the free education for people who are in jail. Well, right. Why don't you make that part of the punishment? You get the education, but you got to pay for it. That's part of the punishment.
They can't pay for shit. They work for like 15 cents a day or something like that.
Yeah, I'm saying when you get out and you get your job, you now have to pay the fee.
That's another barrier into like getting back into the workforce and rehabilitating though. Like, so I'm happy that we're having this discussion and you see how it's not easy, this contention about how we're going to work out the mechanics of it all. I don't have all the answers. I'm just saying based on your argument, we can't still rehabilitate people because the two ideas don't work together.
No, what I'm saying is,
hey, pause. We're gonna let Bree in, but I got a cash app from Danique. I can't stand you, Danique. That was funny. I appreciate you. He sent a cash app for the Mike Fund. So let me hit this, and we're gonna come back with Bree.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism is back, showing love to all my donors and supporters. We've been at it for 2 hours and we still got donations to go through.
I'll take that.
See, I get love. Y'all focus on the hate, I focus on the love.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot.
I got another donation. Donations.
Wow, that's a lot.
Gifts. More gifts.
Wow, thanks.
Thank you so much, Danny Anthony, for your continued support of the channel, man. Really appreciate the big love and support you throwing my way. Really appreciate you, man. But
yeah, we gotta get to a new mic, baby. It sounds good now. I think Bree was right when you were doing the transition. That's the only time I heard it. But what I want to say is, it's so funny that someone sent his ass a Red Lobster gift certificate.
Yeah.
Like some cheddar biscuits. Yep.
Yeah, he like
them
that.
Cheddar biscuits. What?
Cheddar biscuits, baby. Those things are good though.
They make them.
What were you saying, Bree?
You can buy the.
I was just gonna say, like, all this talk about this obsession with rehabilitating these jail niggas. We need to help regular people who ain't did stuff already.
Girl,
it's people out here struggling regular. Struggling. Like these jail people.
She triggered me. I
got a homie in the county jail right now, and I love him to death. But hey, you get what you get, okay?
And it's fucked up to say because it hurts. Like the good person in me wants to help the world or whatever, but like the fact of the matter is, like, look, my mom, she had foster care kids, and I wouldn't have known this until after the fact. But like, for instance, Mandrell, let's pretend you had a kid, you and your wife, you have a child, you're a responsible adult. You have to pay for everything for your kid, as you should, right? You are responsible. You paid for the braces, you pay for health care. Every time they scrape their knee, get tonsillitis, get a flu, get an ear infection, whatever, all the shit, the birthing of a kid. How much a birth costs, Brie? I don't even know, right? All that stuff, birthing a child, there's a bill that comes along with it, like all the response, and you pay. Now, reverse that. You and your wife are irresponsible. You guys are alcoholics, drug addicts, whatever the case might be, right? Your kid goes into the system and everything is now paid for your child. Believe it, that's the way it is right now, right? They can go to college, a state college, for free right now. All their health care benefits, they get a psychologist. If they want braces, it's taken care of. All of that stuff is taken care of. And I'm not saying I want to deny access because it's not the child's fault. I 100% agree with that. It's not the kid's fault. But for responsible parents that did what the hell they were supposed to do, why does it feel like a punishment that, like, I gotta pay the bill for everything, my kid doesn't get nothing at all. Even if I was completely irresponsible and didn't do what I was supposed to do, my kid will be covered. There's something wrong with that. And I don't have a stake in the game because I ain't got no kids, right? I'm just saying that, like, I understand why parents are frustrated because they work so hard and it feels like they can't get ahead. And other parents who take no responsibility and party all their life, their kids are covered. So it's a difficult conversation. Everyone can see and hear you. What does that mean? Am I screaming?
No,
Not to me.
I don't see that. Where you see that at?
Someone put I can see and hear you. I didn't know what that was about.
I missed it. It's not showing up on the StreamYard.
Oh, maybe we're talking about Arshawn's mic. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we're
like, I
making fun of his
don't
mic.
see that. I don't see that.
Yeah,
Why you like
that,
Mandrell? I'm wearing a black shirt. You're supposed to be in a black shirt and a black hat. Where you at?
I'm sitting here. Get ready to set this stuff up.
I didn't think free college education would be this much of a contention point.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It feels like it should be like, get them niggas some degrees. Like, let's hand out some degrees. Like,
right.
I say for every natural born citizen,
I don't care.
Your degree should be free. I mean, you may not care. You may not care, but to me, yes.
I just think if you're a citizen, I think just putting in that they would have to attend high school here would help with you jump off the boat. Now you get to go get the degree. I think you went to high school here and you're a citizen. I feel like that should be enough. If somebody went to high school somebody went to high school 4 years here, I feel like even if they're not if they were like they've been here through some of their childhood, they've been here at least 4 years. When do you start high school? Around 15-ish, right? 14. Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like if they went to high school in America, I don't know, to some degree, I feel like that should be enough to get them into that program as well. It's pretty early age to be over here, and potentially they will probably stay for the most part. And continue to be a productive member of society and contribute and pay taxes and blah, blah, blah.
And if they commit any crime, then that gets cut off, natural born or not.
Yeah. I don't know.
Unless you do a rehabilitation, maybe we can give them an opportunity. Like if they make a mistake, then they risk, they can go through some kind of rehabilitation program. And if they do it again, then they get cut off. They get a chance. They get one chance, maybe.
Or
because if you've been in America since you were like 14, I think you were like as an adult, if you look back over your life, you've been here since about 14. I feel like
no.
I don't know. You've been here the whole time. It's not that you wouldn't be a dual citizen or you wouldn't be connected to your culture, but I don't know. I just feel like
where I have a little bit of push. Right. This is the thing, right? I understand how that benefits society because the more educated people we have, we hope that they become entrepreneurs, buy houses, pay real estate taxes, yada, 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 and that goes back into society. But only here from my understanding here in America, like when I had my honeymoon in Mexico, like you're not getting anything for free at all. And I don't even want to say Mexico. Like, let me not even say that. Like, let me just say another country. Like, you're not getting shit for free. Unfortunately, like I can't decide that I'm gonna like go to can I? Like people help me out. Go to another country and decide like I want to be illegal and get an education for free. I don't care how old I am, right? But seems like here in America,
public school is free. I mean, they're already going to public
I don't think
school.
It should be for. Honestly, I think it sucks that I'm gonna say this, but I'm not sure it should be for people that are not U.S. citizens because we're the ones paying taxes. So why is school available to everyone that's not?
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if your parents brought you over here and you're 14, like,
I understand.
You get a fucking say in the matter,
right? But stay your ass where you're supposed to be at. Like that would stop.
But they had no. That's my whole thing. Is like to some degree they had no say in it.
I agree with you.
Brought you over here.
Part of the reason why people do that, I think, is because they know that school's going to be free. Right?
Yeah, but all American citizens.
If we made it so it wasn't free, then maybe they will be less inclined to do that.
I don't know. I think everybody in America goes to public. Everybody goes to public school free. So, and public school shitty. So it's not like the best education for the most part. So I don't know. It's just the bare minimum. It's just the bare minimum education level that every citizen's supposed to have. So
I hear you. I want people to be educated too. The reason why I say this, right, is not because I don't want. I feel like it would be great. I think in a perfect world, people can come on over and we'll educate them and they'll learn to read and write, whatever, but they are logistics behind that. There's money, and the more people that go to these schools, that means less availability. Like that means that like teachers have, instead of 15 kids, they got 30 kids. That means that like instead of having to feed 1,000 or 500 students, we got to feed 1,500 or 1,000. We got to just feed more. That's more money. Like, and who's paying for all of that? So, like, even though I would love it for everyone to be educated, I also think, damn, it's a fair argument. I understand why some people pushing back because but they go to work. Their tax money is paying for this stuff, right? Their tax is. So I want my kids to get what I want my money's worth, right? As opposed to someone who's not paying tax or who's here illegal, or I don't even know who whatever space you come from. And this affects me because some of my family members came here illegally. Like I'm not, so that's why I said just take, everyone must focus on Mexico.
Yeah. I guess in my understanding, I was thinking
it affects my family too.
I think Rashawn was saying naturalized, so there will be legal.
Yeah. I'm okay with the naturalization and people.
Yeah, so that sounds like I think anybody who's gone through like legal. I'm only talking about legal immigrants, like legal. They've gone through naturalization. Like I think they should have the chance to do it as well.
I don't.
I'm not talking about illegal immigrants.
I'm not either
at all.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I think it's simple enough. If you went to high school here in the United States, I don't see why. And your parents are legal immigrants, and you're like, y'all got all y'all stuff. Y'all did it the right way.
Crimes, everything's good.
Yeah,
I would love it. I think it's a great idea. Is that you, Mandro, making all that noise in the background?
No, it is not.
Nah, that was the ice machine.
Oh, okay. I blame you all the time.
Everybody does. Everybody does.
Because you always be doing 2 and 3 things at a time. You multitask often. So sorry about that. My apologies.
No need. No apologize. No apology necessary.
You know how I feel like I can apologize. It's not a problem, Marshawn.
You did, candidate. Salute to you on that one. You did. Yeah. My bad.
Wow, I'm amazed at such contention behind the school. That was amazing.
Yeah.
I thought
the education and rehabilitation. Nope, education and rehabilitation got both of y'all going. Y'all's both really.
I know castration was surprisingly easier.
Yeah. What about immigrants who become naturalized by joining the army?
That's a great way to.
Okay, now there you go. Now you can. Now because now you got skin in the game. But you come over here and apply for citizenship, you know what I'm saying, and you just get naturalized, and you want all the benefits that every American gets? No, you do not. Put some skin in the game. Do something. You understand? You weren't born here. You're not one of us. Because the second shit gets thick, you're gonna move back to your country with your American education, and that country's gonna benefit from the fruits of our labor.
You sound like a control freak.
So no. Nope.
I think Mandro might be a little bit of a control freak.
He's a control freak. I mean, he went to Ivy League colleges. It's all like you heard about when them people taking their ass to somewhere else.
I think if they take their ass back to their country and like who cares? Like I don't mind that someone goes back to the islands and like
that's fine too. Understand? Please
that's
understand
me. 4 years.
No, what I'm saying.
4 years is enough for people to say.
I don't want you to misunderstand me. That's fine. But you want to come over here and get educated, and you're a naturalized citizen. Cool, that's fine. I'm not saying don't get the American dream.
Right.
I'm just saying you got to pay for it.
Some way, somehow, you got to.
Right. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it should be kept away from them. No, they should have the opportunity. Yeah, they should have the opportunities. Yeah, but you got to pay.
What about women?
What about women?
Should they also be joining the military as an opportunity to pay for their education the same way that, because you're all about like that's great, that's now we're talking. So like, do you want women in the military now trying to get that education, trying to get that free thing?
I've always wanted women in the military. I've never had a problem with that. They're in the military now, taking advantage of the job bill and getting their education that way.
I just want to
That's
know how you felt
cool.
about it, because I know a lot of people feel like women in the military is a hazard to most people because they
That's
can't
ridiculous.
I haven't never been in the military. Like, you were, what the hell were you?
I was in the special forces. I was a weapons
What was
sergeant.
called? What was it called? Green Beret? What was it
Yeah,
called?
Green Berets.
Green Beret. Okay, perfect. Right. How many women were Green Berets when you were there?
None.
Why?
Oh, they can't participate in combat arms. I agree with that
Okay,
part now.
so then for adding more women to the pool, I'm not saying I agree with this. We're having a train of thought here. We're doing an analysis. If more women are in there, does that then lessen the amount of people that's going to be qualified to be Green Berets? Because now we have a bunch of women and we got more. You get what I'm saying? We got much more women. So now
It doesn't. It doesn't. Because women. No, I don't think women should be in combat arms. And what I mean by that is that's a specific job within the military. There are thousands of jobs to choose from.
Okay.
Picking up a rifle and being on the front line should not be one of them for a woman. You're not suited to it biologically. There is something to that. Now, I'm not going to get into the ridiculous stuff that I've heard, like, we'll see her period. No, shut up. Okay, now you're being ridiculous. No, it's just when it comes to the physical part of it alone, there are like maybe 3 women in the country who can deal with that. You know what I'm saying? It's just so few of them. And those of women are not going to selection courses trying to be a Green Beret or an Army Ranger or a Navy SEAL. They're just not choosing that job, So as far as keeping women off the battlefield, that would be a distraction for men. It would be because, okay, not only are you a sister in arms now, you're a female. By my natural instinct is going to make me come and try to save you, right? Yeah, you're a woman. My natural instinct is going to make me try to protect you. That is a distraction.
Me trying to fuck me, distraction.
Well, no, not that. Well, not that. You'll be a little sis, and a distracted soldier is a dead soldier.
Military with these horny ass men that want to release. So, but anyways, that's because we're talking about the safety of women. So,
keep her on the battlefield.
Yeah, so it would be rough. It would be difficult.
Yeah, be an engineer, be a doctor, be whatever you want. But picking up a rifle and being on the front lines or behind enemy lines like I was, that's not for women.
And so what are your thoughts about women owning guns and being trained? Because we were having a discussion we were doing a SWOT analysis regarding women trying to protect themselves. And if you don't think that women should be in combat, then you think women are equipped to handle a gun?
They absolutely are. Yes, you should buy a gun for protection, and you should learn how to use it. Go take a class. There's a lot of men. I think the vast majority of men, there's there's a fraction of 1% of men who actually know how to properly operate a firearm. You know what I mean? So of course women should learn how to use a firearm. I'm not saying she shouldn't, but a battlefield completely different from just learning how to. It's a whole nother world, and it's very difficult to describe in words. But yeah, that's no place for a woman or a child or anyone else. I mean, it's just no. War is not for it. No. Yeah, but I believe a woman should be able to buy a firearm and learn how to use it. Yes. I mean, she should, especially if she's living by herself.
It seems like she should, especially if she has a husband, because the DV, it seems, for the conversational piece, it seems like, yes, when she's living by herself, but also it seems like just protect, because domestic violence and all that shit, would men calm the fuck down if they knew their wife could, fire back, you know what I mean? Because you guys dominate us physically, so would it even the playing fields in terms of women having less domestic violence cases if they knew that there's, I don't know, maybe it'll make it worse, because then who knows? I don't know.
Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of fool you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because you got some people out there, that's just a fool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It depends on how crazy the guy is. Some guys were like, okay, all right, she's willing to take up arms against me. She's willing to fight back. I'll back off. But you got some guys who don't care. And my thing is, I've never understood why a man would abuse a woman, especially his wife, and then get the nerve to sleep next to her in bed. You do know that the woman could go boil some water and pour it on you, or go to the closet and grab that firearm, and while you're asleep, go ahead and snuff you out. Like, she can do any number of things to you while you're asleep, dude. What are you doing? I've never understood that, Ann. I've never understood. I'm like, the balls on that dude to sleep next to a woman he's just beat up.
That's how that guy Bobby got castrated, right?
Yeah, in his sleep.
Don't sleep on us. Wow, it was a great discussion, Arshawn. What do you think, man? I think we did a pretty good job. We got so much out of it. I was really shocked, man.
Yeah, y'all got hot on, like, y'all bubbled up on the education piece. We're gonna have to definitely come back on that SWOT piece on that, because that has to be fleshed out. Because we couldn't get to the who exactly we were even talking about first to even have the SWOT analysis piece of it. So that's definitely something we have to figure out.
You got me as a scapegoat, Arshawn. You can always just blame me.
It's all good. But here's the thing, though. I knew people weren't going to be as engaged in the chat on this type of stream. I saw that last week and I saw that this week. So I knew the chat wouldn't be as engaged. And because of that, and I saw the numbers. Come on, man, Drew. Come on, man, Drew. Let me just mute you real quick. Boop. There you go. And you can play it all you want. Because I knew that, I saw how and you guys were interested in the conversation. I was like, I would at least rather y'all have that energy and engagement, because that'll be better for the people who are watching. It's more interesting for them to watch. So I'm cool with that. The SWOT analysis can always happen, because I know I'll just do that and it'll be cool. So I'd rather y'all just the conversation go forth, because it's just more engaging. So I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. And we have the ability, of course, to do that kind of stuff, SWOT analysis, and people saw an example of it. So people can't say this kind of stuff doesn't happen, because people are trying. And when they passed through, a lot of people wouldn't participate. They came in, they left, saw, they left. So
there you go.
At least for a few people, we know that that's just not what they're interested in. They don't care about the solutions. But if we do, we'll push forward. So,
and then military guys, I'm sorry, Mandrell, do you guys do like a SWOT analysis also, or something similar when you're trying to solve a problem? What do you guys do? Can he unmute himself once you muted him, or you?
Yes. No, in the special forces, we did SWOT analysis. Regular Army does not, because special forces is not regular Army. It's not regular infantry. Big different, totally different, just about.
But you did SWOT analysis to solve
we did
problems.
Yes, we did all the time. We do them off the top of our heads. Like we sit around and do them off the top of our heads. Like what Arshawn did is far more organized with his chart. It was far more organized, and we write things down sometimes, but there's a lot of times where we would do SWOT analysis right there off the top of our heads, and and it worked wonders for accomplishing missions, getting tasks done, the whole, and working out planning and things like that. Yeah, absolutely, we would.
Do you guys know that my motherfucking husband did a SWOT analysis to decide whether he was going to marry me or not?
Well, to be fair,
Rashawn, you're muted. Rashawn, you're muted.
Yeah, I said that's good. We need those kind of tools.
On a piece of paper, he gathered paper and a writing tool to decide if he was going to marry me or not.
Listen,
I was
people have made decisions way more loosely and casually. That's a smart man, and you're lucky to have him.
I wanted to find out what the weaknesses. I was like,
y'all didn't go over it?
What were the weaknesses? What were the threats? What was I want to know. I wasn't interested in what the strengths were.
He's taking it into the grave. Did he tell you?
He said he told me a few of them, but he said he took that shit to the grave. He ripped the paper up into the garbage years ago.
I'm about to say he better burn it. He better burn that paper. But I don't even want to know.
We did a SWOT analysis. Like, I'm happy to hear that Mandrell said, like, this is a really interesting conversation, because I said that I learned about SWOT analysis when we're talking about business. You said that you learned about it when you talked in college. Mandrell just said that he did SWOT analysis in the military. We don't do them in nursing. We do something else. We do assessments. We do something different, but it's similar, right? So I hope that as people like try to solve problems and we enter solutions, that we can do more SWOT analysis, whether we do them on our, mentally, whether we write them down. It's an important tool that solves problems. And I'm happy to hear that even at the high level of military strategy, that it was also found to be valuable there also.
Oh yeah.
Really important tool.
SWOT, cost benefit, pros and cons, like any tool that people can use to make decision making easier. We have to start implementing tools to think better, because the problems that we're having are problems that start with thought. I have a thought, I have a feeling, and then a behavior follows it. All this starts with our minds. Our thoughts and our feelings are wrapped up in that whole stat. 25% of black women being victimized. That's thoughts and feelings leading to behavior. So we have to be able to think better so that we can feel better and then we can do better. So but I get people. It's hard for people to want to sink their teeth into that, because they never see that they don't see the outcome. They don't see the long-term benefit of that. But it's a whole bunch of micro benefits that we need to stack up. And I had to learn that even with like weight loss. It's not like one big thing that's going to get weight loss. It's a whole bunch of small decisions. And people run from that because it's hard. We can't see the end of it. We can't see the finish line. So it's like, I get it. It's discouraging, but it is what it is. We just gotta keep plugging along.
Yeah, I like SWOT analysis. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and we used to, in the Army, we did this all the time. All the time.
In nursing, we do something similar. It's not called a SWOT analysis. It is something similar.
What you got over there?
Something is moving in my background, in my backyard, and I don't know why. Like,
go grab your gun.
There's something like shaking the ground here. Like I have a stick on the ground and it's vibrate. I don't know why. I don't know if there's something underneath it. That's what distracted me. You pay attention to too much. Don't look at me all the time. Yeah, that's what was distracting me. You're very observant. Like you noticed immediately that I saw something.
Military man.
That military training, boy.
Situational awareness.
We do root cause analysis in nursing. That's what it's called.
Yes, that's what it is. That is what it is. Yeah.
We did as well in the Army, and stuff like that and stuff like this really took to me, and I'm just shocked at how many people outside of the military don't do it, and people who have been in the military but now are out don't do it. Like they have no clue what it is.
Okay, instead of talking, like one of the things I would like you, man, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mandra, but one of the things that I would appreciate about you a little bit more is if you discuss the benefits so that we can teach people things, as opposed to the fact that people don't do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Because you can teach a whole lot. So there isn't, as a podcaster, YouTuber, as someone that's presenting, there isn't a whole lot of intrinsic, like the audience can't take away as much if we say, well, people, I'm going to make it up. People don't know about X, Y, and Z. They shouldn't do this. They shouldn't do that. As opposed to coming here, as opposed to focusing like you like to do on the solutions and saying like, hey, like guys, the SWOT analysis is used here, here, and here. But in nursing, we do this. And did you know that? And, because for the audience, they can pull from your brain, because your brain has a lot, right? So if you can focus on not what people don't do, because you already know that, but what they can do, it would help them to pull from Mandrell's brain. It would help them to like, hey guys, this is something that I learned. I didn't even know about this. So, it might benefit you if you get what I'm saying? Because people don't do some, people don't do that, and people don't do this, and people don't do that. It don't help people to change. It don't help people for the solutions to like make that action something that they can actually carry through. Does that make sense? Do what you want. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I'm trying to I don't know if you saw it, but Arshawn saw me do the episode where I wanted nothing but solutions. I said, I even said several times, look, if you don't have a solution, don't come on my panel. Everyone's like, oh, why are you being so mean? Oh, you're being real stern like that, but you weren't like that with the gays. And it's like,
I saw you. I'll be in the crowd, Mandra. I'll be in the crowd.
Right. And I'm just like, when people say stuff like that to me, I'm like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I already told you. We ain't
I
gonna talk
don't
about
do
that
it
right
with
now. I
my
didn't
hands.
told you about that, but
Like, it was people all in the chat and stuff like that, and then like they would send messages to Black Men Unfiltered like after the show, and some people like more people didn't like that show than I thought there would be. Like it was eerie to me. It's one of those situations that makes you like want to give up. It made me want to quit. Like I had thoughts of quitting YouTube as a whole. Like I had thoughts of quitting after that show. I was like, this is ridiculous. I repeated myself several times as to what that show is about. And the first thing people said was, you can't fix this. Doesn't matter. No, okay. That's not the point. The point of this exercise is to come up with a solution. And I thought since there were so many branches to the tree I brought out there that they could come pull a solution from here, pull a solution from there. Just name some solutions. Get people to start thinking solutions based. And yeesh, the amount of pushback I got. I was like, all right. I guess.
Bree was gonna say something.
Yeah, I was gonna put in a bid to do try a root cause analysis. It's a little complicated, but I would like to use the 5 whys strategy instead of when it's time to determine the cause. You go through the whys. There's like cause and effect, and there's like data collection. There's different ways to get there, but one I think could work well for not having to dig and through research and stuff is the 5 whys. I think we get, depending on what we talk about, we probably could easily come up with that in a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like it.
I'm looking that up now. I've never heard of that one. So yeah,
root cause analysis is a little more involved. It's a few more steps, usually like 6 steps, maybe 5 or 6 steps, I think. So it's usually a little bit more involved. But it should be easy in casual conversation. If it's like a casual topic, it should be easy enough to just think about on the fly. Versus something like where you gotta, go do research and pull this and pull that, blah blah blah. So that was all I was.
Is there something you would want to do that on? That you like when you thought about doing that? Was it just the thought of the 5 whys, or was there a thought like we'd like to apply that too?
Just kind of even just like how we did it today. I think, well, some of the conversations where I hear people often say, we have this conversation over and over and over again, and we're not coming up. Maybe some of those may be good ones. Just anything that you feel like people talk about, but never really get to the real.
Ooh.
We're talking about surface stuff, and we're never really cracking below the surface. Root cause analysis is good for those kind of things.
Ooh,
it keeps you from blaming, but it keeps you from blaming. Because if you're doing a root cause analysis, you have to get past the original interaction. A lot of times, you don't focus on the actual interaction. You try to get beneath that, like you try to go beyond that to really fix the problem as a whole, right?
So if we did that, I think one of the first things we could do is talk about effective communication just as a baseline, so that we can learn on. So we can have a baseline on how to have conversations. So we can do a root cause analysis on the importance of conversations. I know that sounds weird,
it's
but
like why they fall apart. It would be like a problem.
Yes.
I think like why they often fall apart. I think Rashawn was kind of doing something. I think it's easier than you would think, because Rashawn kind of was hinting on that. I think with every stream he was like breaking that with the security boss thing. Like this is why we always end up here. It's kind of stuff like that. I think is root cause analysis can be good because it keeps you from attacking the person who brought the conversation on. You get beyond
but focus on like what the actual breakdown was, as opposed to focusing on the person 100%. So because I really feel like effective communication in these spaces is why we don't get anywhere, right? So if we could do some kind of conversation about like the importance of, especially when you're presenting something to someone, oftentimes I feel like I get annoyed when people are being interviewed and the interviewer cuts back to me, I, me, me, I. The point really is to learn about your guest. So if I was interviewing Arshawn, I would be like, so where did you grow up? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. As opposed to when he says something, oh man, and when I grew up back in, like, it's not about me at this moment, right? It's about the guest. So when we talk about these topics, as opposed to talking about me, right? And I'm not saying a little bit of like, man, I relate to that because I was in the military. I relate to that because I'm a nurse, right? As opposed to like cutting off the person and getting to a
Mm-hmm.
whole monologue about me.
A
No.
conversation versus an interview. They're not the same.
Yes.
It's not even a conversation. I want to like it's not. They don't even converse with the person because they don't involve the other person. The other person gets free. They're the interviewee, but they get frozen out. I've seen that happen so many times. I just saw a special guest yesterday who like I scrubbed through and I never got to see them talk. Like I scrubbed through like 2 hours of. They had three to four people on the up there. They had a special guest, and out of like I stopped at like 10 points, and one time was the person talking, and I was like, wow, like let them. This your special guest. Why have special guests and feature them on the thumbnail, and every time you pick a point, they're never talking. Like it doesn't even make sense.
You got to be cognizant of effective communication. A lot of it has to do with the art of listening, right? And so that's a problem that we have in our community, you know.
Ooh,
And I think a lot of that has because we feel like we're not often heard. So when we get an opportunity to like unleash, we're just ready to unleash, right? But
well,
what do you think, Bree?
Sorry, the word listening triggers me because like me and my husband get into we get into conflict about that all the time. I be like, just because your dysfunctional ass childhood, like clarifying questions don't mean I wouldn't listen to your ass. I'm sorry. When somebody say you're not listening, like it triggers me because I be like, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? Because I'm sorry, it'd be triggering me. See,
I probably, if my husband was here, he probably would be triggered all the time because I tell him all the time, you don't listen to me. He's like, I listen to you.
Oh, I can't stand people who say that. I'd be like, tell me you had a rough childhood. Tell me you had dismissive parents without telling me you had dismissive parents. That's like I automatically know. I already know. But it's just so triggering because you cannot convince them otherwise that is what it is. You're like you do understand it. Just probably the reality is I'm listening to you, but it's my response to what you said that's making you feel like I'm not listening to you because maybe I asked a clarifying question or maybe I added on to the thought. It's just.
But that's part of effective communication, the way that we ask clarifying questions, right? So if we can work through how to do that, so that further discussions, so that deeper discussions can like serve the audience, because it's not really supposed to serve us. I mean, it might serve us, but the point really is to educate, entertain, to help the audience, right? It's for the audience.
Right.
Otherwise, we can do this privately in someplace else. So, it helps us also, but like I said, it's really for the audience. And so if we could figure out how to like, that's great. Okay. Just because I asked a clarifying question, acknowledge that doesn't mean the person isn't listening to you. Recognize the person is simply asking a clarifying question. That's part of understanding, aspects of communication.
Right. Wow. Repeat back what they said to them and explain it. Then explain their concept word that you need to do other things at the same time.
See, I'm on the opposite end of Bree's trigger. I'm the person that feels unlistened to. And sometimes y'all really just—it's not that y'all aren't listening. Sometimes you're sometimes you're not listening. Not you.
Sometimes I'm not.
Sometimes those people. I'm about to say the other part is comprehension. Sometimes the person just doesn't understand what you're saying. Like, and that's that's okay.
And that's why I'm like, you want to say it one way. You want to say it one way, and I'm supposed to get it, or I didn't listen to you, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. So now I gotta ask questions, but now you upset I'm asking you questions. That's why I went on a rant in the Discord about the pain. Man. If you come say I'm in pain, that don't mean nothing to me. So when I start asking you more questions, that don't mean I didn't hear you when you said you was in pain. I need to know more so I can actually get to what we dealing with.
Yeah.
Right.
But see, like some people, as soon as you go to say where, why you ask? I said I'm in pain. Okay. Okay, I hear you're in pain, but that's not actually telling me anything. So it's just for me, a lot of times when I'm told that, it's just like you said it one way and it was vague. And now I got to figure out the specifics because you feel like you were specific, but it's because you in your own head about it. And you talking to me though, so I don't know what you're talking about. But it's all right. I'm gonna let y'all don't feel listen to people have it today.
I want to know from Arshawn and Mandrell, why do both of the men on this panel feel like they are not? Because Mandrell is always saying, "No one listens to me. I don't want to do this because nobody ever listens to me." So why do the men on here, both Arshawn and Mandrell, always feel like no one is listening to you? Why? What is it?
No, I don't always feel like that.
Oh, you don't?
It's not a consistent thing. No, okay. I can tell when people are not listening. And there's typically two things. One, typically it's preoccupation. People don't give you their undivided attention.
I hate
That's
that.
my main thing. Like when you're saying something to somebody in response to somebody, and then you hear this loud sound because they're like playing a video on their phone, so then you mute them. Like the main thing is like typically preoccupation. Like so that's number one. The second thing is a lot of times people are listening for confirmation. So they already have a response that they want to hear from you. Mm-hmm. So you'll say one thing, and then they'll have heard the thing that they wanted to hear. Because if they say okay, and I'm like that's not what I said, but that's what they wanted to hear. It served their purpose. So that's another issue. A lot of people listen for confirmation. They'll override whatever you said. And even in the dating space, this is a big one with guys and women. I am not interested in having a serious relationship. But what the woman or her was, well, he's still dealing with me, so maybe there's room for that. You know, I'll just spend some time with him, and so he'll change his mind. He just hasn't had anybody love him the way I love him, and he hasn't met anybody like so. But I said clearly, and the other issue, but what I've learned though, is the fact that I'm still willing to deal with you on a certain level is communicating, just not verbally. I'm willing to physically I'm communicating a relationship with you with my body, but my words are saying something different. But there's a thing.
Don't fucking get me started because your words mean motherfucking nothing at all to me. Like if I was one of these women, listen. If I was one of these women that was bold enough to get on here and tell women, you know, what to do to have a successful relationship, which I would never do. I don't know why people have the gumption to do these kind of things in the first fucking place, right? But if I was one of the women, I would say, do not listen to a man. Don't listen to a man. You have to pay attention to the follow through. You have, so like, if he says something and then follows through and does it, then believe that.
There we go.
But these motherfuckers that's telling you, I don't want blah, 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 but they still gonna screw you, hang out with you, meet your mama, meet your daddy, and all this kind of shit.
Right.
Like this conflict.
But that's why they don't believe us. That's why they don't believe us when we say it and mean it, because that's not how they operate.
Because all this I would not, and to be honest with you, it's not even such a man and woman thing. Anyone, to be honest with you, I really feel like we need to stop having discussions about man versus woman. We need to have discussions about people with good character and people with bad character, right? Because all women don't fall into one bowl in which how we all act, and a bunch of men don't fall into like one bowl as to one melting pot as to how they all act. There are men of character out here, and they don't operate in the same way that these lowball men that women, you know. But he lost my train of thought. Basically, we have to look for good character, whether it's male or female, men or women, whatever it is. We have to look for people with good character, and that falls under. I'm not listening to a goddamn thing that anyone has to say. I don't care what you tell me. I need to see the follow through. So if you tell me you save money and you're always buying Louis Vuitton and fucking high heels and all this kind of shit, I'm gonna be like, all right, sis, you say you save money, but that's not what I see. I need follow through. So like, you can tell me I'm not ready for something serious, but if we keep fucking, then well, we're not gonna be. But I'm just saying,
right? Let me get my kick in too, because
right,
because you told me she didn't listen to you because she was paying attention to what you was doing. And that's really the tea. Because y'all be like, oh, you're not listening to me. I be like, I heard you. But have you seen yourself lately? Have you seen yourself lately? Because this is the issue. And y'all just don't be believing it. Y'all be like, I said this. And I don't give a fuck.
Don't try to bust my delusion. Don't be trying to bust my delusion. Let me live in my delusion and follow through with my words. Listen to my words.
Because she was like kicking it with you. She didn't listen to me. And I listened to you. And then I saw what you was doing. And then I just chose to listen to that.
Nah, don't listen to what I do. Listen to what I say.
Exactly. Classic man line. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, y'all, you don't listen to me, people. Tickle me. I've never had to say it as many times as people who always feel unlistened to. Yes, every time. I was like, y'all just really, wow. I've never in my life thought that was the appropriate response all the time, all the fucking time. You know, it's just me though.
Yeah, I had to come out of my insecurities to realize it wasn't me always not being listened to. Sometimes I speak quickly. Sometimes I don't speak clearly. Sometimes I don't use complete sentences. So there were so many things I had to like humble myself and think people were supposed to interpret and discern through all these layers of miscommunication that I was doing to figure out everything. Then once I worked through all of that and was like, okay, let me back down myself. Then I was able to pick up sometimes people were like not attentive, and then sometimes people were listening for what they wanted to hear. But that those are not often. I have very few miscommunications these days. Mandrill.
No, mine is what was the second you said? Like they'll people listen for confirmation.
For confirmation, like yeah, they're hearing what they want to hear.
Right. My last relationship was like that all the time. I mean, it was ridiculous. It's like, how did you get that out of what I said? And I was genuinely confused, you know. And when I'm online and I'm talking to people, even on the show that I do, some of the things people come up with, I'm like, how did you get that out of what I said? I think there was one time, like we were live on air, and I looked at my sister. I was like, "Is it me? Is it me?" And she was like, "What?" I'm like, "How did you get that out of what I said? I thought my English was quite clear. Did I say that?" She was like, "No." I said, "Thank you. I just want to know if I was the one messed up." You know, it's talking to people. Good Lord, people make it so difficult. Just say you don't know and move on.
It is difficult.
I mean,
communication is difficult.
Emmanuel says, "Good Lord,
it is difficult."
Because people come from different backgrounds and people come from different places and regions, and different things mean different things to other people.
Yes, and I was
all that stuff. Like, yeah, it's
slow.
That's the thing about you, Emmanuel, is that like if you are constantly having the problem, is it the person that doesn't understand you, or are you the issue?
I always look at myself first. How am I communicating? How am I delivering?
They're slow, or maybe you have poor communication.
Right. The people I'm talking about, it ain't me.
It's not an intelligence thing. Oftentimes, it's not an intelligence thing. Oftentimes,
I didn't say they were not intelligent.
You said they were slow.
I said they were slow.
Brains.
Smooth brain.
That is
no wrinkles in their brain at all. No wrinkles in their brain at all.
No, I be in the clouds. I be listening.
Yes,
smooth brains. I be listening, Mandrell. You're not the only one. So that when you say things like that, that is a sign that Bree was right. That is something about intelligence, and she's trying to tell you that it's not about intelligence. It's about a lot of other factors that have nothing to do with intelligence. Like for instance, just language, the way that we use, there's a denotation, right? The actual dictionary meaning, and there's a connotation behind things, what people in society use words as, right? The fact that the other day when we were having a conversation, you were like, females do this, and I'm like, females, we're talking about women here. Oh, come on, Aaron, stop that bullshit, in. Right?
Yeah, come on, cut it
but
out.
I'm serious. That irritates me. I mean, we were joking around at that point, but in general, you got to understand that there's a lot of connotation that when we're having kind of conversations, we're not walking around here using the dictionary meaning all the time. We're coming around here with culture and all this other stuff. So
yeah, and I leave room for that. For example, when people say, "Yeah, I like your perspective on that," and like the person didn't give that perspective on it though, they gave their perception. Like in my mind, that's what's calculated, but I leave room for because I knew what they meant, so I don't say anything. But the issue I've had for myself is sometimes when people ask me, "What do you think about this?" I'm going to then answer that question, tell you what I think. But then if someone else has asked me, "Hey, what do you feel about this?" Same topic, same subject, same everything. It's just one asked me what I thought, one asked me what I felt. And I was like, okay, and I'll tell you what I feel about it. Now, what I feel about it, that's my perspective. What I think about it, that's my perception. That's why I give two different answers to what sounds like the same question. To me, it was a different question because you asked me two different questions. But from what everyone else is hearing, they're like, I hear a lot of waffling, Mantrill. You say it this way on this panel, you say it the other way on that panel. Like, well, listen to the question.
Well,
what do you
because
want me to
most
do?
people in America, those things mean the same thing. So you're the weird person here.
Yeah, I'm the odd man out, and I'm okay with that. I can accept that
Yeah.
one.
So that's happening.
fair
That's
enough.
happening a lot. Yeah. Like it's just like words. I think I had a conversation with my husband the other day about like okay. Cause like I was like, we're okay. Cause we were talking about like different stuff that was going on. Like my bro, we just kind of been going. I'm like, we're okay. And when he's like, for him, when I would say that, he would clearly get like a little bit like, because he's like perfectionist. Like, oh, I want to be I want to do this and I want to do that. And he's like, when you say we're okay, for me, that's like saying we're good. And I was like, but see, okay for me isn't good. Good is good. If I was saying we're good, I would say we're good. But for him, he doesn't. Okay and good are the same. So we're sitting here having these arguments, like, and I'm just like, why are we arguing right now? I said we're okay. That doesn't mean like, and he's just like coming at me. I'm like, what is the issue? He's like, you're like, we're good. I was like, no, I said we're okay. That's baseline. That's flat. That's even, zero. And he's like, no, that means we're good. So it's just like dumb stuff like that. It's just,
Yep. All the time.
you gotta have like, I'm just like perceiving that he's getting irritated. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? I just said we okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
So it just be little stuff like that. I mean, it's somebody I've known like 19 years. I mean, it's just like dumb stuff. You're always discovering new ways to communicate or how you use words differently. Even though we've been like have known each other so long, it still happens. So I mean, I think communication is just hard.
It is, because even depending on context, sometimes I use good and okay like interchangeably, and then sometimes they're very different. So I mean, even with me, situationally, I use those same two words differently. Because good and okay, like, are you good? Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm okay. I'll use those synonymously. But then for something else, like if somebody asks me to rate something, if I say, oh, it's okay, that means it's par, it's average. But if I say, oh, that's good, that mean that there's a distinction between good and okay if I'm qualifying something. So it's weird.
All right.
That's when you
To
I
answer
don't know.
Nate's
Oh, shoot,
question-
I gotta be careful.
To answer Nate's question, is your thought you communicate perfectly all the time? I don't communicate perfectly all the time. No one does. There's a margin of error in everything that we do. I try, but then, communicating perfectly, that's not going to work for everybody. In fact, it won't work for most people because most people don't communicate that way. They don't talk that way. So there's going to be a lot of things lost in translation. So finding a way to communicate with people is it's because everyone does it differently. I just do the best I can. I don't know. It's just, I mean, at any given time, I'm like 5 steps ahead of people. You know what I'm saying? And then
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing. You don't understand. Look, I have to dumb down the way I speak to people so much it makes my brain hurt sometimes. I get extra wrinkles.
Oh my God. Here we go.
And then look, I have to smooth some of them out just to get a sentence out when I talk to some people. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, what's the point? What's the point? Seriously, don't look at me like that, Arshawn.
This is your problem. This is your problem. This is the problem.
What's my problem?
Manuel, make your own show. We'll talk about your problems, and we will charge you. You'll have, because
look, we'll be here for another 2 hours. But
we'll talk about your problems on another show. But yeah,
I don't have any problems, Ann.
You saw everybody's face. You couldn't even see
the rest of you. The rest of you. It's the rest of you who have the problem. It's not me. I'm perfect. I'm kidding. Of course.
I made sure I verbalized.
Is that for you? Is that for you to decide that you don't have any problems? Or
no.
If I was your girl, whatever. If I tell you have a problem,
what's the problem? I would ask. That's the first thing on my mouth. What's the problem?
Okay, but would you believe me that would you believe me that what you're doing is a problem, or would you think that I have a smooth brain and I don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I mean, if you're my girl, you're someone I trust.
Ahead of me.
No, if you're my girl, you're someone that I trust, and I'm trusting you to tell me when you observe something odd or off, or that I'm doing something, uncouth, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, my first question is, what's the problem? When you tell me what the problem is, okay, when is it that I'm doing these things? Like, when do you observe? Is there certain circumstances going on around me that cause me to respond this way, or is it just something that happens in general?
This is why you don't listen to what people say.
You know what I mean? So I would ask questions. I would ask, yeah, if it's something that she's telling me I'm doing, and she's saying, yeah, I don't like this. Okay, cool. I'll try my best not to do it again. But I'm asking the question so I'll know, like, okay, when I'm in this situation, she says that this is when I'm more likely to do this. Let me stay more cognizant of myself and my behavior so I can get out of the habit of doing whatever it is that you're saying that you don't like.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes the job easier of breaking said habit. You know, so that's why I ask questions. It's not because I'm trying to talk down, and that's the way a lot of people take it. They take it where he doesn't believe me. He's just missing it. I'm like, no, I'm asking questions because I'm doing it in general all the time, or there might be certain settings that I'm doing this in, or whatever the case may be. I'm looking for data to help me fix the problem that you brought to my attention. But people don't take it that way. They take it, well, he just doesn't believe me. I'm like, no, I'm asking questions. If I didn't believe you, I'd just tell you I don't believe you. Or you're wrong, incorrect, or something.
That'll be for the Mandrell show.
Yeah, this ain't about me. Y'all leave me alone. Arshawn, how dare you create a platform for me to be bullied?
Listen, this platform was designed for the exact purpose of bullying Mandrell.
No.
We are here with the express purpose of bullying Mandrell. That is what we're here for. That is what we do. Critically Drinking. That is our mission statement. So prepare for yourself every time you come up here, sir, to be bullied.
Improv time, he says. You know what, Mr. Harris?
Improv time.
Mr. Harris never comes on my panel. You know that? That's another guy who doesn't like me in secret.
Is the problem him or is the problem you?
I don't know. I got to talk to him about it. I don't think there's a problem, to be honest. I think he just kind of watches me for like background noise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why now
I promise you, man.
Or just pop up and say hello.
That's what we need to do. Next week, next Thursday, we are doing a root cause analysis about why Mandrell stays in spaces where it feels like he's 5 steps ahead and has to dumb down everything.
Ooh,
but he goes back
that's
week
a
after
cute
week.
one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that. I like that. No, you can't tell us. You can't tell us. You can't tell
Why
us.
not? What you just want to speculate first and then
we finna get it.
I don't know about that.
Drag your ass underground to this root.
We ain't gonna keep talking about this.
We ain't root canal on your ass. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, so it's cool.
Oh shoot!
When we pulling up, I might cam up for this one.
Opportunities and threats.
Yeah,
no, I try to help people.
The mandrelization of conversation.
You know what I'm saying?
I just try to help people.
That's cute.
You know? That's all. We all have flaws, and I have mine, and I try to improve them. I do. I try.
This is why you don't listen to what people say, Mandrell. You lying to us and yourself right now. You don't even know.
We don't listen to Negroes.
It's so. This is why we don't listen to y'all.
How am I lying? Look, I just told.
This is akin to an interview question. We're gonna ask you the interview question, and you're gonna be like, "I'm a good team worker. You know, I'm great in groups, and I'm like very. I'm an asset to your team because I will bring a dynamic." And then you know, 3 months into the fucking job, and bring your ass in this office every few minutes and write your ass up.
Why?
That's what people do, Mandrell, because nobody knows. A lot of people don't have insight to their issues.
Yeah.
But when the issues brought to my attention,
that's why you have probationary periods when you go to work.
But when the issues brought to my attention, I do try to fix it.
Okay, Mandrell, let me bring up an issue. There's an issue with you routinely popping up over here and shading the other places that you hang out, but continuing to hang out there. So, like one of the two like, can we solve one of the solutions? Like, there's 2 solutions here. Either stop hanging out in the places where you feel like you're so far advanced from everybody, and you say they don't listen and you have to dumb it down, or don't talk bad about them. Just acknowledge that these are people who you enjoy being around, and you don't have to diminish their intellect when you're not around them. Because to me, if somebody comes away from Rashawn, every time if somebody left me and went to hang out in a different space, and I was like, man, I sure am tired of hanging out with these fat people that never work out, I'd be pissed. Don't come back over here. Don't come back around me After you, as soon as you leave me, you want to go shade me to somebody else. That's problematic.
I gotcha. Fair enough. I give you that.
Yeah, you ready for this episode?
Smart person and all this other good
Listen,
stuff. So
I'm ready for anything.
I'm tired of repeating myself.
Some Nova Frank.
Look, you can put me in the hot seat all you like. It's not gonna scare me away, Bree.
It's not a hot seat.
looking
It's
for an
not to make
opportunity.
you scared. No, it's just like, look, I was a charge nurse, and it just be feeling the same a lot of times. Why am bringing this same fucking nurse in this office every time? Why your room always coding? Why your patient always why we always calling codes on your patient? Why your patient is always the one who having shoulder dystocias? Huh? It's you. Yes, shoulder dystocias are random, right? Supposedly. You can never know. You never know. But your babies, your patients always have them. It's the same thing. I'm getting triggered from my managing other adult days. It's triggering.
I hear you. Managing other people. I mean, managing other people is ridiculous. But my thing is, I think my issue is like, I was trying to figure out, and I'm trying to figure out how to communicate with people better. That way, I don't have to repeat myself so much. People can just understand my meaning behind what I'm saying. And it's good exercise.
Wrong with repeating yourself? What's wrong with repeating yourself?
When I have to do it 4 or 5 times and they still don't get it, Bree. Okay, I'm the type of person like, okay, I told you 3 times. Are you saying it the same
way? You say it the same way?
No, I try to find different ways to say it. And like I said, it's good exercise to learn how to communicate with people from different walks of life. Even, well, anyway.
And say it.
Even
what?
That wasn't nice.
Exactly.
So anyway,
I don't know.
No,
I know how y'all men. I know how y'all men. Some of y'all linear thinking, straight to the point men are when y'all be communicating. I've sat and listened to my husband use words I know for a fact my kids don't know. I'm like, she's 4. She doesn't know what that word means. I've heard him repeat the same sentence to her like 4 times using the word. I know she don't know. And he just be like, she's not listening. And I'll come over and I'll be like, do you know what this word means? And she's like, no, I don't. I don't know why he keeps saying it to me. And it's just, I just know how y'all be communicating. I know how y'all get. Y'all be swearing. I said it this many times.
But here's the thing, Bree. I'll watch myself back and trying the different ways of talking, and I'm like, I am droning on way too long. You know what I'm saying? But if I get straight direct to the point, people like, well, I don't get that, Mandrill. I'm like, how do you not?
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you not understand that? Okay. You know what I mean? So I have to flesh out what I'm saying. And I'm working on
just because they say that don't mean that they literally don't know what you're saying either.
Okay,
that's an emotion, that's an expression of a different thoughts.
Gotcha.
That's not saying, see, y'all people tell me you had dismissive parents without telling me you had dismissive parents. Mm-hmm. That's how I know. That doesn't mean what you think it means when they say that. That to me is expressing.
You're trying to look at it and be how light I am. That's messed up.
It was so much light reflecting.
Yeah. You look. First of all, it looks a little gray. Like sometimes you look a little like the saturation.
Just the camera
coming in and out.
Yeah.
He looks sick sometimes.
I am actually right now. I mean, does that help the background? The darker background?
You look sick. I've already diagnosed you.
I am sick. Yeah, like I missed last week's episode because I was sick, and I still am.
You look sick. You look like you got low iron.
I still am. I hope not. That's horrible.
No, it's fixable. Not a big deal. You look a
Mr.
little
Harris,
anemic.
Mr. Harris, you stop that, sir. Stop laughing at me, Mr. Harris. But no, it's the Harris.
I know. It's just you're up here with 2 nurses, so it's just.
And that's fine. I'm not completely ignorant.
I can't turn that off. So sometimes I empathize with Manjo when he goes into military shit because it's not easy to turn off sometimes.
It's not. Especially when it really becomes a part of you like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've done it, and that's the part of you. And yeah, it's not. You're not easy to turn off.
It's not.
Oh, I've started my online fitness business. That's up and running now.
Ain't nobody getting in shape over here.
Yeah, and apparently not over on my show either. Ain't nobody getting in shape. Nobody's reached out. Nothing. I'm like, okay, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But
market to the people who want to. You just got to market to the right people.
Yeah.
Towards the right people.
So your online fitness thing, is it like that Facebook group you're talking about? Is the Facebook group?
That's a part of it. The Facebook group is a part of it. That's the place. I have a Calendly link on the Facebook group. You can just click the link, schedule an appointment. Right there, they're done. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing about this, Mandra, right? And this conversation is evolving into something that has nothing to do with, but that's, I guess, okay for now, is that even though I see that you're a buff guy and you're always talking about fitness, there's nothing online that allows me to be like, man, I want Mandrell. I saw his transformation. I see how he's talking about form. He's doing this. There's nothing online, Mandrell. Like, you have no videos that, other than you sitting there right here, like, I don't see you at the gym, this dedicated. You were on my, one time I saw you at the gym, but I'm talking about you dedicating yourself to
putting all that online. Yeah, that's content I'm going to start posting this weekend.
So
at least start posting me doing like the bench press or some squats,
all of it,
something. Yeah, and all of that, like,
because you can't get to sign up for the thing when, like, your sister said on last night's show that if you're not in shape, I'm not going to hire you.
Yeah, right.
Now, I don't know if you're in shape or not. I assume so, but I ain't never seen you at the gym or doing anything. So why would I hire you if I don't know? So that's some of the things that you're gonna have to work on when you
it's just like I said, I just
you need to post the thigh pics.
If I was gonna do a pitch, it would be pantsless, honey. It ain't. Listen, you don't know what kind of freak I am, so it ain't gonna be shirtless, baby.
You need to start posting booty pics.
I'm just joking.
I heard that
because y'all be coming in. Y'all be coming for wives that can't make a motherfucking joke.
I'm
just joking.
Hey, man,
you gotta sell your body though. You gotta sell your body to some degree. If
you gonna watch it, you gonna watch it.
I'm gonna watch. I'll be in the clouds, but I'm gonna watch.
That's right. I heard that.
It's always funny to cackle at people who shameless online.
But no, I even said last night that, I mean, the whole body transformation thing, you'll see me go from point A where I started to point B. And here's the thing: it's not easy for me to post like pictures of that. It's not gonna be easy because I'm gonna get roasted, and it's gonna be like really self-conscious. I'm really self-conscious about that. I'm just like, ugh, because I know what I actually look like. But when you put on 40 pounds, you're like, what the fuck happened there? You know what I'm saying? You're like,
yeah, but
I don't even look the same. You know what I'm saying?
If that's what you're trying to do, that's going to be part of the transformation, right? You can't be self-conscious about your body if you're trying to teach others how to not be self-conscious about their body. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta be transparent. You gotta be transparent.
Yeah, and that's like, I'm working with
it doesn't mean that, like, just be honest. Like, hey guys, I have some insecurity. Like, man, I really like my upper body, but I'm working on my, I don't know, whatever the hell, thighs or whatever. So, because I don't like what my thighs look right now, I'm going to be doing these exercises, and this is the results that I've seen. Just be honest with people about it.
Yeah,
but you're going to have to post more about, like, on your channel. You're going to have to post more so that people can get a feel for who you are as a fitness instructor, as a fitness trainer. I don't know how you phrase the proper title, but so people can get a feel for you. Otherwise, just there's so many groups. What makes yours different? Like, we need a connection in order to, like, why I'm going to choose you over someone else.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't know any other way to do it other than just show people. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this is literally what I'm doing. This is literally what I'm eating. Like, to fake it and add stuff to it or take something away, I don't know. I don't have the brain for that. It's just like, hey, this is the answer. This is what I did. All of that. I don't know any other way than to be open and blunt about it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you'll see the body transformation and all that. You'll see what working out 6 days a week does for you. and you'll see. Yeah, you'll see everything, and I'm gonna put myself
6
through that.
days.
Listen,
Ugh.
when you see how much stuff
days.
you see how much.
Days, man, child. People got things to do. Like you doing the most. Man, you
Oh.
like this is a problem with that's another problem with you that we gotta discuss. You gotta meet people where they're at.
That's
man, child. Like, you over
extreme.
here in 6 days a week, and I can't even get to
Here's the thing. Here's the
for
thing,
3
Ann.
like, can we
No,
start at
that's a
3 days a
lot.
I
week?
got you. Here's the thing.
That's
Here's the thing, though,
too
Ann. It's a lot for me too. You know, if
But
you don't work out for a while,
about the
No,
audience
no.
you're serving, right? It's not about you. I know it's a lot for you, right? But like if you're trying to motivate someone that's not into it, start off with a 3-day week program that they can like you
Yeah,
gotta
3
you gotta start with
days.
the baby steps.
yeah. The thing, the program is customized to
I'm not
you.
gonna go into fucking 6 days a
But
week.
there's
you don't
only
have to.
7 days.
You don't
But
have-
there's only 7 days in a week.
Right, but you don't have to. Whatever workout program we're going to do for you is going to be customized to you. So if you only want to work out 3 days a week, that's what I'm going to build for you. I'm just showing you what
Okay.
I did.
Right, but that's great.
No.
But right now,
That's just
right
me.
now you have no business, so you gotta appeal to the masses, and the masses want 3 motherfucking days. We want it 45 minutes a piece. We appeal to the masses, and then as you get people,
Look at his
then
face.
you
Damn.
customize
How long
it.
they working out?
Yeah, it's like, okay,
45
what do you,
minutes to an
it depends.
hour.
It depends on what you want to do with your body.
This
If
is
you
the
hold on,
problem,
if you want to,
Mandrell is all the way the fuck up here with his goddamn Green Beret shit.
all I'm saying is,
To
here's
be
the thing.
motherfucking, what do you do when you first start off?
If
go
you want to
the,
be,
It's about 90
what
minutes,
do you
bitch.
do, man,
90
when you
minutes.
start off at when you first go? What the fuck is it? When you do like training and you first start off and you don't know anything about anything. What is that? When you first go,
huh?
basic training, really basic
Yeah.
training.
Okay, cool. That's cool. But
Not
here's the thing:
Green
if you
Beret.
if
Basic
you
training
want, it depends on what you want to do with your body. If you want to look,
Right.
if you want to be just generally healthy and you want to lose some weight and be healthy, okay, and be kind of fit. Okay, cool. We'll make a 3-day your workout routine be 3 days a week. Your nutrition plan will still be 7 days a week. Okay, that's your nutrition plan. Period. All nutrition plans are 7 days per week. Okay. Now your
No
workout
cheat
routine.
days?
I mean, you can cheat. I can add a cheat day into your nutrition plan if you want me to.
Yeah, don't let me figure out how to cheat. You don't have
This
to tell
starting
me
to
how
sound
to
like enabling, man. Drew. You just
I'm not
home
enabling.
and
No.
money
Here's
hunt.
no.
Like, you
No.
just-
1 day a week. No, 1 day a week. You can have a cheat meal. I believe in that. It makes your diet.
Because
your
I'll
habits more
take 2 or
realistic.
3 cheat days if I got.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. And even in the cheat days, it depends on what it is that you're eating. It depends on your goal as well. But if you want to, like I said, if you want to be generally healthy, lose weight, and get in some kind of shape and decent shape, okay, 3 days a week. Okay, but this is what I'm writing out for you to eat 7 days a week. As long as you stay within these boundaries, certain boundaries, okay, cool. Veer off, you know what I'm saying? A little bit. But as long as you stay within the boundaries. Okay, now if you want to look like a swimsuit model, them 3 days a week ain't gonna cut it. So it depends on what you want.
I want the basic
So it depends on what you
basic
want.
training
I want
program. Okay, that's the package I want.
baddie shape. What you gonna do for me? I
I
Okay.
want the
one
basic
thing I
bitch
never
package.
discussed is how if you
I
got
want the
small
basic.
butts, what exercises can you do? You need Mandrell, look, let's not make this about you. All right.
Look,
It's
she
not.
said
We're
she
talking
want the
about
baddie-
you.
She want the baddie package. I want the basic.
The baddie
bitch.
package.
I'm a basic.
Okay,
I'm a
listen, the
basic
3
bitch.
days a week ain't gonna cut
You
it.
need a whole stream dedicated.
No,
You need to
that's
make
the
your
one
own.
I
I've been
want.
telling you, you need to make your own, and you need someone with charisma to come up there because Mandrell, I love you. You know,
I'm
I
not
do. You're a little
charismatic.
dry.
I admit it. I'm
You're
not
a little
charismatic.
dry. You need someone with a little charisma to come up there and to interject, like, listen, Mandrell, you know, what people with smooth brains do, they don't know this. We don't want to hear that. I want to know how I'm going to take my tiny titties to some, what exercise can I do to get me some nice titties, man? Come on. What can I do? We need them kind of conversations.
Okay,
That's what's
now when
fun.
it comes to getting larger breasts, implants, you kind of got what you got.
That I can do to make it
Mandrell,
more
you gotta sell her a
slippery,
dream. You
to
gotta
make
you
it
gotta
more,
sell it.
like to give me more, like you gotta like entertain a little
Okay,
bit.
fair enough. Try decline bench press.
Okay,
It
there we
works the
go. You
lower
need
part
these
of
kind
it. It
fun
works the lower part of the
conversations.
pectorals. You're building muscle there, but the muscle's going to be underneath. It's going to come from underneath the breast and make them pop out more. You know.
There you go.
The charisma of Mandrell to yeah.
I know I need to be more charismatic. I'm just not a charismatic guy. I never have been though.
Well, I say marketing is a beast, Mandrell. You know, people aren't just gonna come because you make the content. And I don't want to hear you on no panel to myself. I made it and nobody's coming because you got to market. Okay?
Exactly.
Marketing is a beast. You got to be willing to sell your soul.
Oh, shoot.
Do it for the likes. Do it for the gram. You ready to do it for the gram?
Days,
cheap back 3. On camera. Where you at? Don't be
wear the crop top. Wear the crop top.
What's the negative one on the charisma?
It just feel like it's
yeah, no rain dropped him 3.
Wow. Like I've never been a charismatic guy. I just never had game. I just like talking to people.
He said work out 6 days and cheat 3.
No, what I told you what I'm going to do. I'm working out 6 days a week. A lot of those days are going to be 2 a days. That's what I'm doing.
2 a day.
That's for me, not for my client.
Don't even say that, Mandrell. Here's a tip: don't to say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
-1 spoke.
If you're trying to tell people like I'm gonna make you a workout plan, because see, when you're the brand and you're like when you're offering like this is a how and you're the face of the brand, people are gonna implicitly think that the goal is to become like you. So if you say I do 2 a day, 6 days a week, people are gonna automatically assume your program is going to try to get them to that point. So the thing you have to understand is like when you're the face of a brand and you're like I'm teaching you how to do this, people are going to automatically project that they should be where you are by the time they're done. Now, if you're saying that's not what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to do it cater to what you actually want for yourself. Don't be telling these people you do 2 a day, 6 days a week, because they going to think you going to be out here trying to kill them. So you got to be aware of like what people.
We're doing this, Greg. We're doing this.
Only 2 a day. Only 2 a day.
Shout out to Yella, shout out to Danique, and shout out to Brother Clarence from Let's Talk the Better Black Life for stepping in the building. Appreciate all y'all for coming through.
And also what comes with it is accountability. Like we can schedule bi-weekly meetings, check-ins. You know what I'm saying? So you schedule the time. I send you a Zoom link. You know what I'm saying? And when the time comes, we both click the Zoom link, and poof, here we are, right? Hey, how you doing? How's it going? How things going? You having any issues with it? You know,
you don't have to say all that. All you got to do is use the TikTok soundbite. You got to get on your Zoom. See, and if you don't even know what that soundbite is, you ain't ready. You're not ready.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? That's marketing.
And I don't know what.
Don't nobody want to hear no elevator pitch. You just get on TikTok and just say wild stuff and play soundbites.
Man, that's so far beyond Mandrell. Mandrell, that's why he can't do that. He's too logistic. I ain't gonna happen.
That's a logistical thing.
You ask Mandrell to do something that he ain't capable.
I have no idea what that is.
What are you talking about? He's
like, right. And I'm sitting here thinking like Bree's talking to me and she's like about TikTok and you got to get on your thing. I was like,
that's a sound bite. It's like a popular sound bite.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I have no idea what this is.
You got to get on your Zoom at 10 a.m. I need you on your Zoom.
You got to get on your Zoom. Yeah, that's what it is. What that is. That's like someone saying, "May the Force be with you" to someone who's never seen Star Wars. It's like,
well, you trying to market a brand. Trust me, it's tough. It's hard. What is? Oh, he's green, so you can't see him.
Oh, it's Baby Yoda.
It's invisible. He invisible.
It's invisible.
Grogu.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah.
Yeah, it's Grogu. Baby Yoda.
Muted.
But no, I think it's everything. A lot of people have great ideas, even myself. That's what I'm learning with this business. Like whole thing is just like you can make a good product, but at the end of the day, you got to play the game and the marketing and the content strategy and the focus and the energy. Like it is what it is, and you can't really find shortcuts around some of it. So. Mm-hmm. I hope you're ready.
A lot of the thing about working out is really a lot of mental stuff, though. And that's what really needs to be discussed. But that's a whole different thing because it's the motivation to get up. Because it's even me who I don't, it's hard to get to the damn gym, and it's not even that far. It's just a mental, like getting out of bed. The bed is warm. The The bed is warm, man. Joe, I love a warm bed. It's difficult to get out of the gym, to get to the gym. But once I get there, I've never been disappointed. I'm always like, man, I feel so great afterwards. But I think the thing about going to the gym is that you got to make it like, in general, conversations, whether it's, talking about the SWOT analysis, whether it's going to the gym, no matter what, you have to, man, Joe, you have to meet people where they're at.
I do. I think I do. The workout routines are customized to you. Like there are certain people who can't do certain exercises.
Right.
They may have mobility issues. It may be an orthopedic deal.
But I'm talking about your marketing part. I'm not talking about your follow through on this area. I'm talking about just reaching out. Like you were saying that no one signed up, no one followed. Right? You got to put yourself out there as someone that's relatable. I'm not saying be someone that you're not, but just open up a little bit, and that way people can get that side of you. Because, like, when I think about you, I think about military, like. And I don't want no damn drill sergeant. You might not even be a drill sergeant in the gym, but I'm thinking that's probably how you are.
So not.
Maybe you're not. I don't know, but that's because of who you are. But I don't have enough of the fun personality online to tell me anything different. I don't have.
I don't know. You seem like a pushover to me, because every time y'all said I don't want to do 6 days. Okay, 3. I want to do it. Okay, I give you a cheat day. Okay, I give you 2 of them. I think he a pushover in the gym.
Think he a pushover?
I push over.
Not to me.
I'm realistic with my clients. It's like, okay, it depends on what you want to do. Again, if you just want general health and fitness, okay, I'm going to write you a plan for that. You can get away with 3 days a week. You just want to be generally healthy. It just depends on what you want to do.
Yeah, who's your market? Or is it more male or female?
It's both.
Well, that's going to be problematic at first.
And the thing is, it's like, it just depends. Again, if you, like I told you, if you want to be generally healthy and fit and lose weight and stuff like that and get to a reasonable weight, cool. 3 days a week will do it. However, you want to look like a swimsuit model, then 3 days just ain't going to cut it. The body just doesn't work that way. It simply is what it is. The formula does not change.
I think at first you should like pick a male or female, because like men, you can do that military angle. Yeah, like you can use that military angle to your benefit for men, but for women, that I don't want a drill sergeant. But like men, there's men who probably like, like that's what they like. So even picking if you're going to market to male or females at first probably would be beneficial. Like you really need to know who you're trying to target, because you're not going to be able to target both with the same energy. At all.
And why are you delayed in getting your channel started? What is the delay?
Let's do the 5 whys. Let's get the 5 whys out the way.
Why you don't listen?
Why you play so much? Why you gonna be listening? Why you won't do what we tell you to do?
Tell you to do shit. How many times?
How many whys was that? Was that like 5?
Over and over.
I feel like there was 4.
Oof, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay, like as a before we close out, let's do that real quick as a like little fun. Let's just see how that works. Why have you not started your channel, Mandrill?
SWOT analysis or just
what? Okay. 5 whys.
Root cause.
Okay, why haven't I started my YouTube channel? One, learning the platform and how to record and everything I need. 2, motivation, lack thereof.
Okay, so 2, motivation. Okay, why have you not taken the steps to learn the platform while you've been working with somebody who knows how to work with the platform?
I have been taking the steps to learn the platform. I have put that in motion. Yes. So it's not a total bust. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm just like I'm just not doing it. No, because I'm gonna have to move. I'm gonna have to start my own anyway eventually. So I was like, fuck it, why not start it?
That is not one of the whys. That is not one of the whys. Why, if you've been taking the steps to learn the platform, have you not learned enough to step forward?
I don't know what that's about. That's insane. But
No, you just answer Rashawn. That's
yeah. Why if you say you've been learning, why have you then still not started the channel?
Coming up with an idea of where to even start with it, what direction I want to go with it, because what I've noticed is that everyone's channel is about something, a subject matter that's specific. You know what I mean? the things I want to talk about, it's not dating in relationships.
Okay.
It's not. It's a lot of it is going to be like again. Once I do the fit to fit series, a lot of it's going to be about. I talk about geopolitics a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, are people even going to want to talk about that or what? I don't know. So
why
it's
do
just
you want to stream?
what I want to stream.
Why do you want to stream?
I enjoy talking to people. You know what I mean? And it's just, I don't like talking about the same thing over and over again. You know, how often do you talk about the same topic but not come up with a solution? Like for me, it's only been a year of this, and people talk about the difference between men and women constantly with no solutions, and the solutions that they do find, no. It seems like very few people, if any, are actually putting it into practice. Like I mean, if me, I put solutions into practice, and hopefully, it's made me a better person. I know I'm a different person than when I first started out. I was just pissed off at everybody because everybody was just fucking stupid. I was like, I mean,
I got the final why.
I was like,
Why did you? Damn it, I almost lost it. Why did you start the fitness thing now? Like, why now?
Why now?
Yeah, with the fitness thing.
Finally, not only got the time, but the knowledge I needed to actually start it and to, as far as broadcasting it. You know what I mean? Because again, I'm like an old man with this stuff. Ann was right. I'm like an old man with this stuff. It's like, so how do you record? What do you use to record things? Use your phone. The phone's good enough for that? Yeah, that's what everybody else uses. Okay, so what kind of camera? You don't need a camera. Just use your phone. Oh, okay. So then, what software should I use? Well, if you want to edit it, you can use Wondershare, Filmora by Wondershare. I was, okay, cool. Now I need to learn how to do this. So a lot of those clips you see me using on my show, I edit that myself using Wondershare.
So how we get back to the first why?
And all that stuff. Huh?
Yeah, because I want to ask a different.
Because now
I want to ask a.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because what I want to ask, my fifth why, because see what you said was what you want is to talk to people, but you already talk to people. So why would you then start a new channel if what you want to do is what you're already doing?
I want to have more control over how the show runs.
There we go. Okay.
Simple as that.
So that would be that we would ask those questions, and then we would look at the theme in all of those questions to figure out a root cause, the underlying subtext to all of those. So all of the answers to your whys, then we would look at what is the underlying theme under that why, and this is how you begin to fix a root cause analysis.
Some of it seems to be a bit of insecurity to me.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too.
Yeah.
And I think you hang out in these spaces because you feel competent. I think you feel more competent when you hang out in these spaces because you're very incompetent with what you actually want to do. And the possibility of failing due to your incompetence is higher there. So you hang out in those other spaces where you feel like you're the most competent.
Oh, no. Actually, no. That's so not the case. I like to be in a room with people who are more competent than I am. I don't like. Yes, I am that person. I will embed myself.
Well,
here's the thing.
Survey says
no.
The survey says.
Hold on. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that because there are a lot of people who do that. They put themselves in places where they think that people are less competent than them to make them feel good. I'm not that guy. I don't. I like to not be the smartest person in the room.
I didn't say you enjoy it.
If
it's truly coming from a place of an insecurity or the shadow self, this would be something that you do unaware of it. It wouldn't be something you would get enjoyment from. It comes from an insecurity. It comes from a place of like, this is it. The insecurity could be simply like, this is fucking overwhelming, and I'm old, and all these young people are doing all this shit. That's the insecurity. That could just be the insecurity. You could just feel old when you get on TikTok, you know. So like the insecurity could be simply the overwhelming nature of marketing and like doing it in the way that works. So they can.
That's
No,
what I
it's
was
just
thinking
the thing is,
too.
I just don't know the way it works, and so when I learn something, it's just building blocks. Like there's no one telling me how to do it. I'm sitting here going to YouTube videos after YouTube videos, learning how to do this stuff myself. You know what I mean? So, and I'm sure you guys understand this too. Like once you're doing it yourself, it's going to take longer than if you have a mentor. You know what I'm saying? Someone
Mandrell,
sitting and tell you.
listen,
You can't argue with the root cause analysis. We asked you your whys, and now we're giving you feedback on these.
Okay, I get it, but the insecurities. No, here's the thing: the insecurities. Right ammo, wrong target.
Okay,
I'll say that.
I particularly, when I said insecurity, I didn't mean that you are an insecure human being. I meant that you have in your mind areas in which you think you are not competent enough to do certain tasks, which you've explained you're concerned about the marketing, you're concerned about the technology, you're concerned about blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Right? So that's when I say insecurity. I'm not saying that you're walking around here feeling like you're not a full-grown man. I'm not talking about that kind of insecurity. I'm talking about like, and it was a better word to use, you have this high expectation of yourself, and when everything is not aligned, you don't feel competent enough to move forward with what you think should be. Everything's not going to be in place. Mandrell, you can start a channel
until it gets aligned.
It's not
once it's aligned, then I move.
And that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
You never move.
That is the problem. Hit the motherfucking button tonight. Tomorrow, you and I can talk on your own show. We can literally come on here and talk about like fun. Like I'm a nurse. You're the physical trainer. Why? I'm not saying that I'm going to have every single week, every Saturday, because my schedule changes. But I've offered to you multiple times, like there's no reason. And I think I'm charismatic, right? I think I have a little bit of that entertainment factor that your ass needs, right? So whether it's myself, whether it's your sister, whether it's Bree, who's also a nurse, someone else, recognize your weakness, okay?
Yeah.
You've got a lot of knowledge, but you might not be the most charismatic, and that's okay. We're gonna bring fun to this shit. So like you find someone that you can talk to that can bring that element to your program, and eventually drop whomever off. And once you have your community of people that are interested in you, then who cares about the nurse? Who cares about the blah blah blah? You are the person, because now we know Mandrell on a personal level. Now we know, we see you laugh, we see you joke, we see you throw shit. We know you. So there's no reason why, like by literally tomorrow, you should not be able to hit the link, go live, and have a show on your own channel. There's no reason.
It's not.
Everything is not going to be aligned, Mr. Green Beret. It's not. For the mission to be accomplished, it's not. You're going to have, this is different. You start, and you're going to figure it out as you go along.
Yeah.
You know?
And the thing is, it seems like you guys,
and help you out as a nurse.
And it seems like you guys have it all figured out, though. That's the perception that I get. It's like you all have it all figured out. Like Rashawn, taking Kawaii Bree and saying, even when you do yours, it's like, okay, that was fantastic.
No, we do not.
But that's the point. That's the point they're making. None of us have it figured out, but we had to move in spite of. Like as a military person, that's probably exactly exactly what you were used to. We can't control all the parameters. We don't know everything about the terrain or the enemy, but we still have to move because we have a mission to complete. If you take the same mindset, your military mindset, and apply it to this, you can't wait until conditions are perfect. They'll never be perfect.
Okay.
You have to move when conditions are favorable, and they're never more favorable than now.
Gotcha. I'm used to that. And
I just wanted to clarify, that's what I meant by insecure and all that stuff too. Same thing. Just the feeling when you feel like you're not competent. There's going to be some things you walk into that you're going to be like, I don't know what the fuck, or people are ahead of me, or they know. And that's an insecurity, and that is incompetence. And that's okay. I mean, that's imposter syndrome.
Yeah, and the thing is, like you guys saw the clothing line I'm working on. There's a lot of stuff I'm not competent about on that, and but then you see the work that's being done. And it's like there's certain parts of it. I'm like, I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, but, you know what I'm saying? But like nobody can see that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea of working on it where people can witness you not having it together is where you're like, I don't doubt that behind the scenes you do a lot of stuff you have no idea what you're doing. But I just think the idea of working it out in a live and where people can witness you doing it, I think it makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that's the part that people want to see, Mandra, that we want to see the imperfect.
Up.
No, we don't want to see you mess up. We want to see where you started because it's going to inspire us to see your growth is inspirational.
B9 Nizzle.
What's up, my dear? Hi, B9. That's my brother.
Yeah.
We want to see your growth. So to look at someone's growth is inspirational. I don't know if you understand that or not, but that's where we want to where people connect with you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I would say, Mandrill, from somebody who's kind of gone like your path. I was on somebody else's platform first, and I also wanted control because I needed things to work my way because my mind works a particular way. And then I left and I used somebody else as a crutch. I would suggest if I had somebody like mentoring me or coaching me, go and do it solo first. Just get out there so that you're comfortable first. That way everything else is like gravy or icing. Because that you just remove all of the fear if you're just out there by yourself. There is no falling or failure because it's just going live. And you go live, you end the live. People show up or they don't. There's no control over that. And once you get rid of that thing that's like, man, I don't know if people will show up. I don't know people that want to talk. Once you let that go because you'll no longer care because you've gone live enough times that people do show up or they don't show up. And what you realize at the end of each time that happens, none of it matters. Either they show up or they don't. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to go up again and I'm going to go up again just like you do reps in the gym. You're going to go again. Sometimes you get the burn, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you bust the right sweat, sometimes you don't. But you still go back and you go back and you go back. And eventually you go back enough times that the people are like, oh man, he keeps coming back. Well, I'm going to go back. What's he keep coming back? Well, let me go see. So again, it's building up a muscle and the muscle is people. And that's it.
Okay, cool.
You're never going to know enough. You don't know shit.
Okay, so it's one of those. Gotcha. Because being in an environment where I don't know what I'm doing, I'm used to that. Like, just like in the Army, you join basic training, right? Okay, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what they have in store for you, but you do it anyway, right? You don't know anything, but you learn along the way. But then you see where you are in the pecking order with that eventually. And real quick in basic training, you see where you are in the pecking order. Okay, the rest of these guys are here. Some of these guys are here. But me and a handful of guys are up here. Okay. And but then you go to airborne school. Everybody's good at a lot of this stuff, right? Everybody's good at the vast majority of it. But then you say, okay, I'm a little better than some of these guys at this thing. I don't know shit about this part, but I'm a little better than them.
Are you comfortable being incompetent in anything?
Oh, yes, I am. Because I like to learn. Yes, I am.
Are you comfortable being the worst in the group?
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, like when you go to Special Forces selection, you're like, oh my god, I suck at everything. I suck at everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But then, as the time goes on, you learn and you get better. You know what I'm saying? I like the growth. I like the progression. I like the road to the destination as opposed to getting to the destination. Because when I get to my destination, I'm like, okay, what's next? That's instantly like it's to the point now where even with a YouTube channel, I'm like, okay, I know what I'm gonna do first, but after that, what am I gonna do next? And that's kind of that's the biggest hiccup as to what's holding me up. That is if I had to say what's the biggest hiccup,
you're gonna be trash. Nobody's gonna watch your shit. Nobody's gonna watch your shit. You're not gonna be in the algorithm. It's gonna suck. Your thumbnails are gonna suck. You're gonna be doing lives with 0 people sometimes. You don't know what you're doing. Just because the topic is good don't mean people want to watch that shit. And they probably won't watch it. People click on your stuff, click off. That's just the reality you're going to face.
Yeah, like I said, to finish my analogy, like selection was like that. You start if you suck, you get better, and now you're on par with the other guys who get selected. The Q course starts. You're back to square one. You suck at everything. You don't know shit. But you get better and better and better. Next phase of the Q course, you suck again. You get better. Next phase of Q course, you suck again. And so it's like a repetitive thing like that, going through that. So it got you comfortable with not knowing anything, improvising, thinking outside the box because you had to, you know what I mean, in order to make it through. Competency was a thing. And being competent doesn't necessarily mean knowledgeable. It's just like, can you figure this out?
I have one other question for you then. Are you comfortable with feeling like no one listens to you?
Well, normally if I'm in an environment where no one listens, I just move away, let them have it. Go find
What if
something else
it's
to
your
do.
environment?
Exactly. So like, you always say no one listens to me, and I'm wondering if it's your environment now, if you feel like if you're going to open a YouTube channel and you feel like no one listens to you, are you going to have enough motivation, stamina, whatever word you want to put on there to continue to go, even though you think that no one might be listening to you?
I don't know. It's one of the things I won't know until I get there. To be
Tomorrow,
perfectly honest with
we
you.
have a channel right now. Tomorrow, Manjo, we go live. What is the problem? Tomorrow. What's the hold up?
Nigga, you got a camera and a microphone. What the fuck?
Yeah. Because whatever you're planning, I promise you, whatever you're planning, once you go live with whatever you're planning, you're going to realize all the flaws in whatever it is you were planning. Like, you're going to realize all the flaws.
I know I sounded so Southern. I sounded so Southern just then. I felt it.
What's the problem? Tomorrow, go live. What is the hold up, Mandrell?
Yeah.
Nothing's going to be perfect the first time. Like, just for the simple sake of practicing. And I'm not even talking, like, just the sake of practicing and getting used to how the links work and controlling it yourself and having the conversation and deciding if it's going to be 1 hour or 7 hours or who you're going to bring up when you drop the link, how that all works. Like, it takes time.
Yeah.
So why not? What's the hold up? What would hold you up from literally tomorrow starting, like, we go live? I'm telling you, I'm available tomorrow anytime you want. What's the hold up?
So what time?
Yeah, that'd be the question. What time?
Anytime. I'm actually available tomorrow. You tell me the time and I will be there. You have a nurse and you have a physical trainer. What are you? A physical what is
personal trainer? Yeah.
You're a personal trainer and you have a RN. What is the hold up? Tell me what's the hold up. Tomorrow we go live. Whenever you tell me, I will be there. What's the hold up?
I guess nothing then. I guess tomorrow if it's in the afternoon. That's when I have time.
Give her time. Give her time.
4 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Yeah, I work the overnight shift, bitch. I will be there. Tell me what time, and I will be. So what is the hold up?
Okay, but how about 2:30?
2:30 on your own.
What time zone? What time zone? 2:30. What time zone?
Central.
That's 2:30 Central.
Okay.
Oh wait, is the channel already made and verified?
No.
Because you gotta wait 24. You gotta make 20. You gotta wait 24 hours before you can go live. Yeah, see.
And this is the stuff. This is the stuff that you'll figure out by just going to hit the go live button. Because then you'll find out you have to wait 24 hours when you hit the live button. So that's what I'm saying. Do it now. Go hit the go live button so it tells you gotta wait 24 hours because you're not going to be able to go live tomorrow at 2:30. Then go live Saturday. Like, but that's why, like, don't keep putting it off because you're going to troubleshoot as you go. I would even suggest just going live. Forget about doing any production. Just go live. Forget backgrounds. Forget everything. Go raw. Pause. Go raw. Greg Bryan, I know what you're thinking. Just go raw the whole first time, just so that everything is out. Like, you got to get that first. You need post live clarity right now. You need post live clarity. Get that PLC. But to get that first one out. Get that first one out. Get that first one out of you. Yeah, get that first one out of
you. The second one gonna be better. I promise.
Yeah, the second one you'll be able to control yourself, but the first one.
You're not gonna be able to stop after you get a taste. You're a virgin. You know what I'm saying? After you get that first hit, you're gonna be like every day when we going live.
I like that. That was some good live.
Listen to Bree.
Fun.
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna get a taste of that again.
Yeah,
Don't think that. For instance, like I'm offering right now in my life, I'm available a little bit more. I go to New York to be with my mom as she's going through a situation, but I'm a little bit more available now in terms of the scheduling. But don't also, like, just because, like, let's pretend like right now I'm offering, I'll start off with you, but don't ever feel like just because you started off with Ann, or you started off with Bree, or you started off with Rashawn, like your show goes on no matter who's there. So if at some point, let's pretend I flake out and I'm like, I can't do it anymore, your show still goes on.
Yeah, no doubt. You
Your
got to
show
do it by
still goes
yourself, bitch.
on.
You still got to do it by yourself. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
I
Yeah.
will be there, but I want you to have the kind of the stick to it kind of thing where like it goes on regardless. I'll get another person in place of Ann. I'll get another person in place of whomever it is that you bring up. You
I'll
know,
go solo. Yeah, I'm trying.
I'll
That's what I'm
go
saying.
solo. Goddamn it.
Trust me, only because of me, because I have a very fear-based mind and a very anxious mind. What I'm saying is, if you can knock that out, where you're not worried about going live at all, that would be the best, because everything else will just be logistical. Everything else will be just logistical. Oh, who's going to be there? It'll be complete logistics if you just hit that live, get it out of the way, and just go. Forget the backgrounds, forget how it sounds like, forget what it looks like. Just go live and start talking. And if somebody comes in, oh, your mic sounds trash. Oh, then you fix that. You look a little fuzzy. Then you fix that. Like, let the stream fix itself. Because that's, like today it was staticky. And then people troubleshoot it for me. Now, it's a software issue because it's not happening here, here, and here. Like, you cannot make this thing perfect. It's going to be buggy. So, like, trust me. If you
And
can
the
do
reason why
anything,
I'm
hit that live
bad,
tonight so you can fix it tomorrow.
yeah.
All right. So
bad.
one thing, because that's the thing. It's just like the fine details. If you ask me what's taking me so long to start a channel, actually coming up with a name was a thing. I was like, do I just go in Mandrill to 11, or do I call it something else? And
The
if
name
something
is so
else, what am I
irrelevant.
going to
Like it
call it?
don't
Stuff like
matter.
that.
It doesn't matter. Don't let that be a hold up. Like there's a lady that I follow. Her name is Border Hammer.
Jesus
I
Christ.
promise you, it's called Border, and
Just,
she has
I
hell of
can't.
views. She
I
was, she
can't.
looked, she couldn't figure out a name. She looked at something, she was like Border, and then I see a hammer. It is called Border Hammer. Hella popular. Like Mandrell, don't get caught up in the name being.
Yeah.
Just make it something easy. Don't make it long as fuck. Right? Don't make it. I don't want to. Don't know shit at anybody in the comment section. I'm just trying to say.
Don't make it
Don't make
critically
this shit a
drinking.
whole sentence. Make it quick. Make it something that people can like. Oh, did you see? I don't know, whatever the hell we come up with or whatever. But make it something easy that people can roll off their tongue. Don't make it a whole sentence, please. Just make it something quick.
What did you say earlier, candidate? Mandrellized? What do you call it? What did you say?
The
Mandrellization?
What the hell did I say? I don't know. I
Mandrellization.
Mandrellification. Or something.
something like that. Yeah.
No, he
I
didn't.
Candid Am because I did a little research and I found that that sound people resonate with, which is why Kodak made their company Kodak, right? Because that sound, like people tend to remember things
Click.
that sound and click, and it's really quick, like Candid Am. It's not like this
Wow.
long ass thing, right? On top of it, when you know my personality, like I'm aware, I'm self-aware. When you know my personality, it also resonates with kind of who I am. So, and then on top of it, I love photography. So if you know anything about photojournalism, it's really candid shots. And then my personality is a candid kind of personality. So like when I came up, so I'm just saying, find something quick, find something, it doesn't have to even be your name, right? Just find drill, man, drills. So find something that like, just easy. It isn't like the name honestly doesn't matter because, people are going to find you. If they enjoy your content, people are going to find you. Yeah, don't worry about the name too much. We come up with a name right quick.
Yeah. So we are getting ready to close out. Let's everybody get off.
Drills.
Drills.
See what I'm saying? Yellow.
Drills. That's a good one too, because
Yeah,
you're gonna be
Yellow,
having people do drills.
I need
Run
Yellow.
people do drills.
I need Yellow here, man. I mean, I need shit like that because I actually like that.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Drills.
Get your final thoughts, sir. Good sir.
Final thoughts. Okay. What we doing today? What kind of analysis?
Bree, get your
Wow, and you talk about people don't listen. We were doing a whole SWOT analysis.
No, I was saying SWOT analysis. I said root cause analysis. It took me down. I was like, root cause analysis. No, SWOT analysis is very important. and it amazes me that I'm looked at as a weirdo for doing so. I'm shocked at that. I mean, it's like that's why I first came to YouTube screaming on people, because I was like, how do you ever, how are these people able to figure anything out if they don't know these basic things? People start practicing these things. These are good habits to have. They will help you in many different facets of life in terms of problem solving and getting to the root cause of things, because you can't actually solve or fix something if you don't fix the root cause. You fix the root cause, then the problem is super unlikely to happen again. Okay. And the channel's coming soon, as you saw here. I had people actually, give me the skinny on it. Give me the skinny on it, because I've been I've been wondering about this detail, that detail, and I've been pretty much nickel and diming myself to death when it comes to the little details. This has to be right, that has to be right. How do they do this? How do they do that? That whole thing. So a lot of stuff that held me back that shouldn't have, things that I didn't really need to worry about. That's what the hold up has been. So you'll see my YouTube channel coming up sooner than expected. The next few days, I guess. All right. Other than that, be good to each other and have a good weekend.
There you go. All right. Hit us with something, Bree.
Thanks for having me up. Am I supposed to say something else, or that's it?
Yeah, give us a final thought. Say something wise and southern.
Don't be letting all the inside air out. Energy bills are high, so if you going in, if you coming in, come in. If you going out, go out. Don't be letting the AC out my house. That's really southern. And then I don't know what I'm doing, y'all. I got a lot going on. I have I have inventory stacked up in the room, like up to the fucking ceiling. But so I'm just around in the internet, and that's it. I ain't got nothing else to say.
Nah, we gotta hold you accountable too before we get out of here. How you going live and then making it private? You going live in the middle of the night when ain't nobody there?
Well, I was trolling. I was watching Avatar Way of Water last night for like 3 hours. I was trolling.
I was like, we can't get Mandrell to go live, and you going live when ain't nobody watch.
Now, I've been tempted to go live, like really at random times, but I'm like, okay, I can't go live right now. So like, I'm busy during the day, so sometimes I'm like, it's 6 p.m. and I'm like, damn, I want to go live, but I don't. So.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we appreciate you popping through. Candid Ann in the building.
So thank you guys for having me today. I was a little bit nervous about doing this because I'm like, I'm no field expert, but it was a great conversation. I want to see more of this. This has been like the thinking, the looking at issues, like having some outrageous takes on things and trying to work through the positive, the negatives. And I was so shocked even having the conversation on what got us riled up, or what got me riled up. So it was really insightful. I'm excited about this segment that you're going to have for however long it's going to be here. And I hope the audience members, I hope they had a good time as well. It was a good conversation. So thank you guys for having me. And I don't think I have much more to say other than hit the Cash App. Donations. Let's get this microphone fund together.
Listen, stop
for
it.
the host, y'all. Yeah, listen, you guys always tell me that my voice sounds really pleasing, and that is in part due to the microphone that I have. So I'm happy listen, you've inspired me. The changes that you've made, I always said you're always working on improving, and I hope that we can help you on this journey to improve your channel as well through getting great audio, because audio is one of the huge things, right? So anyhow, thank you guys for having my old ass on here. I hope it's been fun, and it was a pleasure for me. So take care.
Thank you, everybody. I'm just gonna Mandrill. Quantum say go pray about it. Mandrills, augmentation.
Man
of
up with
that.
Mandrell. Oh, man up. Oh no.
When you go on, just remember to be excited about an activity that brings you so much joy. You can masturbate looking out a window or into a window, and only one is illegal. Wisdom. I know an electrician. Super chat button. You need it. Now listen, I made my watch hours that I need for monetization, since Greg did bring that up, but I have to get some subs up. So everybody go and grab 3 friends and make them subscribe. And we'll be there in no time at all, because the watch hours is already taken care of. So go grab 3 people, make them subscribe. Do it at gunpoint if you need to. Yeah, because again, if you go to jail on a felony, I don't need you to watch. I just need your subscription. So if you go to jail for holding people at gunpoint to make them subscribe, that's okay. I just need the bodies to push the button. Totally okay. I'll miss you. I will miss you in the chat, but that's all that is necessary. So I'd really appreciate all of you. I'm getting ready to head out. Everybody go check out. There's 2 shows going on right now. Let's Talk to Better Black Life with Brother Clarence. And over on Harris Tribe Media Group, they're having a conversation as well. They're both live currently. So go and check them out. And I think Yella, if you are a Twitch watcher, I think Yella might still be live. I don't know. I shut down my stream that I had watching. But go and check out the other people who are already having conversations. Hope you all have a wonderful night. And for the donations we already got, man, I got to bring my brother Umar, because, you know, donations.
Who the fuck are you? Excuse me. I only debate my equals. All others I teach.
Need all the hundreds and 50s, let's get it. I'm with this shit, so let's get it. Killing it, leaving nobody no addicts. Sound like I'm Lenny Kravitz.
You have cooned so bad, my brother, that they damn near need to put your face in the dictionary next to the word coon. And I don't mean no disrespect, my brother. White man play you like he play Sega. He play you, this is you. He ain't even got to be in the hood. He got this. He played Negroes like this. But they not speaking up against your oppression. I wish another coon, boot-licking, shot-jiving Uncle Tom will get in my face talking about we need to be patient. We gotta sweat. Y'all don't want to sweat. Y'all don't want to sweat. Y'all just want to be comfortable. It's none of your concern. You don't have the right to ask me where I've been. You don't have the right to know what I was doing. You messed up, and I took a break. And guess what? The next time you mess up, I'm going to take another break.
We almost there. Good night, everybody.